Good morning, Leslie.
Good morning.
Is John all ready for his pilot's exam?
Jim.
Or
Yes.
Jim, I mean, sorry.
Yep. I think we're live on too, so.
You guys are live. You guys are
Oh,
live.
sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
So Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Tabor. I'm the vice chair. I will actually be chairing the meeting today. Our chairman, Leslie Robinson, is with us and will be participating fully in the meeting, but she's dialing in, and we don't always have the greatest internet connections, and so we didn't want to interrupt the communications or anything up, hold anything. So we're conducting the meeting. I'm just going to start in 1 or 2 minutes. We're still waiting for Region 4 Commissioner Walsh to dial in, and as soon as we got him, we'll start the meeting.
Anyone texted?
Yeah. I've just learned that Commissioner Wolf is struggling a little bit to get in. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. We know he's earnestly trying to get on board, but in respect to the time and the schedule, we'll have to proceed. So we'll start off with a Pledge of Allegiance. If you join me and please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everybody, calling this a meeting to order. And I just want to go over a few housekeeping rules. We've got a robust agenda, and we've been adding to it and a lot of important topics. We've got a good crowd today, and I suspect we'll have more people showing up as the topics roll out. So a little bit of housekeeping. Again, we'll stick to the 2-minute testimony time limit for everybody, whether opponent or proponent, doesn't really matter. It's just 2 minutes. For the folks in the room, what we'd ask you to do, if you're planning on testifying anything, please exit out the back door and then come up here and form a queue right out this door. And just stand at the doorway. When the person's done testifying that's in front of you, they'll proceed out the middle door and return back to their seat, okay? Everybody got the traffic flow going here. So I know it's a tight room. We're all anxiously awaiting this beautiful Taj Mahal that's coming our way somewhere down the line. But for right now, we're making this work. And then, of course, folks that are registered and are going to dial in and comment online, you'll be subject to the 2-minute warning. Both Mackenzie and Eric will be managing that for me. And so when we're ready to go to comment off of the internet and on phone, I will turn it over to them, and they will go through the queue until we've made sure that everybody got the opportunity to comment. And then when we're done, then we'll go to our deliberations. So bathrooms are in the back there. We'll monitor our schedule and see how we're doing and pick a logical cutoff point so we can take a break for lunch, probably depending on what topic we have and when it makes sense, but probably shooting right for that noon hour. So I think that's all I've got in the way of logistics. And so I want to start off by the approval of the minutes. Commissioner Siebel.
should we call you Chair Tabor?
Oh, thank
Acting
you.
Chair Tabor.
So I wanted to set that. So I didn't get a promotion. There's no paycheck in the mail. I'm still vice chairman. I'm very comfortable with you just calling me Vice Chair Tabor. Because I know that'll get confusing. Everybody will call me different. I had suggested Fat White Guy, but that didn't work. So Vice Chair Tabor is just fine. So Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor, I move to approve the commission minutes from the April 18th, 2023 meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burrows. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is the approval of commission expenses. Entertain a motion. Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor, I move to approve the commission expenses from, I guess, through April of 2023.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burrows. Any discussion on the approval of the commission expenses? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll go ahead and move into the commissioner reports by region. I think what I'll do is I'll start with the folks in the room, and then I'll go to our dial-in commissioners. And so Commissioner Siebel, could you lead us off for Region 5?
Yes, thanks, Vice Chair Tabor. Lots happening, obviously, in Region 5 since we last spoke. A lot of survey work going on, surveying for moose, sheep, goat, whitetail, mule deer, both in flights and ground counts. Actually did a rabbit route count. I'm not sure what that is. Didn't clarify what that was, but apparently there's some rabbit counting going on as well. Sage grouse, Lex, and golden eagle surveys, plus crow counts for pheasant. A lot of really interesting information coming out of the surveys to this point in time in Region 5. As expected, many of the areas in Region 5 are continuing to see declines in mule deer numbers, with counts well below long-term average. The winter weather conditions and heavy snowfall late in the season were a big contributor, especially along the Beartooth front in my area. A lot of deer got pushed off of critical winter range during that point in time because of those snows. And on top of that, of course, the recent years of drought. So in general, the mule deer numbers are down. Interestingly enough, whitetail counts have also been noticed in Region 5, especially the southern portion along the Beartooth are down as well. And they're seeing similar counts in other parts, but still below long-term average. So interestingly enough, we're starting to see impacts on the whitetails as well. Elk are doing fairly well and fairly strong with pretty much like or slightly increased compared to last year on counts. We'll see, as we talked about, there's going to be recommendations or there's changes to the number of mule deer B tags, including, except for the areas that have CWD concerns where we're still trying to keep the population low. A lot of the mule deer B, the doe licenses are going to be eliminated or reduced in our area. So a lot happening there. We are going to have scoping meetings for the wildlife season setting. I think these are important to highlight. Billings will be the evening of June 21st, and that'll have a virtual option. Roundup will be June 22nd. And Big Timber will be June 29th. So that's really starting the process off for this fall's biennial season setting. Encourage everyone in my region and anywhere else that'd like to attend that to attend. On the fisheries side, there's a lot happening with permitting. We're still dealing with the flooding from last year, and I think we're starting to see some flooding from this year, unfortunately. But 310 and 124 permits. And to their credit, the department has done a great job of turning around those permits, over 124 of them, and most of them in 50% less time than they're allowed by statute or legally allowed. So that's great work on their part, and I'm sure good for the landowners. Doing lots of field work on the Bighorn and several of the reservoirs, the Stillwater, West Rosebud, and other areas doing fish counts. Lots happening in enforcement as well. Had Warden Zach Phillips did a investigation. They found 3 illegal deer identified and recovered with help of North Dakota Game and Fish. I'm not sure the backstory on that one, but a lot of things happening. We're transferring, it sounds like, a couple of wardens to Region 5 from different regions, and also we're advertising for another sergeant position in Region 5 if anyone knows anyone interested in that. So still really beefing up our enforcement, but doing a great job there. Had a fantastic kids fishing day at Lake up in Harlowtown, or near Harlowtown, and then also had Lake Elmo Day right outside the headquarters. Had over 700 kids enjoy a fishing day there, so that was great outreach.
And then the big part of what happened in most recent month is May 15th. We had the grand opening of the Snowy Mountain Wildlife Management Area. So great event. Governor was there. A lot of people were there. Had a really good public response. There's still a lot of work to be done to get the wildlife management area ready, but they did a tremendous amount of work to get it there. The parking lots were open, and a lot of shed hunters, a lot of good public response, a lot of shed hunters going out there right away. And that was a big deal. And it really involved just about everyone in the department, enforcement, and everyone else was involved in that. So great job to Region 5. And that's my update.
Thank you, Commissioner Siebel. Commissioner Brooke?
Mine's going to be quick because we have a lot of Region 3 issues on the agenda today. I went to a CIC meeting at Lewis and Clark Caverns where we discussed season setting and also did a quick and very humorous tour of the caverns. Very great guide. It was funny. Went up to Mount Hagen Game Range and helped remove fences and build jack fence, a new Willow Creek addition to the Mount Hagen. Beautiful. If you haven't been up there, you should go up there. There's some housing also that's going to be available now for department staff that's up there doing work. Also attended a meeting at the Wall Creek Game Range headquarters with department staff, Region 3 staff, which was really interesting, and learned a lot about people in some unique ways. The warden's report, they are still assisting Department of Livestock hazing bison back into the park around West Yellowstone on the South Fork of the Madison. The hunts have ended. Region 3 staff did attend a collaborative meeting with the treaty tribes that hunt bison within Region 3. And I have not gotten a report back, but there was feedback from this year's hunt and how they're going to try to improve safety in the future. When I get that report, I'll report on that at the next commission meeting. And the wardens have been working a lot of illegal overnight camping in the fishing accesses. So they've been a lot of work on that in Madison, Jefferson, and Gallatin counties, Park 2. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Commissioner, Region 2, they've selected wardens for the vacant Missoula and Sealy districts. They'll both start June 19th, but they have to go through FTO and the Law Enforcement Academy. Busy May 15th opener for the Blackfoot Clearwater WMA. There was a concentration of vehicles staged along the Highway 83 that's created some safety concerns with highway traffic. Big thanks to MDOT and Highway Patrol for their help with the opener. And they'll be looking for ways to reduce that congestion before next year. Urban black bear conflicts are up. They've had to remove a number of bears from Missoula with a couple euthanized as they had repeatedly entered homes. Summer recreation is in full swing, and area river are clearing and dropping, lots of traffic at the area aquatic invasive species stations, and a significant increase in river recreation and use at the area fishing access sites. They're seeing an increase in summer permitted events proposed on state parks, fishing access sites, and WMAs. It's the third season of the River Ambassador program with 4 ambassador positions working at congested river access points in the greater Missoula area. This is a collaborative program between FWP, City of Missoula, Missoula County, and the Clark Fork Coalition. Construction's underway at the Sharon Fishing Access Parking Addition. The site's slated to be completed in June, just in time for the busy summer river season. And the parking area was a collaborative effort between Missoula County, MDOT, and FWP. Busy kids fishing day season. There were 5 classes in Western Montana communities with over 500 kids in all. And there were 4 landowner appreciation dinners in Deer Lodge, Helmville, Drummond, and Missoula. They're well attended. An opportunity to thank all the landowners for what they do in providing working landscapes and supporting wildlife and access for sportsmen and sportswomen. That's all.
Thank you. I'll cover Region 1 now, and then we'll go to our online commissioners. For the region, our new, well, he's not so new anymore, but our regional supervisor, Lee Anderson, has started in on the Grizzly Bear Committee ecosystem subcommittee, and he will now be chairing that subcommittee for a 2-year term. And looking at wildlife, they've been doing a number of the counts. Got mixed reactions to our counts based on kind of where the snow loads and levels were throughout the region. Relatively quiet spring bear. I think a lot of that again is attributable to conditions on the ground and how things are looking. It started off with a relatively low bear conflict, but we've been having some pretty severe bear conflicts lately in the field. And in particular in the Grizzly arena. And so that continues to be an area of grave concern relative to the number of bears on the ground. Also undergoing a sharp-tailed grouse restoration project. And so they're working hard on capturing and translocating 144 grouse and working on trying to reestablish populations in certain areas of the region. Very hard at work on 3 very critical conservation easements, the Great Outdoor Conservation Project, the Upper Thompson Project, and the Stimson's Timberland Legacy Project. All 3 critical kind of spin-offs from what was historically the old Weyerhaeuser and Plum Creek holdings. And so very much the intent of the region to try to capture as much of that for public access as possible. I never give enough shout out to the maintenance people. Each one of us gets a report, but you just got to know that the maintenance people in every one of these regions are doing a phenomenal job. And so in region 1, they're working very, very hard on the noxious weed control, which, statewide, as we all know, plays an impact on habitat and everything else. Fisheries has been extremely busy with gillnet and electrofishing surveys, as well as looking at spawning in certain areas. We've got some projects very specific to trying to eradicate invasive species. And they're working hard on looking at the bull trout in general and trying to come up with ideas on what we can do to help ensure their survival. The enforcement, we got one of our guys back from deployment. Of course, appreciate his service for all of our people, but also really glad he's back. And we continue to be a little bit understaffed in the enforcement area, but we're finally starting to fill these positions. Enforcement has been very involved in a lot of the hunter education process. Parks and Outdoors has been incredibly active because we have, what is the newest state park up in Region 1. And then there's been a lot of activity in trying to expand services and capabilities within existing park structure. And finally, communications is always very busy. They had the last CAC meeting last night at Lone State Park. It's been a great crowd. They've been very active and involved in providing feedback to the region. And then as usual, spring is a very active time frame for communications and all the folks involved in getting kids out to fish and working very focused on hunter education, especially with youth and trapping. So with that report, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Walsh. It's great to see your shining face, sir. And what do you have to say about Region 4? Oh, you're muted, Casey.
Still muted. You're
Still muted.
There we go.
Yeah, I seem to be struggling with technical issues this morning, and I apologize for getting on the call late. Few updates from Region 4, and then an important one at the end. There was an emergency closure at the Truly Bridge FAS on the Smith River because the site was flooded. I'm happy to report that that's now open and the flows are optimal on the Smith. The region is, this is really a follow-up from our last commission meeting. Region 4 scoping improvement proposals at the White Bear Fishing Access site. And this is that site south of Great Falls that's been problematic in the past and is currently closed. The staff met with the homeowners association in that area at the end of May to get their input. And I read through the plan yesterday, and I thought it was great. So we can look forward to some resolution there, I think, in the next 12 months or so. The Great Falls area wildlife biologist position's been filled. Alex Kunkel will start on June 19th. So we welcome Alex. Wildlife staff are finishing up pheasant, mountain grouse, spring deer, and bighorn sheep surveys. And with the grizzly bear depredation related activities been minimal thus far this spring. Staff have been assisting the Blackfeet tribe wildlife division as they're currently without a bear biologist. The fishery staff in Region 4 is currently completing various fisheries surveys across the region. And at this time, I think throughout most of the state, the stream and river flows in the region are generally high and waters are not approaching drought restriction conditions. There was an incident, I don't have a lot of detail on this, but at the Sluice Boxes State Park, 2 drowning victims. One body has been recovered, and the search will continue for the second victim as the river subsides. The wildlife management area openings on May 15th, and the region went well. And the Sun River WMA was the busiest WMA in the region for the opener. And on the employee front, I extend my congratulations to the region supervisor, Gary Bertolotti, who retired last Friday on June 2nd. Gary had a distinguished 43-year career in conservation. 25 of those years was working with FWP. He started his career in the fisheries side of things in hatchery management. And as the regional supervisor, Gary did a tremendous job of both managing the region and developing a strong management team. His major accomplishments included helping with grizzly bear recovery efforts and helping other agencies, including the grizzly bear conservation strategy. He served as the chair of the NCDE. He was part of a multiple team effort to accomplish many access and habitat projects, ranging from conservation easements to fish passage projects. Gary enjoyed working with several different commissioners through the years, and Gary received 4 governor's awards and 5 director's awards over his 25 years of service to the FWP. Gary was always proud to wear the FWP patch on his arm, and he was probably most proud of the incredible diversity of parks, fisheries, and wildlife resources found within Region 4. I have really enjoyed working with Gary, and wish him all the very best for his retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Robinson, or Chairman Robinson. I think you're muted as well.
I am muted. Sorry about that. Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Dustin Temple on the appointment as director to FWP. I look forward very much continue working with you, and want to thank Hank for all the time that he put in. And I thoroughly enjoyed working with Hank the last over 2 years. So I also would like to thank Eric for the new setup of the FWP meeting room online. It looks very professional, and it's seems like a big improvement. So thanks a lot for that. Region 6 update. We've had lots of youth and educational events going on this spring, and there's a meeting this week to review the Hunter Ed program. New maintenance employees Zach Crete and Chad Dawson, along with maintenance supervisor BJ Kemp, are working hard to maintain the sites to keep them safe and clean. Lots of mowing, flood cleanup along the Milk River this year. Thankfully, we have a lot of moisture this year. So crews have been focused on weed spraying at our sites and a recent fencing project at the Lost River WMA. A recent road washout at the Bear Paw fishing access site will mean a temporary road closure. However, the lake is still completely accessible via the loop. Chris Valverde was recently hired as a new access resource specialist in Glasgow. The BMA contracts are, the season's winding down and they're working to get the last contract signed by the end of the month. Some great PALA projects are going on this year, and thanks to the Region 6 PLTW members for their participation in the review of those projects. Spring turkey BMAs went well despite the high water, closed those up, and we are now signing unlocking public lands projects. Under the Parks Division, Colton Lawson is now the new recreation ranger at Brush Lake State Park. Brush Lake had a great Memorial Day weekend and is looking beautiful. For the wildlife, the new interns, Brennan Peters and Caleb Crane, are working hard on anything and everything, getting exposure to from fish to bats to cuckoos. Spring deer surveys went well considering the late snowpack. Overall, the mule deer populations remain above average in the eastern portion of the region and north of Highway 2. Average on the western portion of the region and below average in the hunting district 621 and 622. Season setting meetings are scheduled this month from 6 to 8 p.m. on the 20th at the multi-high school cafeteria, the 22nd at the Haver Best Western Pleasant Suites, at the 27th at the Jubilee Room in the Plentywood Courthouse, and on the 29th at the Cottonwood Inn in Glasgow. Under the fisheries, the walleye spawn on Fort Peck was very successful despite one of the latest attempts in history of the effort due to such a late ice-off date. The Upper Missouri River paddlefish season is entering the 5th week and is estimated 370 fish harvested. The snowmelt runoff combined with heavy rains in the Upper Missouri River Basin have increased Missouri River flows above the Fort Peck Reservoir to 23,000 CFS and 7,000 CFS being released from Fort Peck Dam. As a result, Fort Peck Reservoir water levels are increasingly rough, 1/10 of a foot per day, roughly 1/10 of a foot per day. As of 6/6, the reservoir is at 2,226.9 feet and increasing. Keep in mind, full pool is 2,250. Heavy localized rainfall has led to dramatic increases in the Milk River flows. As of 6/6, the Milk River at Nashua is flowing nearly 10,000 CFS. As a result, the Missouri River at Wolf Point is flowing 16,000 CFS. Crooked Creek boat ramp at the west end of Fort Peck is still not functional due to heavy siltation and shallow water. Nelson and Fresno reservoirs are full with full access to both reservoirs. Prairie ponds are full and fisheries staff are busy stocking and completing wild fish transfers to provide angling opportunity. I just want to say around here, our reservoirs a lot of them were completely dry last year or mostly dry, and they are overflowing everywhere. So it's good to see. Positive progress continues for the proposed property acquisition for a new location in the Haver Area Resource Office. The final decision for this will be presented to the Fish and Wildlife Commission in August. FWP met with the Department of Admin and the architect in charge of the Glasgow headquarters remodel project. The plan is to go back out for bid in January of 2024. Construction to begin soon afterwards. So that wraps up my Region 6 update. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I'm glad I'm able to participate here via Zoom. Most areas of Region 7 are getting good moisture and warm weather, which is providing for a lot of great outdoor activities and a lot of forage for the animals. So it's good to see based on what we've had the last few years. I'm going to start out here with wildlife. The spring green up flights to evaluate post-winter mule deer survival are complete. As expected, there is a decline as we've been seeing over the last few years. However, with the timely spring rains, we are seeing an end to the drought and hopefully see good fawn production and survival. The department will continue to monitor both the wildlife, or will continue to monitor the wildlife populations throughout the summer. Moving into fisheries, paddle fish season is still going on. With the current water levels and mountain runoff, good spawning runs are occurring in both the Missouri and the Yellowstone rivers. Angler catches occurring all the way from the state line all the way up to Miles City. So that's good to see. And as of 9 p.m. on Tuesday, June 6th, the estimated paddlefish harvest for the yellow tag area, which includes Yellowstone River and the lower Missouri River, is 625 fish. The angler participation has slowed the last few harvest days, despite fish being available in most locations. But according to Mike Backus, he doesn't foresee having to close the season early. Moving into communications, our communications officer has just wrapped up a series of kids fishing days that instructed 5th and 6th grade students in fish identification, how to fish, water and boat safety, hypothermia awareness, and casting as well. The region worked with 650 children and students over 28 schools and community. This is a great program. And that is, as they say, short and sweet, the end of what I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lane. So we'd like to hear from our new director. I want to start off by, again, echoing what Chair Robinson said with regards to both our appreciation and fondness of outgoing Director Hank Warsack. We wish him the best. I know he's earned the time off that he's going to be getting, and he will be sorely missed. I can say I'm equally excited about the appointment of Dustin as our new director. He has been instrumental throughout the years in helping pull everything together, and it's high time we give the man the mantle and let him make effectuate some great changes and opportunities for Montana. So with that, I will turn it over to you, sir. And what do you have to say as a director?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A couple of things first to just acknowledge the retirement of both Director Warsack and Regional Supervisor Gary Bertolotti. I had the privilege of working alongside both those gentlemen throughout my 20 years here at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Both of them tremendous public servants dedicated to the resources the agency stewards and the public they're responsible to. Wish them both well in their retirement. Director Warsack in particular wanted me to pass along that he's doing well. Sends his regards to everybody, and he will continue undoubtedly, as I'm sure will Gary, to stay engaged in the issues the department is managing. So, and then also would like just to go to something that Commissioner Siebel said about the Big Snowies Wildlife Management Area, and just wanted to give a special shout out to Ashley Taylor, who's the biologist there, who's worked on that project tirelessly from its inception. Unfortunately, she was out of town when the opener was there. But without Ashley's work on that project, we would not have that very exciting addition to the public lands portfolio in Montana. So just wanted to acknowledge Ashley by name. She's a tremendous asset to the department in that project and everything else that she does. So from the director's office, a couple of things. We are busy digesting the results of the session, turning around the agency budget. There will be a summary of legislative actions, its impacts to the department, and the department's proposed implementation of those new statutes provided to the commission and the public. We're still working through that, but hopefully we will have that out here in a couple of weeks. Again, the budget turnaround is ongoing. The department is working on a 6-month implementation plan that will start July 1 when a lot of that legislation takes effect. Will run through the back half of the year. And so agency leadership are busy working with staff to flesh that out and get those things put together. So the entire department has a clear understanding of what we're going to do to put these things on the ground. And field staff have significant input into that to make sure that that implementation hits the ground in a way that honors the legislative intent, the goals of the department, and the practical realities of the environment those staff are operating in. One notable change in the director's office, Quentin Kujala has accepted a new position entitled the Chief of Conservation Policy that was contemplated by Director Warsek before his retirement. The change there is Quentin becomes the policy authority as it relates to natural resource issues within the director's office, and the implementation of those decisions will move back, as it traditionally has been, to the chief of staff, which was Quentin's former position. We'll be recruiting for a new chief of staff here in the next couple of weeks. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair, that is my report.
Thank you. All right, well, appreciate that. So we're going to move on to the standard agenda. And again, I just want to kind of remind you, the presenters will come up to the podium and go through everything. And then the commission will ask questions and appropriate it to understand and frame the process. And then at that stage, we'll most likely entertain a motion relative to the topic, and then we will go into the public comment process. And so we're going to start off with fisheries, and I'd like to invite Dr. Eileen Rice up to lead us off.
Vice Chair Tabor, members of the commission, for the record, Eileen Rice, RYCE, the Fisheries Division Administrator. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your patience with us as we added several emergency items very late to the agenda. We'll try to keep you on schedule as best we can, and we really appreciate your tolerance and patience with that. As many of you mentioned about drought, I'm going to start off with this is the start of our drought report to all of you. We do this annually. We're required by statute and rule to report to you at each of the meetings during what we refer to as drought season. As many of you have mentioned, water conditions are generally good. Fort Peck is coming up, as Chair Robinson mentioned, which a tenth of a foot per day doesn't seem like much, but for a water body the size of Fort Peck, it's significant. Canyon Ferry Reservoir is spilling for the first time in 5 or 6 years. There's a lot of water in the Missouri Basin in general, which is great to see. Just as a note of comparison to previous years, this is the first time I've done a drought update, which we always start at the meeting in June. It's the first time in several years that we haven't had restrictions and closures in place by this time. So that gives a picture of how good the conditions are. There are some places we're watching. Just for your awareness, we're going to continue to do the process that we did last year that I think worked pretty well for all of you. We are having weekly meetings on Tuesday mornings with our staff. And shortly thereafter, I'll send all of you an update, especially on any upcoming proposals for restrictions or closures that will happen that week. Right now, there's nothing close to triggering, but places we are watching, the Rocky Mountain front is significantly below average water. And we're watching the Sun River closely. And we're also watching the Shields in the upper Yellowstone. Snowpack's been gone for a while, and over in that area there's been less rain than where everyone else has got. So we're watching air temperatures and moisture, and we'll keep you posted. We don't see anything triggering next week, but perhaps soon. The other area we're watching closely is the Bitterroot. Again, snowpack has gone, less rain over there. We're watching, and we'll be in touch with the commissioners for those respective areas as things trigger. With that, I'll jump into the
Any
item.
questions or comments relative to the report on the drought before we move to the next topic? Okay, then let's move to the next one, which is the temporary construction closure for the Jefferson River.
This first item is one of the emergency items that we added late. It is a final item. I just wanted to make a quick note for clarity. We currently have an emergency closure in this area in place on the river. That's related to a temporary bridge that was put in place for the work carrying out to build the bridge. The decision is in front of you right now. The temporary bridge was built not to specifications. It's too low and it's a significant safety hazard. So we closed that section as soon as we heard about it. And we will reopen as soon as the flows go down and it's no longer a hazard. This closure is specifically related to MDT construction for the bridge. Construction is scheduled for July 12th to July 18th. Temporary closure just for the period when construction's going on in that area. For safety reasons, MDT has asked us to close it. So FWP recommends that, and that's the decision in front of you today.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Any commissioners have any questions or need any clarifications?
Vice Chair Tabor. I have a
Yes,
question.
Commissioner Brooke.
Dr. Rice, how do you let the public know when they show up at the access what the situation is?
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Brooke, that's a very good question. Combination of press releases, signage. We have signage at the access points. We also have signage along the river. For the current safety closure that's in place, as soon as were made aware of it, the biologists got out and got temporary signs up. There is an obligation for the contractor to get signs up. Our signs went out ahead of time we were worried about safety concerns. So in addition, with the help of Dr. Bias with Foam and Mr. Elliott with Montana TU, they have helped spread the word also among their membership. So we've tried to get out the word as much as we could.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Vice Chair Tabor, I have one more.
Commissioner Brooke?
So when the public shows up at the site, can they park there and use the site? They just can't launch?
Chair Brooke, yes, what is closed is recreation on the river. The access site is still open for public use. They can park, they can fish from the bank, they can picnic, do what they want at the site. It's floating the river that's restricted.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? I will entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we accept this recommendation from Fisheries Department.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have that in front of me. Sorry. Let me read this. Sorry. I'm new.
You're doing great.
Okay, let's see. Where did it go?
I'm happy to join.
I'll read yours. We'll make it a lot easier. I move the commission to authorize temporary closure of the Jefferson River from the Sappington Bridge FAS to the Juilliard FAS and all recreational floating and vessel use from July 12th to July 18th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Siebel. Any other questions regarding that before we go out to public comment? Any other comments by commissioners? Okay, we're ready for public comments. So we're going to hear from the folks in the room. Like I said before, if you would exit the back door there and come out here and stand in line in the front, step up to the podium, say your piece, and then exit out the middle door. We'll get everybody heard that would like to comment on this. Are there any people present that would like to comment on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Kenzie and Eric, do we have anybody online that would like to comment?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Seeing no commenters and hearing no other requests from commissioners, so ready to take a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Rice. I think the second issue up is relative to the 2023 Big Hole, Beaverhead and Ruby River emergency regulation changes.
Chair Tabor, members of the commission, this was an emergency regulation proposal that came to you just this week. I will try to keep this brief, knowing that we have a lot of members of the public here to comment. A couple of points I did want to make. This is in response to continual declines of trout populations, particularly in the Big Hole, Beaverhead and Ruby. Last year, we were in front of you and we were talking about our adaptive management plan. This is us implementing that adaptive management plan. Simply put, as population numbers go down, our regulation proposals become more conservative. As population numbers improve, the plan indicates that we have more liberal regulations. The staff have worked very hard on explaining that adaptive management plan over the last 2-3 years, and it has gained a good amount of support publicly. I would also like to mention last night in Butte, we had a very well attended meeting hosted by FOAM and Montana Trout Unlimited. Myself, the director, Mr. Kujula, and the staff were there. It was a very good discussion, and our intent there was to help get more information out on this significant situation. And I know many of the members of the public that were present last night are here today to provide public comment. As you've probably heard us say before and in press, our data suggests that these declines in trout populations are significantly related to primarily water flow, temperature. As the flow goes down, the populations go down. These are long-term trends that we've seen. We received significant public input to be proactive, hence why we're bringing you the emergency regulation change today. With one of the primary proposals addressing spawning closures, trying to protect those spawning areas, in addition to some gear restrictions and other restrictions. So with that, in the interest of time, I would say I've got the two local biologists here present, Mr. Yeager and Mr. Olson, who would be available to answer specific questions on the waters.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. I would like to open the floor up to the commissioners to ask Dr. Rice or staff for any clarifying questions before we move to motion. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Dr. Rice, just a quick question on overall on a lot of these regulations. I noticed that there was the removal of the prohibition on multi-point hooks or treble hooks or double hooks. I'm curious if we're worried about fish mortality, why we would take that prohibition off there, especially in catch and release only areas.
Chair Tabor, Commissioner Siebel, with your permission, I'll defer that to the region staff who made the proposal, and they can address that specifically.
Thank you.
Mr. Yeager.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Siebel, Matt Yeager, JAEGER, Region 3 Fisheries. So the reason that the regulation was relaxed on gear restrictions was specifically to be able to assess the effects of those on trout mortality. there are sections where those were retained, and the purpose of the way the regulations were put together was to be able to compare sections with those gear restrictions to sections without. This proposal for the sections where it was removed, the trout population is presently both overall and in terms of large trout near the 50-year average. And so we felt that that was the appropriate place to test that. And we intend to investigate further the effects of those to help formulate regulations in the future.
Follow up, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. So is there not industry and I guess just history and science behind multi-treble hooks, especially barb treble hooks and mortality, fish mortality? I'm just curious why we're doing this experiment ourselves.
Yeah, Commissioner Siebel. A lot of the studies that have been done to date are laboratory studies in artificial settings that add different levels of stressors to the inference that can be made and thus cloud it. There's been very few studies done on wide open recreational fisheries that specifically give us inference about what's going on in Montana. So both the effects of mortality and the flows and temperatures and use that we see, but also it provides inference into what percentage of the angling population is actually using these gears and may affect fish mortality.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further questions for Dr. Rice or Mr. Yeager or anybody else?
Vice Chair Tabor.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, first a comment and follow up on Commissioner Siebel's question. And I guess my response to Mr. Yeager's comment is that there are better places to experiment than rivers that are in steep decline. And I share the concerns of other members of the public who've expressed puzzlement over why we would move away from single point restriction on any part of the Big Hole or Beaverhead right now. And the other question I think for Dr. Rice is, where are we with the testing results on the diseased fish that we're seeing, particularly in the Big Hole? And I've seen videos of really horrendous looking ground trout, and it just feels to me that whether we can confirm this as PKD or something else, I don't understand why this is taking so long.
Chair Tabor, members of the commission, Commissioner Walsh, that was a point that came out last night too. There was a little bit of confusing information that got out. So I'm happy to address that further. So to date, there's close to 300 fish that have been sampled, some healthy looking, some with various signs of what we call clinical signs that look like they're diseased. Of all the fish that have been sampled, we have not found the presence of any novel pathogens or anything unusual. So we continue to do that work. The staff, Mr. Olson, and the fish health coordinator, Mr. Stackmiller, collected fish again last week, particularly whitefish for sampling. We've received lots of reports of whitefish with lesions on them. Those are currently getting processed. Our fish samples are all processed by an independent lab in Bozeman, run by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Typically, turnaround time for any of these samples is 1 month. And the reason for that is that literally can't be speeded up. That's the length of time for the pathogens to grow, which is how we detect them. It's using what we call Blue Book standard, which are procedures nationally accepted as like the Cadillac sampling methods for fish health. So we have to, those samples once collected have to be in the lab and start processing within 48 to 72 hours, or the samples are ruined. And that has occurred with all of the fish that have been sampled from these rivers, as well as many others across the state. In addition to those samples, last year we collected additional samples from the same fish, specifically for what we call histopathology, which is a very specialized technique. It looks at the tissue structures. We're looking for anything abnormal. It doesn't give us a diagnosis or a positive or negative on a particular pathogen. It will give us an idea of what is happening within those tissues. We're looking at kidneys, livers, spleens, in some cases, brain tissue, head tissue. Those samples have been, they're ready for reading by an expert. The expert that we used to use was under contract with the US Fish and Wildlife Service. That person no longer is employed by the Fish and Wildlife Service. They left, got a different job, and they've not been able to replace it. And that position's been vacant for a while. That expertise is just very hard to find. We're working with the National Fish Health Lab in West Virginia, where all of these people are trained nationally. And we're trying to find someone there who will read those samples for us. The fact, though, that we have not picked up anything unusual in our other sampling to date, specifically looking for pathogens, indicates that the histology results may not be that helpful. We spent quite a bit of time last night talking about this. There was a lot of great suggestions from the crowd about different ways to get fish as they're caught with lesions, etc. And the fish health staff, along with the biologists, will continue to collect fish throughout the year as they can. And of course, we'll make those sample results available as soon as we get them.
Just that. Commissioner Walsh, any other follow-up questions before I ask?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thank you for asking. Director Temple, if we can expect an update from the Fisheries Division in approximately 4 weeks on this, will you please make that available to the commissioners?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Walsh, will do.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Brooke.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Rice. So we're getting pictures of zombie fish. So, and you haven't, I can't understand, you don't know what it is? There's various things that we're seeing, growths and red and dead fish laying on the side of the stream. You have no idea?
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners, Commissioner Brooke, we've identified fungi that are causing some of the lesions. Some of the lesions, we don't know what's being caused by them. The key point here is the fish are under a highly stressful environment right now. Lesions can be caused because of various physiological responses. What we can tell you is we have not identified a pathogen. So virus, bacteria, parasites that are associated with those lesions. We will continue to sample those fish as best we can. As I mentioned, we grabbed samples last week. As soon as I get those results, we'll get them to you through the director. In stressful conditions, it's not uncommon to see lesions on fish. What we can tell you is, to date, we have not identified a pathogen with it. And we're consulting with other fish health experts around the state. We're working closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We mentioned this last night, we are going to use a very new experimental technique that looks at DNA to see if we can pick it up that way. It's very experimental. It's not approved as a diagnostic tool, but we're trying to expand our toolbox as best we can. And to answer your question, no, we haven't. With the exception of the stuff we would expect, we haven't found anything unusual.
Just one quick follow-up question.
Follow-up?
Have you ever seen this amount of zombie fish in a basin in your experience?
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Brook, I'm not aware. I might ask maybe Jim Olson to address how many fish are actually being seen with lesions. I've heard a lot of reports, but I'm not sure really what the extent of that is. So Jim, if with your permission, Vice Chair, Jim, if you could address that.
Please. Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, Vice Chair Jim Olson, OLSEN. I'm the fisheries biologist on the Big Hole. Yeah, Commissioner Brook, this currently I've had one report from this spring of whitefish with lesions on it, which is why we went out and collected those fish. But historically, last fall we collected about a dozen fish around Melrose that were what we would call the zombie fish that had the fungus on them. And prior to that, very few fish, but 2014 and 2015, we had significant fall fish kills of hundreds of fish that were collected during the fall that were clearly sick. But but since then, last fall was the first fall had any reasonable numbers that we were able to collect. So.
Commissioners, any other questions for clarifications? Dr. Rice, I have a couple of questions and then maybe a couple of comments. So part of my concern is the issues relative to water flow and also the condition of the trout in these iconic rivers. This isn't kind of a new issue. It's been something that's been on our radar for a while, and I'm just a little puzzled by the kind of the last minute timing, especially if we knew some things happened in the fall. There were a lot of leading indicators, and it just strikes me like we should have kind of contemplated this instead of it being something that we literally are discovering this week. And I'm particularly concerned because of the way it kind of hit the public, hit the commission, everything else. It feels like, wow, for something this significant that's been ongoing, why are we doing it in emergency status? Why didn't we have this queued up 2-3 months ago? And so I don't know if you mind addressing that.
Vice Chair Tabor, commissioners. So I mentioned the adaptive management plan earlier. When we got the spring results that came in indicating that populations had dropped below an additional trigger level, that's when we started to talk about the potential regulation change. And then we did bring the emergency route regulation to you, last minute. I know you just received it this week. It had been contemplated previously. As I mentioned, once the spring results came in, was when we started to talk about it, and the director's office gave us the go-ahead to get it on the June agenda item. This has been going on for several years. Throughout the Southwest and other areas, we have seen trout declines. And several years ago, we initiated a team to start addressing and looking at it. And that's where we pulled in Dr. Tim Klein from the USGS, currently he's a professor at MSU, and we contracted with Dr. Klein to do a study looking at 40 years of data, 14 rivers. I can't remember how many stretches, I think like 36 stretches of river. And from that work, that's where we've been able to definitively say it's flow that's impacting these declines. Tim or Dr. Klein did a great job last night of presenting that information to the crowd. He has also incorporated the spring 2023 data that just became available, and that strengthens his model even more, reaffirming what he had told us previously, that it's flow that's impacting. Specifically, and I can't do this justice as much as Dr. Klein can, but specifically, and everyone heard this last night, it's the flow that impacts the result. The flow 3 years prior is what impacts the results that we get during our routine monitoring. And that's based on recruitment to our sampling. That's, I guess, to specifically talk about why now with the regulations and not previously, and it's specifically related to that adaptive management triggers as to why we're bringing it to you now.
So I've heard pretty consistently, because I think you guys have been consistent about the concern over basic water volume and water quality in the affected waters. But what I haven't heard is specificity relative to, what are the sources of that and what can we do to mitigate it? Now, I did get the benefit of hearing something just this morning about, hey, we could do this and all that. I mean, I think as a commissioner, I would like to see as part of that report out in a few weeks, specificity relative to what are we going to do about this? Because there may be mitigating things we could do. This is a partnership deal. I mean, yeah, we've got fishing, but we got land users. We got, it's a village that's going to solve this problem. And so, and I know there's a lot of concerned parties that are probably here today, but my sense, and I get this from Commissioner Walsh and others, is it may be adaptive. It doesn't feel adaptive enough. And so we got to speed it up. We got to do, this is too important to this state. This is too iconic. And it needs to, if it isn't, I assume it is, but if it isn't, this needs to move to the top, in terms of a priority, because it's just that important, I think, to all of us. So enough with my lecture, and I apologize. Yes, Director.
Mr. Vice Chair, I want to speak a little bit to what you said, and I mentioned this last night. There's been some conversation amongst concerned parties and reported in the media that there are resource constraints to the fisheries division that are impacting the department's response. And I just want to assure the folks in the room, the commission itself, that is not the case. So I don't view this as a Region 3 problem. I don't believe this as a fisheries problem. This is a Fish, Wildlife, and Parks problem. And all of the resources that the agency has will be brought to bear on this issue. I've talked to Mr. Olson, Mr. Yeager, acting fisheries manager, Mike Duncan, as well as Dr. Rice, about what more is needed from their perspective to answer questions we don't have the answers to develop, so the public can understand, and then what potential mitigations are out there. So I just want to assure the commission, assure the public, this is all hands on deck. All of the resources available to the department are available to the fisheries division as they tell us what they need. So you have my commitment to that, as well as keeping the commission and the public informed of our progress every step of the way.
Thank you, Director Tip. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I see some of these regulation changes are in response to the fish data that we've gotten and the response to the issues with the populations there. But I can't understand why we would change the hook regulation right now. Like I can't understand that. And I guess I need to understand that better, that I guess if we're seeing a decline in issues with fish populations, that's a bad time to do an experiment, I think, because I can tell you, I'm not a biologist, but I think I can tell you, and I think we'd agree that that's going to be a negative impact on the fish populations by adding more points and barbs to the hook. I think we'd agree. I think we've all probably all caught a brown trout on a lure. We know how they hit them. They swallow it. And in September with a Rapala and a brown trout, I think you're going to see a high mortality. I think most of us can agree on that. And I just think it would be wrong to experiment with that right now with the fish populations, in my opinion.
Vice Chair Tabor.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, sorry, I put my hand up. I don't know if it shows there. I did have one additional question, and that was in regard to the moving away from catch and release on the Clark Canyon Dam to High Bridge section and Barrett's to the mouth. And if Dr. Rice could help us understand why we should feel about going back to a 5 fish daily and in possession limit there.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Walsh, I'll hand that over to one of the biologists for a detailed answer. But I believe it also relates to that's an area where the population is doing better, so we can have a more liberal harvest regulation. But I'll defer that to Mr. Yeager with your permission, Vice Chair.
Mr. Yeager.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Commissioner Walsh. So like Dr. Rice said, the section where that is being proposed is presently at and has been at the long-term 50-year average. And as part of that adaptive management plan, and throughout that time period, it's been managed with some level of restricted harvest. So as part of that adaptive management plan, when populations are at their optimal densities, and that's where this one is, it can sustain some level of harvest. So although throughout lots of places in Southwest Montana, we are seeing declines and are at historic lows, this is one of the ones where we're not there. Like you alluded to, Commissioner Walsh, the upper section, the most heavily fished section of that reach that's being proposed to allow harvest, we're proposing to retain point restrictions, gear restrictions, and catch and release to compare that to a section of the larger reach with more liberalized harvest. So we're being protective of the most heavily used part of a reach of river where the population is in good shape and can biologically sustain limited harvest.
Commissioner Walsh, do you have any follow-up before some of the rest of us might?
No.
Okay, I have a follow-up question to that. So, and you're the expert, I'm not, but there's a great deal of logic that seems to crowd my mind. And so, you know, if we got ample in one area and not in another, can that group be part of our solution where we need it rather than just taking it away? You know, is there a way to either translocate them or let them be part of the overall river solution? And a lot of people have asked me that question, you know, as a result of the input we're getting right now. So I'd like you to address that.
Vice Chair Tabor, and please clarify and redirect if I'm misunderstanding your question. But typically when we see low abundances in certain reaches and high abundances in others, it's because of underlying habitat issues or other issues in those reaches. So if we translocate, if that's what you were referring to, fish from a reach where there's high abundances to low, they're going to befall the same set of conditions that are contributing to low abundances in those reaches. So where we typically focus our efforts and where we are focusing our efforts is considering the habitat constraints, so flow, temperature, things like that, physical habitat in the reaches where we have low abundance, in addition to other factors like novel pathogens, disease testing, things like that, that may be new on our radar.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Brook.
Vice Chair Tabor, Mr. Olson, is there any benefit in having the closure date into May to protect eggs on these reaches?
So I might defer to Mr. Olson on the big hole if he wants to speak to that.
Mr. Yeager, could I ask you a favor?
Yes.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing off this podium, so I'm going to ask anybody that steps up to the podium to really project, because not everybody's getting the benefit of hearing your answers. So I apologize for interrupting you.
All right, didn't want to blow you guys out of the.
No, you let her rip.
All right, here you go, you guys.
Right.
So the question was related to the closure dates, and that's specific to the species. So rainbow versus brown trout that you're trying to protect, and also the temperatures in those rivers. On the beaverhead in particular, when we're focused on brown trout, the primary spawning is happening from late October is when fish start to stage for spawning. Eggs go in the gravel by the end of November, and then those fish hatch out in April. And so if we're focusing specifically on brown trout, that's the time period we'd want to consider. If we want to consider spring spawners like rainbow trout, then you're pushing further out. So those fish are typically spawning in March and April, and their eggs will usually hatch in June. So the closures that are being proposed are specific to being protective of both adult trout that are aggregated and spawning, and then the eggs that are in the gravels and are susceptible to trampling over the course of their incubation, which should happen in April.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners before I ask a commissioner for a vote?
Right.
Commissioner Siebel, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor. Mr. Yeager, just a follow-up question with a lot of the proposed changes brought back or now specifying artificial lures, and besides the multiple points, it seems to have, we've added a prohibition now for single pointed hooks, which I assume is bait fishing. Or was that, what's the intent, or what's the biology behind eliminating, if with, again, outside the treble hooks, eliminating in most of these areas the potential for bait fishing versus artificial lures?
So the specific regulation, sorry, Commissioner Siebel, Vice Chair Tabor, the specific regulation on the beaverhead is actually restoring that ability in an area where we think is biologically sustainable. The one area where, again, we're retaining it is the most heavily fished area, and it's largely for experimental purposes to help us understand on Montana rivers, how big of an effect is this really? Is this something that's helping to drive the populations up and down? Are we able to move things, especially during times where we have low abundance because of things like low stream flow? Or is this something that largely isn't having a population level impact? So the proposed regulations would restore the ability to use bait in some reaches of the beaverhead, but would keep the existing restrictions in place in the upper most heavily used section.
Follow up.
Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Yeager, just in your biological opinion and the discussion around treble hooks, multi-pointed hooks, what is are artificial lures with single hooks the most biologically safe way to protect the fish population and still enhance opportunities for catching, releasing fish?
Yeah, Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Siebel, there's two parts that go into this. One is individual encounters with those fish, right? So if someone catches a fish on a barbed hook, how quickly is it brought in? Where does the fish bite it? You know, all these different things. How long does it take to release the fish, or is that fish kept? The other part of it is what proportion of Montana anglers on our rivers are engaging in that kind of fishing. Based on what we see out there through different creel surveys and just observation being on the rivers, it's a minority of anglers that are fishing with those types of gears. And so what we propose with these regulations to try to learn is the answer to both of those. So what proportion of anglers are actually out there on the ground engaging in use of different types of gears, and is it likely to be meaningful on a population level? And then on a finer scale, when individual anglers are catching fish, we're going to track the mortality of those fish relative to other types of gear to help inform you what regulations, again, are going to be most meaningful to management in the future.
So just as a follow-up, so I understand why you'd want to do that, and that data would be really helpful. But I think a number of commissioners have expressed, is there any other place in Montana we could do that other than the one that that has our greatest concern, that we're doing emergency procedures on. It doesn't seem to fit that we are trying to very overtly prevent a disaster, but at the same time, learn some things about what will or won't happen, and so I just kind of want to hear your opinion about that, because it seems like that's a pretty reoccurring theme with commissioners right now.
Vice Chair Tabor, commissioners. So the reason the proposal's in place for the section it is because right now it's the most resilient population we have. Like I said, it's unique from all the other places we're talking about because it's at its historic average. It's right where we're managing for. If we were going to do this anywhere, that's the most resilient section in general, but also the section where the population is robust enough to support that kind of study. If we were in the same place as we are in some of these other sections, we wouldn't propose that.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Vice Chair Tabor.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment on that. I'd say, we do know, as you know, I chaired the Madison River Work Group, and we heard last year that 25 to 30% of the trout in the Madison show hook scarring. And yet we still have the treble hooks are allowed throughout, and maybe that would be given the terrific fish counts in the Madison, at least now, maybe that would be a better river to experiment with and move to single point hooks in certain sections of the Madison. With that, if I may, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Okay, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed regulations for the Big Hole, Beaverhead, and Ruby rivers with immediate implementation with the following changes. It retain catch and release fishing only on the Beaverhead River from the Clark Canyon Dam to High Bridge and Barrett's diversion to the mouth. So stay with catch and release there, and stay with artificial lures, single pointed hooks only in all of the Big Hole and Beaverhead sections that are referenced and where that language is currently struck.
I'll second that.
It was seconded by Commissioner Bill Lane. Quentin or Eric, are you satisfied? Do you have the motion? Do you feel like you know exactly what's being moved?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners or any clarification before we go out to public comment? Okay, so on the public comment, we got plenty of folks here in town. I'd like you, if you're planning on doing this, to exit out the back door and line up here, 2 minutes each. Okay, so, we got our alarm police over here on my left. They're going to monitor that. As soon as we've exhausted everybody in the room, then we'll go to the internet and see how we capture everybody's comments there as well. Mr. Elliott, good to see you. Lead us off.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Wanted to thank the commission for their diligence on this important issue. Obviously, this is of critical importance for Montana Trout Unlimited. And I wanted to open by saying thank you to the department and the Director Fisheries Division for attending a meeting we hosted last night in Butte with the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. I thought it was an excellent opportunity to begin a community conversation. It's beginning of a collaborative, science-based, data-driven conversation that will continue on. We've been on this path for almost 2 years now. I think to your point, Vice Chair Tabor, we've been having this conversation for some time. Obviously, the most recent data gives us more urgency than maybe we've had in the past, but we are here, and I just wanted to thank the department. I would say Montana Trout Unlimited supports the proposed emergency regulations as written. Certainly would support the motion that was made by Commissioner Walsh for Beaverhead, Big Hole, and Ruby. I think it's important to take into account that these are emergency regulations, and I do want to commend the biologists. I have the utmost confidence in the biologists in the Fisheries Division for building an adaptive management framework that we can work from. These are emergency regulations. We're not setting regulations for the next 20 years. We're setting them for this moment at this time. They will and necessarily change in the future as we get more data and understand things and the science better. Part of Montana Trout Unlimited's position has been, though, that these are one minor tool. Regulations are very important and we take them seriously. That's why we're here to have this conversation today. But Montana Trout Unlimited will continue to work on collaborative discussions to connect, restore, and enhance stream flow in Southwest Montana. We know that that is the critical problem here facing these streams. While we had better water last year early in the season, what we saw late summer and early fall was, I live in Butte and fish the Big Hole and am around the Big Hole quite often. It has been a series of bad water years. I'm hopeful this year will be better. I just wanted to end by saying, contrary to some of the issues that you've read in the press and to Director Temple's point, I was at ground zero through the appropriations battle. This department has adequate resources to address this problem. I work closely with this department to make sure the division has the tools that they need, the resources they need. I would say specifically there were above and beyond tools that the legislature gave the department.
Thank you.
And division, including in-stream flow money that is first time we've had earmarked money for in-stream flow. And I think that would be a great opportunity to help continue that conversation. So I appreciate your indulgence. I know this is a tight
I've
thing.
gotten a lot of
folks today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it. Right, go this way. Well, either way, but be easier if you guys go down that way. That way, yeah.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias.
Speak loud, Mike, because they're going to have trouble hearing you.
My name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. And based on historic low brown trout and rainbow trout numbers and recent drought conditions that are likely to occur and continue on, over the past several years, FOAM fully supports adopting the Beaverhead, Big Hole, and Ruby River emergency fish regulations with immediate implementation as amended by Commissioner Walsh, I think would be fine. I think it's important to remember that although these are emergency regulations that came into play right after the numbers from the Big Hole were detected, these were not drafted in haste or just suddenly written. They were prescriptive regulations drafted beginning in 2021 and thoroughly scoped through 2022. We are just implementing the prescriptive regulations that we had planned for, given a condition like this occur. The other thing I think it's important to remember that, and you might remember in 2022, we debated quite a bit over the scientific framework or the measurable framework or outcome that we want from these, including which reaches will get spawning closures and which regions won't of the river. And it's also important to remember, I think, that it's not just the Beaverhead and the Big Hole and the Ruby that we're looking at these conditions across, but the Madison is being included in looking at these, and the Yellowstone. These are all parts of the Region 3 rivers that are included in this scientific framework to look at measurable response. And I think that's important. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I'll follow the arrows up. Can I go to that?
Yep.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, L-U-K-A-S, and I represent Montana Wildlife Federation. I'd just simply like to support Montana Trout Unlimited's position and give a Me Too to their statement. Thank you,
Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Thomas Baumeister, B-A-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. Vice Chair, members of the commission, a belated welcome to the new two commissioners. Congratulations, Dustin. We stand in full support of the motion before you as amended. And we just like to remind me and sort of echo what Commissioner Tabor said, that maybe perhaps this has not been adaptive enough. Perhaps it's a little bit too late. And we absolutely encourage the sentiment expressed by the commissioners. You started off this morning. Thank you very much. We absolutely support the amended motion and look forward to a new pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to comment on the motion on the table? All right, with that, then we will go to the internet. And Eric, what do we got?
Mr. Vice Chair, does anyone in the regions have any public comment? If so, please activate your camera.
Region 4, it looks like you're trying to activate the camera, but we don't see you yet. All right, well, as you try to figure out your technical issues, we'll move on and see who else. If you do have a comment, okay, here we go.
I'm Jim Homison from Stanford. Just a quick comment. Looking at the big hole regulations, there's noticed several places where it says catch and release, but it doesn't say catch and release for what. So I assume that would mean whitefish, suckers, and anything else that swims. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any other commenters from the internet? Or the regional offices? Anything in the queue?
Very well, seeing nothing further from the regional offices, do we have comment from any other attendees? Please raise your hand. I see Mr. Paul Sidaway would like to make a comment. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, commissioners and Dr. Rice. Paul Sidaway from Butte. I'm a Region 3 CAC member. Have fished the big hole since the 1970s and have been a longstanding advocate for wild trout fisheries. As you may or may not know, last year there was a considerable effort placed in pushing this wonderful adaptive management plan forward, and it essentially got tabled. And in the world of protecting wild trout fisheries, this is one of the most brilliant plans brought forward by our biologists. I think it compares back to the time when it was finally accepted that wild trout fisheries were going to replace hatchery fisheries. And that was a huge monumental time. And so I absolutely support the current recommendation with one exception. The big hole proposal for the timing of the spawning closure from September 30th to April 1st, I believe strongly should be at least May 1st as another change in the proposal. Jim Olson recommended initially in this plan that it was going to be May 23rd. A couple of things have changed. One, this year the rainbow trout numbers were down in addition to the trout numbers. And April is a critical time for rainbow spawning, and the flows on the big hole this year in April were not so good. And that's one of the arguments that was placed previously about pushing it to April 1st instead of May. So I start.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the queue?
I see no other hands, Mr. Vice Chair. That public comment.
Great. There was a question from the previous commenter. I didn't know, Dr. Rice, if you or anyone wanted to comment on that question.
What does catch and release on it?
What's that?
What does catch and release on it?
What species does the catch and release apply to in the motion?
Vice Chair Tabor, to answer that question, the way the regulation is written right now, it would apply to all species. So catch and release is the only fishing method within those stretches.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Okay, We've heard all the comment periods closed. Any additional questions or comments by the commissioners before we take it to a vote? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, staff, and everybody that showed up. Very excellent conversation. Appreciate you. It's 5 minutes after 10. I'm going to take a 5-minute bio break to relieve coffee and other things, and then we're going to jump right back in. 5 minutes, so we come back at 10 minutes after 10. Because I'm old.
Just the mute.
Are we recording? I'd like to call the meeting back to order. I'd ask the commissioners that are online, just doing a mic check. So are you guys able to hear both our table, the podium, and staff's table? Is that coming clear to you guys when you're over there?
Yes, one thing though, it does cut out on my end sometimes when you guys talk, but only when you talk. So if that's anything, but I can hear you clearly.
Should I take that personally, Chair Robinson, or? Just teasing. Okay, we're back up and live, and we'd like to start off we're shifting now to Wildlife Division. And I see the esteemed Ken McDonald is at the podium, so I will turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and Commissioners. Again, I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Our first agenda item is we're seeking approval from the Commission to initiate rulemaking to amend some administrative rules that address grizzly bears. This request is in response to passage of Senate Bill 295 during the last legislative session, which passed with pretty strong support through the legislature. That bill addresses some of the issues resulting from Senate Bill 98 from the previous legislative session, and it further clarifies some aspects of how grizzly bears should be managed upon delisting from the Federal Endangered Species Act, including requiring FWP to manage grizzly bears at a level to maintain a delisted status. It makes clear that mortalities from all sources would count against agreed upon mortality thresholds, including take by livestock owners and translocations out of population. It also makes clear that preventative non-lethal measures are expected as part of management. Give me 1 minute. Senate Bill 295 specifically directs the Commission to adopt rules prior to delisting to allow livestock owner or other authorized person to take grizzly bear anytime without a permit or license when a grizzly bear is attacking or killing livestock. It mandates rulemaking and specifically says rules adopted by the Commission must be consistent with most recent state of Montana grizzly bear management plan, conservation strategies, including mortality thresholds, and adaptive management principles of the Commission and the Department for Grizzly Bear Population Management. The rules require a livestock owner or other authorized person who takes a grizzly bear to promptly report the taking of the grizzly bear to the department within 24 hours and to preserve the carcass. The rules are required to establish a quota each year for total number of grizzly bears that may be taken subject to those mortality thresholds and specifically to by livestock producers. And also the rules allow the Commission to adjust quotas for the taking of grizzly bears before a quota is reached if the Commission determines circumstances require adjustment of total number of bears taken. So this agenda item is really a proposal to initiate rulemaking as directed by Senate Bill 295. If you approve proceeding, we would start rulemaking following the Secretary of State's rulemaking processes. That would include a formal public comment opportunity on the proposed rule amendments, and would also include another visit to this commission with proposed rule changes. So today we're just asking you to simply approve initiation of rulemaking. With that approval, we would proceed with formal rulemaking processes. So we're not asking for any input on the rule itself today, just initiation of rulemaking. That I'd happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. So before we start this process, I just want to reiterate that this is for initiating rulemaking for potential amendments to address, the management policy for grizzly bears. So it doesn't allow us to do anything today at all. All it is to start the process. So here's my ask is that both commissioners and members of the public just keep your discussion and comments limited to the substance of the administrative rule process and itself. You know, should we or should we not initiate rules? The time to debate whether you like the rule, you like the components of the rule, any element of that, that will come when we actually get to rulemaking. So right now, as a result of the way it's structured in Montana law, we have to start a process such as this when we're mandated, and that's what we're looking for. So for input. So I just want to make that clarification for everybody, so you know what we're doing today versus what we will do in the future, assuming that we do decide to proceed with rulemaking. So with that, I open up the floor to the commissioners for any clarifying questions or motion. Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Vice Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission approve initiation of rulemaking for grizzly bears as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay, it's seconded by Commissioner Brook. Any additional questions or comments? Director Temple, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to let the commission know that the language in Senate Bill 295 that directs the department and the commission to promulgate rules prior to delisting was a friendly amendment that came to that bill from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So they asked us to do this prior to delisting. So that very specific change from the original draft came from the service after their review of the draft legislation.
Good to know. Any other questions or for either Mr. McDonald or his staff, or anything else commissioners need before we go out to public comment? All right, anybody here present that would like to comment on initiating rulemaking for grizzly bear, come on up here to the back door and then just step on up.
Vice Chair and Chairman, my name is Jeff Darrah. That's D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm here today representing Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. We strongly supported this bill 295, and we strongly encourage the commission to move forward with rulemaking authority here. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, spelled L-U-K-A-S, representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. And I'm delivering comments on behalf of our membership and our board. MWF supports initiating rulemaking. We feel that the public's interest is best served when rulemaking is done based on science and facts and not misleading the public with justifications that are refuted by established science. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman Tabor, members of the commission, my name is Ross Fitzgerald, R-O-S-S-F-I-T-Z-G-E-R-A-L-D. I represent House District 17 and also was the chairman of the House Fish, Wildlife and Parks Committee for the last two sessions. We had worked very closely with the department to make sure that we smoothed the highway to make the process to start to address the grizzly bear management situation, and with much input and much visitation amongst the groups, we came up with this to smooth the highway for that process. So we do encourage to initiate the rules making process, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Are there anybody, there are members in the audience that would like to comment on the motion on the table? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the internet. And what do we got in the regional offices?
Mr. Vice Chair, are there any public comments from the regions? If so, please activate your cameras. I see Region 2 has one. Please go ahead.
They're muted. Okay, you might be muted. We see you, but we don't hear you. Okay, while we're waiting for Region 2 to sort that out, is there any other regional offices that have folks in that would like to comment? So with that, I think what we'll do is we'll go to the internet, or you want, and then we'll come back to Region 2 if they can sort it out.
We have 3 attendees that would like to comment, Mr. Vice Chair. The first is Casey York. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. In initiating rulemaking, the definition of what constitutes a threat from a grizzly still remains concerning, as it did in the legislature. One too many people deem just seeing a predator as a qualifier. This gives them a get out of jail free card for injuring, killing a grizzly, including on our public lands, the grizzly's rightful home. The ARM encourages the increasing attitude that management equates to killing and endorses the need for sport hunting grizzlies contrary to science. Grizzlies need more than suitable habitat to survive. They need the public's education and support, and it starts with you. The ARM is deficient in adequately promoting respectful coexistence and requiring proactive, responsible measures, from proper trash cans, food storage, carcass removal, fencing to bear spray. What is also absent are the necessary means to reduce injuries and deaths of grizzlies by providing safe corridors, underpasses, overpasses, sufficient wardens, addressing cubs separated by hounds, and of course, trapping and snaring. Black bears are known victims of trapping, and grizzlies have been caught in traps in Montana too. Grizzlies are documented elsewhere, even losing digits in small traps set for marten. With the allowance of wolf trapping well before grizzlies hibernate, and the wolf trapping season still occurring when they emerge, it's just a matter of time before more grizzlies are trapped or snared. We look to you to prioritize and alleviate these causes of unnatural mortality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, next we have Michael Storger. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you, Chair, members of the commission. My name is Michael Storger, S-T-O-E-R-G-E-R, Livingston, Montana. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I will try and be brief here. I oppose these amendments to the ARM for the following reasons. You know, I'd planned on providing a bullet point list of reasons, but halfway through it, it dawned on me what a futile waste of time it would be. FWP has shown a recent track record of choosing to ignore actual science and instead seems to embrace the perception of science. How can the commission possibly defend the factually inaccurate statement that sport hunting is considered the most desirable method of balancing grizzly bear numbers with their habitat? That contradicts published scientific literature that states that hunting does not reduce human-bear conflicts. What's actually happening is that legislators are manipulating the statutory language to give the illusion of regulatory mechanisms to satisfy Fed compliance, knowing full well there's enough room for misinterpretation to allow sport hunters to kill grizzlies under the guise of population management. It would be more honest conversation if FWP just admitted that it wanted to open up a trophy hunting season on another predator species. But instead, FWP puts up shiny window dressing with a bunch of empty statements to give the illusion of public safety, ESA integrity, and property protection, all in an attempt to gaslight the public into thinking that policy is drafted for the welfare of the bear when it's clearly aimed at the welfare of the trophy hunter and outfitters. And since some of the commission members are outfitters themselves, seems like a conflict of interest to me. I would suggest if citizens and ranchers don't want to feel any threat at all from mammalian megafauna, they should move to Kansas. It's much safer there. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next, we have Helena. You are unmuted. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Director, Chair Robinson, and Commissioners. I'm Helena Edelson, representing Large Carnivore Fund. We're along the border of Yellowstone National Park and Gardner. I just want to thank you first for the opportunity to comment on this issue today. As landowners and taxpayers in Montana, our organization recommends the Commission not initiate rulemaking for grizzly bears as presented by Senate Bill 295. To initiate rulemaking on the grizzly bear arm is extremely premature. Starting the process now for the purpose of the arm and SB 295 now would be negligent. I also support the comments of Casey York earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Region 2, have we got it sorted out? Can we hear from you?
Let's test the microphone, Vice Chair Tabor. Is that working for you?
You bet. You're on board.
Okay.
Great. Chair Robinson and members of the commissioners. Derek Goldman with the Endangered Species Coalition. We opposed Senate Bill 295 strongly, and one of the reasons we primarily opposed it is because for the first time, it would authorize landowners to take a grizzly bear, not just on private land, but on public land. And we know of no other species managed by the department where a private citizen is allowed to take a species outside of established seasons. So we think this is a radical departure from department policy. We'll have more comments to offer during the process of the rulemaking, but we hope the rulemaking puts some significant sideboards on Senate Bill 295. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other folks in the regional offices or waiting online?
We have 3 more online, Mr. Vice Chair. Move to Glenda Meyer. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Grizzly bears should not be delisted from the ESA to begin with. They are a very slow species to recover. The actions of the state as it relates to other delisted predators only proves Montana's current political climate is not wildlife friendly. Please keep in mind the conflicts of interest when Fish, Wildlife, and Park members financially benefit from outfitting businesses while making decisions about trophy hunting. Before you finalize any policy, please consider the majority of non-consumptive citizens who want proper management. This is your chance to keep these apex predators on the landscape and not start their downward spiral back into near extinction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kim Bean. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Vice Chair and Commission. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name's Kim Bean, Wolves of the Rockies. It's kind of hard to follow Casey York, so I'm just going to really say thank you, Casey. I completely echo her incredible research and knowledge. This arm is truly a dangerous precedent. There's just not enough information here, and it surely is not benefiting wildlife or wildlands. I think we're running down the same path that we have with wolves. And as you all know, we don't need another situation like that. So please keep in mind as you go through this process where we're sitting today with wolves and where we will be in the future with our grizzly bears. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next, we have Glenda Meyer. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I meant to take my hand down. I've already commented, but I will say I agree with Kim and Casey York.
Thank you.
And next we have Lizzie Pennock. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name's Lizzie Pennock. I'm the carnivore coexistence attorney at Wild Earth Guardians out of Missoula. We urge you not to initiate rulemaking as proposed. Apex predator management and associated rulemaking should be based on scientific evidence instead of blatant misrepresentations or ignorance of the science in order to justify desired results of this commission and FWP. The ARM focuses on sport hunting and killing as the primary means by which to manage grizzly bears. And instead, what the state should be doing is focusing on education and coexistence. I'm concerned that the language of the ARM as proposed says that recreational opportunities as part of grizzly bear management shall include sport hunting. We disagree with that being proposed as a regulatory mandate because sport hunting is not consistent with perpetuating or preserving the grizzly bear population, as the proposed policy states this commission is dedicated to doing. Requiring a sport hunt means the commission is tying its own hands against making decisions based on science. Sport hunting is not consistent with the overall welfare of the species, which is also misrepresented in the ARM. Mortality from sport hunting is additive to other sources, which are already unsustainable and are yet to include death caused by SB 295. And I want to reiterate, as many people have done many times in public processes regarding grizzly bear management, sport hunting is not the best method for balancing grizzly bear numbers, minimizing predation against private property or carnivore or conflict with livestock. Although sport hunting may be greatly desired by this commission, in a small subset of special interests, this commission is consistently biased towards representing when managing apex predators. The science is very clear that sport hunting is not an effective method for minimizing predation or attacks on humans. I'm concerned that FWP continues to repeat these false.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Any more, Eric?
Yes, sir. Next, we have Chris Bachman. Go ahead, please.
Great. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thanks. My name is Chris Bachman. I'm the Conservation Director with the Yak Valley Forest Council. I just want to put out there that wildlife management should be based in science and not legislated. So the legislature directing this is a political movement, not a scientific one. The rule should reflect this and should be based in science. The rule should also not allow for the taking of bears for livestock conflict on public land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more commenters on the initiating rulemaking for ARM for grizzly bears?
Seeing none from the regional offices and none online, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. So that closes the public comment period. Are there any comments or questions from the commissioners before we take a vote? Commissioner Walsh, are you wanting to comment or you're eager to vote? Okay. So as far as votes, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. At this point, we are going to move into mountain lions, and I believe Ryan Wakeland is going to lead this conversation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. This agenda item is a little bit different. And I think it's kind of, unique. Montana is probably one of the few places where you'll have a pretty important fisheries item and a pretty important grizzly bear item as the warm-up show for a lion quota discussion. But this is the way this lion quota is being presented today. Oftentimes, and we hear a lot of people discuss how science should drive decisions and answers. But it's really interesting to note we frequently hear from the public and a variety of sources, organizations and what have you, that present a series of questions to the agency and to the commission. And because we've received a lot of those, especially regarding mountain lion quotas here recently, what the department's intent with our recommendation was to provide essentially the biological sideboards for the discussion. There's an awful lot of social discussion that occurs within those biological sideboards. And so with the department's evaluation and assessment, what we've determined is that any of the recommendations that we have, or part of the recommendation that we provided to the commission for a discussion, trying to get a discussion regarding the social aspects of it, these are all biologically defensible. None of these are designed to eliminate lions within Montana. None of them are designed to get to a place where populations can't change population levels. And it's also real important to recognize that there's a lot of things that influence ungulate populations, including predation. Predation is one of those factors. And we know that in some instances, depending upon those other biological factors, reducing a predator population can have the effect of increasing a prey population. It's not a linear effect, but we know it does play that role. And so I want to kind of talk about a little bit, and this is kind of a more lengthy kind of introduction than what we typically do with one of our agenda items, but I think it merits it. The way we originally developed some of the information here today, many of you may be familiar with the Northwest Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committee that the department established approximately 2 years ago now. And they used the data that the department collected through the spatially explicit capture-recapture models. We call that SEEKR. What SEEKR does is we go out and we use houndsmen to help us collect a genetic sample using a biopsy dart from an animal, mountain lions, and then we compare that over time with animals that have been harvested, how many times we recapture that same animal, and we can get a population estimate that's derived from that. And we look at this on an ecoregional basis. And the ecoregions don't correspond precisely to our regions, or for that matter, precisely to all of our lion management units. But what it's designed to look at is similar habitat and kind of the range of mountain lions, the way mountain lions move across the landscape. Using that effort and also using some integrated population model information to help us project what harvest would look like over time, the Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committee, the LEPOC, was a citizens group that was a facilitated exercise that tried to have broad representation upon it that would give a recommendation to the department on what a trajectory for a particular ecoregion of that population would look like. It also involved an awful lot of science that helped us look at what the trajectory would be, how we would model that, how we would look at the effects of that. And ultimately, the LEPOC is simply another method for the department to collect public input. We're collecting public input today. We collect public input in a number of fashions. We get responses. We have our citizens advisory committees. There's a lot of places that we get input. The commissioners receive input independently. And so there's a host of ways that we receive input. And our LEPOC recommendation is simply that. It's a recommendation to the department. And the department then, in turn, takes that information, evaluates it, and chooses to make a recommendation to the commission. The department is not bound by the LEPOC recommendation, and the commission is in no way bound by the department's recommendation. It's another way for us to collect input and to look at how the public might perceive a particular approach. Last year, the commission adopted that recommendation that came out of LEPOC, the Northwest LEPOC. We're in the process of formulating another LEPOC for the West Central region. We're going to use that. Our intent is to use that input to help us inform going forward. But in the meantime, there's also a lot of other input and a lot of other questions that come to the department, come to the commission. And so we wanted to be able to provide all that information to the commission for their ability to go through the decision-making process here. None of the recommendations included or the quotas included in the proposal that we shared, the department can support any one of those recommendations. None of them are going to decimate the population. The other thing to look at is that all of these recommendations are designed to provide a reduction in lion populations, except for the status quo, which would hold it stable for every place except the Northwest ecoregion. All of these are designed to have the effect over a 6-year period of time. The commission revisits the quotas annually. And so if we detect something that may be unintended, we'll have the ability to come back to the commission next year and provide them with additional information that they can use in their decision-making process. None of this is going to result in a change that will occur dramatically in a single year. Another thing that we cross-reference the analysis that we've used here. So we get a population estimate for the Northwest ecoregion, 1,376 animals, fairly wide confidence intervals around that. But we also compared that with some previous research that had been done. The department was involved in it. Genetic work published by Hugh Robinson was the lead author, but several other department employees were co-authors. And in there, they also closely corroborated the numbers, 4,000 animals roughly for the state of Montana. So the differences were not substantial. To try and model that across the rest of the state, we again used a resource selection function model. It's a habitat selectivity model that we use to compare that across the entire state and adjust population estimates accordingly. We don't have real-time population estimates in every single lion management unit or even ecoregion, but we do have a pretty sound understanding of the dynamics that are going on there based on harvest demographics and things of that nature that confirm to us that our populations are robust. So comparing that, we have a lot of assumptions associated with our modeling process, but essentially what we're looking at is if we're trying to reduce a population by 10% over the course of a 6-year period of time, we need to reduce that. We need to increase the harvest by 27% per year. And so that's where the numbers have come from on that. It's 59% for a 20% reduction and 86% for a 40% reduction. Again, let me emphasize, it takes 6 years to get that population to that level. There was some additional information that the department provided to the commission at the commission's request, specifically looking at how various ungulate populations were performing around the state. Specifically, what they were looking for were things like moose, sheep, goat, mountain goats, mule deer. We also provided some information on elk for reference. And so we provided that. That was also posted on our website after the original posting. One thing I need to point out, there was one error that was made. It was not in the cover sheet, but on the list with the quotas. The only error that exists there is I tried to identify what units were part of the West Central lion ecoregional population area and which ones were in the Northwest. I did get 2 of those inaccurate. It's correct in the memo, but it's color coded incorrectly. 204 is in the West Central and line management 285 is in the Northwest. Like I mentioned, it's correct in the memo. There's also, I want to point out that this is something the commission has to consider because there is a statute, a policy directing, provides direction on the management of large predators. And so that's something that has to be considered and something that part of the overall package. One of the things that I think could very easily skate through this discussion, but I want to point out, we are asking the commission to clarify one specific part of the the regulation on using for the hound training aspect of it. I think it was clear what the commission provided last year, but we failed to capture that in our regulations. And so that's included as a change and just to clearly identify what it is that we were looking for in that. Finally, I also want to mention that Vice Chair Tabor has provided a draft or a motion that he shared with the public through our website yesterday. A lot of people may feel like that was, a little late in coming, or, it's unfair to spring that late in the game. I'd like to make a kind of a point. It's really helpful to the department and I hope to the public. He's under no obligation to actually make that recommendation public prior to this meeting. But it kind of is an opportunity to kind of start the discussion and give everybody a chance to see what he's thinking. So, my personal appreciation for that. We do have, the department does have responses to the motions. I won't bring those up at this point in time. I'll wait until they're relevant. But that concludes the presentation that I have at this point in time. There's a lot to cover, and so there may be some questions the commission may have that I've failed to address.
So the way I'd like to do this is, again, get additional clarifications, questions, either from Brian, from Quentin, from anyone, so we can get it really well framed. And then at that point, we'll look at the motions, and then it's extraordinarily important that everybody knows that we're here for however long it takes to make sure we have maximum participation on this. It should be made clear that what was posted to the website, there are two motions. They're not being made together. They're separate motions. So what the plan is to talk very specifically about quotas, including the sub-quotas that are being recommended. And we'll get all the input necessary, and ultimately the commission will make a decision on that. And then subsequent to that, we're going to have an open dialogue relative to the sub-quotas, male versus female. And somewhat similar to what we've done on a couple of other topics, who knows where that will go? What we want to have is a robust public conversation about it, get some facts out on the record that a lot of people may not be aware of in terms of results and things like that. And from that point, then let the commissioners make an educated decision as to whether they see whether it's appropriate to do anything at that layer. So I just want to frame it in that fashion. Quentin, you look like you either got to go to the bathroom or you really got to say something. So let me give you the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and it's the latter. Real quickly, if I may, add with a slightly different focus point to Mr. Wakeley's comments. And I'll start by saying,
can everybody hear Quentin? We might have to move that microphone, Dustin, over towards him.
So, yeah, I can't even wait for the mic. Right? Right, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. And again, I'll try to be super brief. Would just like to add a little more context to the presentation. That's the foundation of this conversation, Vice Chair, that you're about to lead the attending public through and staff. And a lot of people in this conversation, some of them in the room, some of them online, have had a quota conversation without all of the relative certainty that is currently in this conversation. Mr. Wakeling spoke to a couple research pieces, a couple monitoring pieces. You don't have to go back very far before a quota conversation didn't have the benefit of that. So the department itself on Montana lions in Montana has research that explores relationships between lions and their prey, mortality of the ungulate species, censusing, surveying, measuring lion populations, modeling lion populations, connecting that with in an integrated population modeling context, something very contemporary, looking at habitat and building up from there. So there is a body of science, a lot of it from the department, again, on Montana lions in Montana, but that's against the backdrop of a larger body of lion research and management experience. across lion distribution in the United States. So this conversation today, starting with the presentation that Brian Wakeling walked us through, is built on a foundation of understanding. Uncertainties still are out there, absolutely, and there probably always will be. But relative to how we used to host this conversation on what lion quota is the right one, this one is orders of magnitude more informed. And just wanted to give that again, and all that to say, with that certainty, this. Anyone as Mr. Wakeling said, the biological sideboards anywhere on the presentation, lions are going to be fine. Lions. This is a conversation about lion abundance, and you've heard Mr. Wakeling talk about the direction that the proposal looks to take lions in the presentation. And then I would also add a little bit to the last piece that you spoke to, Vice Chair. The department also has an eye to that thing that is a quota, and then a quota met or not. And so the quota being the prescription, and in some cases, in a lot of cases across the state during the lion season, that quota is met, so the prescription's met. There are also places out there, we know we have experience where the quota is set, but it's not met. And so we are exploring, we'd encourage this conversation to focus on the prescription. We're evaluating with the potential to come back in August to the commission and attending public with some ideas about some additional steps we might take to ensure that prescriptions manifest in quotas are met more than they are right now across the board. And we would frame that development process, that thought process, against the backdrop that the 2023 lion season is structurally in place. So whatever we came forward would have to reconcile with that reality. And so again, all of that being said, we're more informed here today. Thanks for everybody's attendance. Look for it to be a further informed conversation now with the public input and the commission's questions. But also, if we may, we would encourage the conversation to be about the management prescription and look for a soon but later conversation on whether or not those are met through quota being filled. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Quinn, for that. So I want to put that in a little bit different terms because when this topic first came up and I reached out to the director's office, the question that I had was, what are we really trying to do here? Well, what we're trying to do is respond to our constitutional and statutory requirement to take into account the effects of this predator, because it is quite clear, because we've heard from a tremendous number of constituencies across the state, that there's a great deal of concern about our ungulate populations, in particular sheep, goat, moose, and mule deer. And so in that regard, the question is, are we doing enough for those species? The answer is probably not. When we talk about any one of the species, are we saying that the only reason they're in trouble is because of lions? We're absolutely not saying that. There's a lot of contributory factors as to why any of the ungulate populations are struggling right now. But we have to, the way it's structured, everything else, is take one thing at a time under our statutory obligation. And so when it comes to lions, we have to look at what is their potential impact, what's happening in the state of Montana, and are we or are we not being responsive enough now in a time frame that really either reverses an alarming pattern or does something else? So there are questions about the new structure in terms of permits. A lot of comments I know came to me and others and to the department. Well, what's the point of raising a quota if you haven't even met the one that exists? That gets to method and means, and that also gets to structure. And I can tell you that there's other states that have proposed a lot of programs to step up the productivity when you're really trying to control predator populations. And so my ask of the department through the director and through Quentin is either in the August meeting or in the October meeting, whatever they're prepared to, bring those ideas, solicit ideas from the public of what we can do better. You know, one of the things we know that a lot of the regions that don't have wetness, snow, we have less success. Is the conclusion that there's less lions? In some cases, that's the case. But most of the bigger, broader audience would tell you that, no, there's plenty of lions. We're just not in this state as oriented towards going after dry scent hunting as they are in, for instance, Arizona or Nevada and other places. So they're going to explore that. That's to come. What we want to focus on today is quota and subquota and see if we can get to the right mix, especially in those areas where we're really genuinely concerned about ungulates. So with that as the framework, I want to provide the opportunity for the commissioners to ask any more clarifying questions before we get to a motion level. So the floor is open, commissioners.
Vice Chair Tabor.
Commissioner Walsh.
I just have a request for the department, and that is some improved reporting on this topic. As we move through, we're going to adopt some new quotas today, but as we look back on this in a year, I'd love to see what the success rates were against the new quotas. And also in the same reporting, it would be great to have some evaluation of the ungulates that are in concern. You know, how are mule deer doing in these units with the, and are we selecting the right units to increase the quotas? And I was one of the people that had a concern about, increasing in one of the Region 4 quotas, going to 7 male lions. Not a single lion was killed last year, male lion. And I also believe in what I've heard from the regional biologist is the mule deer population in 447 is pretty healthy. And it would be great to have this on a consolidated report for the commissioners. That's all I have. Thanks.
Commissioner Walsh, any other commissioners want questions or clarification from Brian or anyone else and staff? Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do is read off a motion and then we'll take it from there. So I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the following regarding mountain lion quotas for the fall 23, winter 24 mountain lion season. 1, adopt clarifying language for non-resident hound licenses and all other aspects of existing regulations, including fall seasons as presented by the department. 2, adjust the department recommended special limited and unlimited lion license numbers, in other words, the harvest quotas, and specific lion management units that share hunting district geography with hunting districts that regulate sheep, moose, goat, and special permit areas for mule deer. We're defining these as the special ungulate areas of concern to purposely reduce mountain lion populations by 40% over a 6-year period commencing in the 23-24 season to include lion management units 213, which would be 6 males, 4 females, 250, 13 males, 9 females, 302, 4 males, 6 females, 304, 17 total, 6 female, 314, 11 total, 4 female, 317, 7 total, 4 female, 320, 7 total, 4 female, 380, 11 total, 6 female, 410, 9 male, 17 female, 413, 9 male, 9 female, 447, 7 male, 7 female, 525, 11 male, 17 female, 540, 9 total, 4 female, 580, 9 total, 6 female, 620, 9 total, 4 female, and 690, 17 total, 6 female. So those are the statewide recommendations of this motion. Going further, for Region 1, the following specific changes by my management lion unit. Adjust the recommended special limited and unlimited mountain lion numbers, the harvest quotas and LMUs for 101 to 5 males, 6 females, 102, 6 males, 6 females, 103, 7 males, 8 females, 104, 6 males, 7 females, 109, 5 males, 3 females, 110, 5 males, 3 females, 120, 5 males, 5 females, 130, 5 males, 5 females, and 140, 10 males, 8 females to purposely reduce mountain lion populations by 30% over a 6-year period commencing in 23-24. And LMUs 141, 150, and 170 to have no quota or subquota. And to adjust a 40% reduction for the original Northwest Eco Lion Population Objective Committee focal area reductions, not an additional 40%, but to move it up to 40%, which is consistent with Part 2. LMU's 100, 10 males, 14 females, 121, 9 males, 10 females, 122, 8 males, 9 females, 123, 4 males, 4 males, 5 females, 124, 4 males, 3 females, 201, 9 males, 8 females, 202, 14 males, 11 females, and 204, 4 males, 4 females. So that's the motion. And at this point, originally, when we were looking at the structure of this in terms of how it works, what I want to invite is each regional director to make any other modifications to this motion. But before I do that, I need a second to this motion.
I'll second.
Okay. At this point, what we'll entertain is any amendments to this motion by any of the regional commissioners to change anything. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd move to amend the motion to include the following quotas for the following lion management units. And just for the record, I'm just going to talk about Region 2 lion management units, but I'll go through them all. So 201 is already in the original motion, so leave that. 202 is in the motion and leave that as recommended. 204 already in the motion, leave that as recommended. Lion Management Unit 210, 20% increase to 5 males, 3 females for a total quota of 8. 211, 20% increase, 8 males, 13 females, or sorry, 8 males, 5 females for a total of 13. Lion Management Unit 214, sorry, we'll just go to 213, which was included in the original motion, so no change from the original motion. 214, a 20% increase, 3 male, 3 female, 6 total. 215, 20% increase, 5 male, 2 female, 7 total. Lion Management Unit 240, 40% increase, 9 male, 9 female, 18 total quota. Lion Management Unit 250 was included in the original motion and no recommended change. Lion Management Unit 270, 9 male, 40% increase, 9 male, 11 female, total quota 20. Lion Management Unit 280, 20% increase, 6 male, 6 female, total harvest of 12. 285, 20% increase, 8 male, 6 female, 14 total. Lion Management Unit 290, 20% increase, 10 male, 6 female, 16 total. And Lion Management Unit 299, 20% increase to a total quota of 25.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burrows. I'll go to Region 3. Commissioner Burrows, do you have any amendments to this?
Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Vice Chair, members of the commission, since there's an active amendment right now and it's been seconded, that amendment needs to be discussed and voted on before moving to a separate amendment.
Okay.
Parent motion.
Thank you for that correction. So any questions to Commissioner Burrows with regards to why he's amending the core amendment by any of the commissioners? Or any statement you'd like to make, Commissioner Burrows?
No, I guess maybe just to justify and clarification on why I spent a lot of time, talked to a lot of constituents, guides, houndsmen. I know there was some recommendations made. Originally, I had gone, I've kicked these numbers back and forth. Mr. Wakeling provided us the ungulate status updates. Most of these Region 2 lion management units have at least one ungulate population of either mule deer, bighorn, or elk below objective. There's multiple that have at least 2 species below, and I think there was one that might have had all 3 below. So I'd kicked around 40% in all those, but then I did look at the when I went back and analyzed a little bit more of the ungulates with the total harvest, I settled on 20% on some of those others, but the ones that were 40, both based on the data and anecdotally have heard that there's definitely ungulate issues in those depressed ungulate populations in those units. So that was my rationale and justification for those numbers.
Any other questions or comments on this amendment? Then we'll take a vote on the amendment. Chair Robinson, I'm sorry.
Do we have to go out for public comment though on these amendments? And if we do, can't we have the discussion and then go out as a whole with all the amendments for public comment?
Thanks, Madam Chair, for the question. I will refer to legal counsel on that.
Vice Chair, Chair Robinson. So structurally how it would work is that the amendment as proposed would be voted on and then become part of the parent motion itself. And so what would happen after that is that if there were any further amendments, it would follow the same process until there was sort of a complete parent motion. And then that would go up for public comment as a package, if that makes sense.
So at this stage, we're only voting on the amendment proposed by by Commissioner Burrows. And if there's no other discussion, we will take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same side. Okay, so the master motion is revised by that. Commissioner Brooke, do you have any amendments that you'd like to make to the master motion?
I move Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the following amendment to the motion. Increase the quota for LMU 301 to 13 males, 7 females, 20 total. And that is based on ungulates population status in that line management also being depressed.
Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Siebel. Any questions for Commissioner Brooke on her amendment to the core motion? We'll take a vote on that. All those in favor of amending the core motion with Commissioner Brooks' amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'll go to Region 4. Commissioner Walsh, do you have any amendments to the core motion that you would like to propose? Commissioner Walsh, I'm not sure if you're answering us, but you're muted. Or there you go.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I do not have any amendments.
Thank you. I'll move to Region 5. Commissioner Siebel, do you have any proposed amendments to the core motion?
Yes, Vice Chair Tabor. Just a little commentary. Region 5 is one of the areas where we certainly have robust lion populations, but definitely have issues with hunting and filling all of our quotas. I heard that a lot, but I really do agree with what Mr. Kujula said and the idea that we talk about the prescription now and then work on incentivizing. And Region 5 is one for sure that we need to work on incentivizing, figuring out ways to get closer to filling the quotas that we have, do a better job at that. So I'm looking forward to that process. And so in the spirit of the intent of this motion, I would like to amend the master motion as amended now on the table to add Lion Management Unit 502 with a total quota of 40 lions. And that represents a 20% increase.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'd second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Burrows. Is there any questions for Commissioner Siebel regarding that amendment to the master motion? Hearing none, we'll vote on that. All those in favor to amending the master motion with Commissioner Siebel's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. It's duly amended once more. We will move to Region 6 and Chair Robinson. Do you have any additional changes to the core motion?
Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor.
Bless you.
I will on 620, I want to keep it as the original motion, but on 690, I would like to change that to a 20% reduction over a 6-year period. So that would be 14 total, 5 female. And that is all my changes.
Okay, do I have a second to Commissioner Robinson's amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Brooke. Any additional questions? Chair Robinson, I do have a question. So is that coming down from the core motion?
Yes.
And so what's the thought process there?
Yes. My thought process is I looked at all the comments and then I visited with our wildlife biologist in Region 6, and he didn't feel also that it could even be met at that bigger reduction. And if you look at the mule deer numbers for 690, are at objective, elk are above objective, and bighorn sheep are below objective. So that is where I came up with the 20% rather than 40% reduction, just because not sure if it could even be accomplished to reach those numbers.
Okay, any additional questions for Chair Robinson's amendment? Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Chair, just out of curiosity, with the idea that the concept that we might separate the idea of the prescription and the number of sheep, especially when you talk about the bighorn sheep being under objective, I think you just said, in that region north of the river, would that?
Yes.
I guess I'm curious why we would ask for a reduction when the bighorn sheep are down. And then we're talking about incentives potentially later on to be able, or incentives changes to be able to try to help increase harvest in areas that are under harvest. Just curious about your rationalization.
Sure. And it's not really, this is a reduction. I mean, it's 20% reduction from what it was. It's just a smaller reduction than what the original motion was. But mainly because I guess just with the conversations, I don't, why set them that high if you're not going to meet them? So that's where my thought process is.
Any further questions? Okay, so we'll go to a vote on this. All those in favor of this amendment proposed by Chair Robinson to the core motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So that's 5-1. Okay. All right, and then we'll go to Region 7. Commissioner Lane, do you have any amendments that you want to make to the core motion?
Vice Chair Tabor, we have none at this point.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have a standing motion that we're going to want. Is there any additional comments or questions from the commission? Any questions of staff before we start going out to public comment? So I'd just like to myself provide a little bit more backdrop in terms of my own personal position, why I proposed the Region 1 changes. As a commissioner standing in one of the two regions that has both noticeable, alarmable, trends in all of our classes of ungulates. What I heard consistently for the last year as a commissioner is we're not doing enough across the board. Quite frankly, we're not doing enough in habitat. We still want more lions. We got to do a better job in bears. We got to do a better job in all of them. With a really keen concern about sheep, moose, and mule deer, and goats for that matter. And so Region 1 has had a series of CACs, but they've also did a kind of a traveling show to talk about mule deer management and everything else, and got overwhelming feedback of concern. And so part of what I looked at is saying, okay, that when the Lion Committee came up to their recommendation, because I followed the Eco-Region Lion Committee, I think it's pertinent to point out what that process is, because what that did is it took a group of folks together and said, you have a range, make a recommendation. And so it's based on the facilitated process and what that group of people ultimately decided to make as a recommendation. You could get 7 other people together and they might have had a different recommendation. And so I had a couple of comments that were interesting. They said, well, you're not following the science. That's not science. That's process, and that's a process that provides it. The science that's been made available to the commissioners is we have a latitude to do nothing all the way up to 40% and not harm, do no harm to the long-term sustainability and stableness of the lion population. And quite frankly, as a personal hunter and somebody that's been involved in lion hunting, I really have a fondness for lions, as I do virtually all predators and all animals. So it's not about trying to eliminate off the landscape. What it's about is our statutory obligation of trying to create balance in terms of what the alarming patterns that are occurring in the ungulate arena. And are we doing enough in all categories? Right now, we're just talking about lions. Who knows what we'll be talking about next prescriptively to tackle the overall problem. So that's the approach that I used and got a lot of good input from a lot of people on this situation. And so, and I'll let any other members of the commission comment as to why they chose to do what they did before we open it up to public comment. Any other comments from commissioners? Good. So looking forward to the public comment. A lot of you folks have driven far and long, and we appreciate that. So for the folks that came here to Helena, same deal. Exit out the back, line up here, 2 minutes, state your piece. Right now, we're only talking about the motion on the table. So don't burn any of your time talking about female and male subquotas right now, unless you don't happen to agree with one of the quotas that was proposed. Just focus on whether or not you can support the motion that's on the table. There'll be a second go around for comment on that other motion later. So everybody line up here and we'll exhaust everybody in the room, answer any questions, and then we'll go to the internet. So, and make sure when you're at the podium, please project not only for the benefit of the folks that are sitting on the internet, but it's my understanding that folks in the back sometimes have trouble hearing some of the folks at the podium. So please project.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. My name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. Normally we don't weigh in on lion issues, but we felt the Tabor motion was egregious, where we just couldn't sit back and let this go forward without a comment. Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks is quickly turning into Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks outfitters. My comments aren't meant to incite or inflame. They're just how I have communicated with others in my nonprofit world. And this is how we see it. And I don't think we're far off the mark. We're disappointed that science is being tossed out the window. We're disappointed that the department has rolled over and accepted the Tabor motion. That's wrong. So we need to return to science. Let me give you an example. We checked with a local outfitter that would benefit directly from this, called Swan Mountain Outfitting. Their most expensive hunt is $6,900, and it's for lions. They will benefit directly from this. We encourage the commission to be reasonable and not support this. We thank Commissioner Burrows for making the amendment he did. We think it's the right move. It's a step in the right direction. We also would request that any commissioner that has an interest in outfitting recuse themselves from this vote. It's been done in the past, and it's the right thing to do. Stop the commercialization of our wildlife, especially our large carnivores. Start managing large carnivores correctly. Return to science. Stop the war on wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Scott Cargill from Whitehall, Montana. So lion hunting is my profession, my passion, and my hobby. I definitely do see the need for increased percentages in certain areas. I'm going to say region 1 and 2. I personally would rather not see any increase in region 3 until we're done with the lion monitoring program, which I am currently involved with. I believe we need to finish that so that we can have the sector recapture model for each ecoregion prior to basing the numbers of reduction going forward, because what works in the Northwest ecoregion is not going to be the same as the Southwest, in my opinion. That being said, I can see the need for it. I just hope that going forward, we dissect this a little bit more individualized. And I also want to point out there that outfitters aren't going to benefit from this, because 60% reduction will put me out of business. So it's not an outfitter based thing by any means. This way.
Yep. Next person step up. Thank you.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, my name is Nathan Wolf. I'm from Livingston, Montana, and I'm a board member on the Montana Houndsman Association. And we do not support a vote in this manner, in this fashion. We would not like to see the quota increased at this time. There's still an ongoing state study, and we'd like all that information to be in before we move forward. There was a lot of discussion on ungulate populations. I've hunted Montana most of my adult life, and the ungulate population has waxed and waned every 5 to 10 years. And to put the focus solely on lions when there are so many other factors there does not seem like an appropriate decision to make such an aggressive move or a bold move going to the numbers of 40% throughout the state. So thank you for your time.
Vice Chair and Commissioners, my name is Winston Opelt. I am from Livingston, Montana, and a member of the Montana State Houndsman Association. I took the day off work unpaid to come here in opposition of this management proposal. Killing 40% of the lions in some units would be very detrimental to that population. I think no matter what species we are managing, it is only fair that Montana's wildlife should be managed based on the facts, numbers, and science of that population. Data collected by biologists and quotas can tell a lot about a population, but to conduct a study in one area and make it a statewide problem, I think is wrong. I hunt deer and elk just as hard as the next guy and care about both populations. Black bears kill deer, grizzlies, wolves, coyotes, harsh winters, droughts, and people kill deer. Why are we handing out so many tags per unit? There's 100 mule deer doe tags handed out in Gardner, for example. Maybe decreasing that number would help the deer. Why are we pinning all of the deer mortality rates on lions alone? What percentage of deer mortality is caused by lions compared to all the other contributors? We need equilibrium between both predator and prey. After the conclusion of the Northwest ecoregion study, that the findings in conjunction with the 4 days of time spent by volunteers on the ecoregional population objective committee settled on a 12.5% decrease in that lion population. We have not been able to finish this process on the second ecoregion and have not even gotten to the rest of the state. To stop the process at this point, we'll have wasted a substantial amount of taxpayer dollars for the 2 winter studies conducted thus far, and all the volunteer time of the people who worked for days on the Northwest ecoregion LEPOC. Is the commission willing to say that all that effort, work, and taxpayer money spent unappreciated, and are they willing to throw all that away on what is obviously just a political maneuver? Montana is growing a pretty heavy hand against predators, and I truly believe it's going to hurt us in the long run as far as hunting opportunity. This is the first time I have stood next to an anti-hunting supporter and agreed with them. Once again, thank you.
Making the drive.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Director Dustin Temple.
Project. Got to speak loud.
Okay. I'm Chris Faber. I'm a landowner in the Bear Paw Mountains and the Missouri River Breaks, and also an outfitter, both. And I just heard some comments on Region 6 and specifically Area 690, and completely disagree with what even the biologists are saying about the mule deer being over objective. The mule deer are getting hammered, especially in the Missouri River breaks, and the sheep population is really struggling. Obviously, more than people are talking about. Used to shoot 8.5-year-old rams. We're down to 4.5, 5.5-year-old rams. I don't think anybody wants to go to the Missouri Breaks, one of the best sheep hunting areas in the world, and shoot a 4.5-year-old ram. We don't have grizzlies. We don't have wolves. Coyotes don't kill them. I don't know what's killing sheep, but it's not a disease. Lambs to use, probably about 8-10 to 1. Something's killing the lambs too. So if you want to save that sheep herd, the disease isn't going to kill them. Something's killing them, and there's no mule deer left in the Missouri Breaks. You can't hunt them in the CM Russell, really, with dogs. So we're protecting them. And you've got Region 7 with 45 lions, which is the same as Region 6. And then we have these sub-quotas in Region 6. And you can only kill 5 females in Region 6 right now. You're protecting the lions if you only kill 5 females. So I disagree with the population estimates. The mule deer, all the landowners, and represent just about every landowner that I've talked to, and sportsmen, public hunters. There's too many lions, and we need to do something about it. So thank you.
Jeff Dara, that's DARRAH for the record. I represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. This was a controversial subject for us to talk about. Our group generally is a predator management based organization. We strongly believe if there's a predator problem, they need to be managed, just like the rest of our wildlife is managed. We feel that mountain lions are a game animal, and we want them to stay a game animal. There's been a lot of rumor that lions may be made a predator, and we don't support that. We want to manage just the way you're doing it right now. I've talked to Commissioner Burrows about quotas and numbers, and our commission or our board came up with 30% on areas where ungulates were being severely impacted, and 10% in areas where ungulates weren't being impacted as much by lions. And what I heard today was a lot closer than what we had talked about. So I support that strongly. And I don't have anything more to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Commission Chair, my name's Chris Killorn, Killorn. I'm from Belgrade, Montana, 4th generation Montanan. I'm representing SCI today, Safari Club International. This has been a hot topic, a lot more than I thought. I'm not a huge lion hunter, but I'm surrounded by hunters all the time. And, we have our great friends in the houndsmen. I trust what they say a lot too. But I also trust our landowners. And I think the commission has done a great job in each commissioner checking with their stakeholders in their areas. And I appreciate your guys' work on that. On our side, we're on SCI side, we are going to support your guys' motion. We know it's not forever. We know it's for a 12-month deal. We do, in areas, one area that we would like to see a change is like in 313, because the quota is filled within 2 weeks, and there's still a lot of observation of a lot of lions on the landscape. And that's the only one in Region 3 that I have to say, because I think all of you have done your due diligence on this. Also with studies out of the Northwest, and the studies that the houndsmen are doing is also a great deal. I know that many of the houndsmen oppose this, but I do want to keep this as a big game animal and have you guys have control over this. And I appreciate your work and support this motion. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
My name's Justin Burdett, Region 2 Director of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association.
We do support an accelerated reduction in lion populations to help depressed ungulate populations recover. We recognize that this approach needs to be surgical at the LMU level rather than universal. Some regions and hunting districts have ungulate management issues and some do not. We do support the presented motion today, and we do recognize there's some houndsmen that are opposed, but there's also a lot of houndsmen that are for this motion. That's all I get to say.
Hello, Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners. Thanks for having us. My name is Bill Wood. I'm an outfitter down in Southwest Montana. I'm also the Region 3 Director for MOGA. There's no deniability that we have an issue with a lot of our ungulates across the state, and there needs to be a reduction in mountain lions in some locations. I'm going to speak specifically for Region 3 and specifically 320. I would caution the Commission on an increased quota based on the recent findings with bird flu in the mountain lion population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, I'm from Mike Copel, COLPO from Big Timber. I represent MOGA and the Region 5, and I'd like to talk a little bit about Region 3 because we have a lot of crossed lines coming out of the Paradise Valley into Region 5, and that whole I guess complex. So I did my due diligence and talked to the houndsman of the area, the game warden, the biologist, and to Commissioner Siebel, and came up with a real conclusion that the 40% increase in quotas across the board in Region 5 were warranted, as we have the unlimited areas, we have a lot of goat population, we have a moose population, and we also have a decreased mule deer population. Whitetails are not doing as well there either. But talking to the biologist this year after his flights, he said, our mule deer populations are in the toilet. And he's been saying that for a few years, but he really re-emphasized the toilet part more this year. So that's telling us where we're at. We talked to landowners, they're wondering where all the mule deer are at. They're not seeing them. And they're seeing a lot more lion sightings, a lot more lions on the landscape. I'd like to talk a bit more about, narrow it down a bit to Region 525, which is a very large area. The number of lions that the few of us that are out there on the landscape, that's why we didn't fill the quotas in Region 5. We didn't have the hound hunters and talking to the game warden. Anyone seeing them this year, not seeing the people on the landscape. It was nice to be out there with not having a lot of people. But the bottom line is we don't have the people there to fill the quotas. Also in 525, we have a lot of ground that can be pretty tough to get into. That's another reason with the snow this year and drifts and so on. But on the public land that we have to hunt, we don't have the ungulates that we had at one time. So
thank you very much.
We need to do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Stacy Barch. I'm with the Montana State Houndsman Association president. I'm here to oppose the changes for the mountain lion quotas. I think that what we really need to focus on is getting the studies completed for the state, then revisit this. Are there areas that do need to have a reduction in lions? I'm certain. I believe the Region 3 area, the mountain lion quotas are probably in line with what they should be. I see a lot of areas that the quotas aren't being filled. I think you'd mentioned 290 going from 10 to 16 for quota. I believe 290 didn't even fill this year. And I know 339 was 2 cats short of filling an 8 cat quota. They only killed 6 out of there. So this is something that we need to take into consideration. I mean, I would recommend getting some sort of chart, bar graph, let people see what the numbers are. The other commissioners, this is what we have. This is what happened last year. I mean, you guys probably aren't up to date on what was filled, what was not filled. Having that in hard copy or up on the screen showing those numbers would help make a decision easier for everybody. So anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris Marchand. I'm here today representing the Anaconda Sportsman's Club. Our interests are in Region 2 and Region 3. In Region 3, we've had a pretty consistent and successful lion management in the hunting districts that we have around there. It's been good. Region 2 is a completely different story. And our interest is particularly hunting district 213 and 214. Historically, those two areas were together and the quota was 2 males. We have ended up, I live in town. I consistently have mountain lions in my yard every winter. I've had kills in my backyard. You never heard a mountain lion story up until about 12 years ago. Now everybody's got one. We have tried to work with the department. We're pretty unsuccessful until about a year and a half ago. We have a new regional wildlife manager and we have a new biologist, and they have been really good. The regional wildlife manager came to our sportsman's meeting. We had a really constructive meeting a little over a year ago. We had 4 of the lion hunters show up. We put a lot of stuff on the table. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of understanding. The quotas have changed from 2 males for those 2 hunting districts. They're separated now. We have 4 in 214 and you have 5 in 213. So you went from 2 to 9. We can't fill that quota. The problem's not the quota right now. The problem is access. And one of the problems is the majority of the game in the winter are on our WMA. You can't go on the WMA. And so we have been working. We just had a meeting with the lion hunters and our club Monday night to talk about the things that we could do. And that's not up for discussion right now, but that is, you know, looking forward, we want to figure out how do we get, how do you got to get harvest on that WMA. And we've made some constructive, I don't need to go through it today, but I think to increase it, to increase the quota is not the right answer right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Rod Bullis, Bullis, with the Helena Hunters and Anglers. I want to speak about information that goes into informed decision-making. And that, as there are engineers on this commission, know that data doesn't lie. Now, I'm one of those old-time houndsmen that was very instrumental in the Garnet Range mountain lion study. In this region 2, the area between Bonner and Lincoln, I live in the upper Blackfoot. And when people talk about killing numbers and numbers just in the information, and I gave this to Jana Waller when she was in your chair, for every female mountain, this is what was found in the study, FWP published, for every female mountain lion killed by hunters, another one was killed in other ways. So when you talk about a number, the data says other ones are killed by other ways. Secondly, is one of the greatest wildlife researches that was done in the 20th century by Dr. Morris Harnacker, published as a wildlife monogram by the Wildlife Society in the Salmon River, analysis of predation on mule deer and elk in the Idaho primitive area. The bottom line is predation by lions, however, is a powerful force acting to dampen severe prey ungulates, etc. However, deer populations were limited by winter range food supply. Now, in the Bitterroot, I was just down there this past weekend. A lot of the winter range is either covered with houses, cheap grass, or knapweed. So that's the fact. And then in final is I haven't had a chance to meet you, but our club works mostly Region 3 and Region 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commission, I'm Joe B. Bowda, houndsman from Whitehall, Montana. And I'd just like to speak on Region 3 that I think that we've been doing things the right way with our quota meetings, and I don't see any reason for this drastic increase until a study's been completed. And we meet with our biologists, and in the areas you're proposing to raise the quotas, I don't know who we're doing this for because I don't see a problem with our population. And I'd like to see Region 3 stay with the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members from the public? Please get up here. Are you coming? No? Okay. Any other members from the public that would like to comment before we go to the internet? All right, Eric, what do we got?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll move to the regional offices first. I see that Region 1 Kalispell has activated their camera. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, commissioners, for hearing my comment today on this matter. My name is Ryan Castle. I'm a Montana resident houndsman. I'm also an elk and a deer hunter and a professional hunting guide. I've been fortunate enough to have been a contracting houndsman for the Montana Mountain Lion Monitoring Program for the past 4 years since it was first put in place. Professionally and recreationally, I've had the opportunity to pursue mountain lions in 27 mountain ranges across the state of Montana, and I've been blessed to spend over 700 days searching for lions. Among the many lessons I've learned, one that really sticks out to me is how ecologically diverse Montana is. Like most of us here, I want as many deer, elk, lion, sheep, goats, etc. on the landscape as possible, so that future generations, like my 20-month-old daughter, can enjoy Montana's wildlife and have ample opportunity to hunt. I'm proud of Montana for using the best science and tools available to hold our finger on the pulse of mountain lions via the Lion Monitoring Program. With the regional committees made of diverse stakeholders, it's an honest effort to give Montanans a voice for how they want the department to manage local lion populations. Increasing harvest quotas in each region before the monitoring program has produced population estimates and eco-regional committees have commented would be disregarding all efforts of the Lion Monitoring Program and would be robbing local Montanans an opportunity to speak for what their needs are in their own backyards regarding their own local lion and ungulate populations. The 12.5% reduction already implemented in the Northwest ecoregion is what the people of that region agreed upon last year. So let the people of West Central and Southwest have their say as well. Montana is too diverse for lions and ungulates to be managed on a broad statewide basis. Minor adjustments in the right direction for each area's needs is the best approach. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing and taking my comment into consideration. I encourage you to stay status quo and to adjust lion quotas in each LMU after the ecoregional lion committees have met and considered the data required for each region. I know this isn't a black and white issue, so I'm for managing lions for the people, by the people, with available science. I do not support this motion.
Thank you. Is there another commenter from Region 1? Okay, perfect.
Director, members of the commission, my name is Casey Stutzman, Stutzman, from Marion, Montana. I wanted to thank you for considering my perspectives on this conversation. I'm a lifelong Montana resident and have fervently pursued lions for the past 25 years. For the last 4 years, I have been able to work for the state as a contract houndsman for the Lion Monitoring Project, as well as a research project in Hunting District 121. This, along with my other years of hunting, has given me an intimate perspective on lion densities in much of the state. These densities vary, and recruitment also varies from lion management unit to unit. Because of this, management must also vary. I was also able to be a member of the Northwest Ecoregion Lion Committee in 2022 and worked alongside many other stakeholders to cooperatively bring recommendation for lion harvest in the Northwest ecoregion. This resulted in a decrease in lion populations over the next 6 years with a heavier prescription in several focal areas. Last hunting season, this was put in place in Ecoregion 1 and its effects are already being seen. My desire is to have balance. The process is already in place to let each area and all its stakeholders come together to find that balance that is right for each ecoregion, informed by the best science available in the country. Please do not make changes until these LEPOC committees can meet. Thoughtful, incremental changes in the right direction is the correct way to manage mountain lions. Drastic management always results with unintended consequences. I urge you to let the adaptive process that is currently in place inform the harvest prescription. Please don't accept the recommendation and maintain status quo. Thank you for considering my perspectives.
Thank you. Any other members from Region 1? Oh, I'll take that as a no.
Vice Chair, looks like Region 2 has one that would like to speak. Region 2, go ahead, please.
Mr. Director, members of the commission, I'm Steve Wilson, Region 2, the Bitterroot. I've been in the Bitterroot since 1982, and I here representing myself and 9,000 applicants for a special limited entry mule deer tag, which used to produce trophy mule deer. We're at a point now where we just don't see the kind of deer that we used to have. The base of the deer are not there. In 2000, the biologist flew in December and surveyed and classified over 3,000 mule deer in hunting district 270. We just had a spring count, which was 1,600 and change, and that was on green up. If we'd have done a green up flight in 2000, we'd have been well over 4,000 deer. We got to do something, and I certainly agree with Commissioner Bureau's, and there's room to even go further. Hunting District 240, you got to realize, is 60 miles long, and right directly west of that is the wilderness, and it's a short distance to get to the wilderness, but there's no roads. So if you're hunting lions, you're going to be on a leash, and you're going to be basically walking up any of those canyons for that 60 miles. And you're probably not ever going to fill the quota. We used to have a quota of 125 lions, and we never ran out. So places like 240, you can hunt and hunt and hunt, but you're going to have to walk. That's just a simple fact. And we've got packs of wolves on the west side.
Thank you
Last
very
I
much.
heard,
Your time has expired. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the comment.
Sorry, I'd like to
No,
talk
you're
for
just
about an
fine.
hour.
Thank you. Good. A lot of folks good. Thank you. Anyone else from Region 2? Any of the other regional offices have anybody that'd like to comment? Okay, let's go to the internet, Eric.
Mr. Vice Chair, moving to the attendees, we'll start with Casey York. Go ahead, you are unmuted.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioners, Casey York with Trap Free Montana again. As you decide how many more mountain lions to unjustifiably kill, the houndsmen oppose and outfitters support. No, large predators are sensitive to exploitation. Our focus, though, is on the repeatedly dismissing the trapped mountain lions. 178 lions were reported caught in traps or snared in the last 10 years in Montana. At least 106 lions were dead as a result, 60%. They do not come off the quota. These are just the ones reported. Up until a few years ago, not all trapped mountain lions were even required to be reported. In recent years, at least a quarter of the lions were caught in traps set for wolves. The rest basically in sets for bobcat or coyotes. Trapping of coyotes is completely unregulated. We don't know if the lions were males or females, and we should. The overwhelmingly majority of the remaining lions, 40%, were reported injured or released. A former prominent houndsman told me is that even if these lions will be turned loose, they easily could end up losing some toes. If that happens, their ability to travel is impaired. Their ability to hunt is impaired. If their front toes are missing and they can't climb a tree, any encounter with hunting dogs will not go well. We have no required trap check other than 48 hours for wolves and a lynx protection zones for bobcats. That's still double the recommended time for a trapped animal to survive with minimal injury. A trap release lion does not mean they did not succumb to frostbite and will not eventually lose appendages. When will these trapped lions matter? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kim Bean. Go ahead, please.
Vice Chair and Commission, my name's Kim Bean with Wolves of the Rockies. You know, we continue to hear the same thing over and over again. You know, low ungulate populations. We have a problem here. We have a problem there. It's always the wolves. It's always the lions. It's always the bears. You guys know we have habitat loss issues. We have habitat problem. When is it our problem? When is it our issue? When is it the human problem? When are we at fault? When are we going to be responsible? When are you going to stop managing our wildlife and our wild lands for the sake of money, for the sake of the outfitter, for the sake of the bottom dollar? When are you going to start managing wildlife for what it is, our wildlife and our wild lands? What in these areas where you have low ungulate populations, how many of these areas have habitat problems? How much of that is encroachment from human encroachment? How many problems are there? And what are you doing about that? What are you doing about habitat loss? Not a damn thing, guys. Not a thing. But you are killing our predators. You don't have a problem with killing predators, but you do have a problem looking in the mirror. This is an issue we need to be addressing. It's infuriating that we can easily go after our predators. It's so easy to do, but it's so hard to look in the mirror when we are the problem. It's time to stop. It's time to look at the issues that we actually have and stop going after the wildlife. This is not okay. Stop going after the lions. It's true. We've got people standing next to one another. We're actually standing next to one another. Hunters, houndsmen, and wildlife advocates standing next to one another saying, no, Commissioner, this is not okay. So take heed. Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one labeled Zoom user. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Let's see.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, commissioners, thank you for taking my comment. I just want to pose a larger quota. Mountain lions are keystone predators, and we can't blame them for ungulate populations. If you think about it, like just look at the group of houndsmen and huntsmen that are on the call. I mean, how many people are hunting? I mean, it's just the numbers, right? It's a number game. We can't magically have ungulates appear. So please don't blame like a few hundred mountain lions for destroying like thousands and thousands of ungulates. Sorry for not having the precise number of ungulates, but the point is we have to look elsewhere for for this. Like, there's 1 million people now living in Montana, plus I don't know how many million more visits. So please don't blame wildlife. Hundreds of years ago, there used to be way more ungulates, way more predators, and the numbers were there. So can't really blame them. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ian Wargo. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Vice Chair Tabor, members of the commission. My name is Ian Wargo. I'm a Region 1 Citizen Advisory Council member. I'd just like to state that relative to some of the areas where our ungulate populations are suffering in Northwest Montana, I'm supportive of this management. I would encourage the commission to, and the department to define clear goals with what we're trying to accomplish here. Going to the scalpel, Flathead National Forest, for example, we used to have between 4,000 and 6,000 elk on Flathead National Forest. A large portion of that is contained within the Bob Marshall Elk Management Unit. The counts for the Bob Marshall were just conducted. We're down to 273 elk. So makes a lot of sense in some of these, districts, 140, 150, the Swan, Middle Fork, makes a lot of sense to, increase our harvest. On that flight, there was there's calf recruitment of 15.2. It's pretty well documented that you need to have calf recruitment up in the 30s to see a sustainable or growing population. So I'm in support of this in the areas that I'm familiar with, but it does sound like, targeted approaches to this is, with stated outcomes would be my recommendation. Sure that I don't like the broad brush approach that seems like we're leaning towards in the state. I really like the boots on the ground, targeted approaches that we go in with a scalpel, take care of issues where issues exist, and make sure that we have clearly defined outcomes that we're going for. I'd sure like to see calf recruitment in the Bob Marshall and some of the other areas, bump back up 25 or 30. I think that would be a outcome that we could try to achieve.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Helena. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Vice Chair Robinson, Commissioners. I'm Helena Edelson, representing Large Carnivore Fund. We're based in Region 3 out of Gardner. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just want to mention first that we have a daily stream of mule deer and elk on my property here in Region 3, and we're right next to a 100% unmanaged mountain lion population. As landowners in Montana, our organization recommends the Commission adopt the first alternative, which maintains the status quo, no increase in harvest of the current mountain lion management plan and quotas, which are allowing mountain lion populations to rebound. The Northwest Ecoregion LEPOC recommended the mountain lion populations in the Northwest Ecoregion be reduced overall, including quota recommendations by LMU and male-female, which we appreciate. Yet the recommendation cites several uncertainties in the model and data which are not being considered. With due respect to the hunters, using them for data collection means FWP is relying on scientifically untrained and singular stakeholder sources, which we argue renders that data and recommendations invalid. Mountain lions are a self-regulating species. Individually, we may not agree with the need for population control, but as an organization, recognize all interests and the need for all stakeholders to compromise in reaching sustainable solutions. To the amendment for further reduction, it benefits in some cases certain outfitters, which is a serious concern. Species management should never be based on or benefit one particular stakeholder group. LEPOC must consider representation of all stakeholders, yet it does not. And finally, FWP will never represent all the people in Montana until equal representation of all of the stakeholders are included and heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Oswald. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Oswald, are you there? There we go.
Thank you. I would like to thank the commission for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to support the amendment as amended, and that here in the Bitterroot that we can stand a reduction in the predators, as we're pretty much surrounded by the wilderness areas, and they act as reservoirs that backfill with any vacancies of the predators. In the Bitterroot here, for the sake of our ungulates of concern, the moose, bighorns, the goats, and mule deer, and these are all species of concern, that please approve this motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Jeff Reed. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Jeff Reed, Paradise Valley, and thank you for the mostly thoughtful discussion. I'm speaking on behalf of a group of tourism businesses in Park County who definitely share your interest in making sure mule deer, moose, goats, and sheep are on the landscape. We were fine with the status quo for 314 and 317 and had communicated that to our commissioner. I'm really interested in the goal of this motion with respect to mule deer in 314 and 17, since that seems to be the only ungulate population data that would support the basis for any change to LMUs 314 and 17. I'd like to reiterate Commissioner Walsh's request for data that shows correlation between lion predation and ungulates, especially mule deer here. I'll also be interested to see what you do with the 100 mule deer B tags in 314 and 17, which had a total harvest of 100 of them across last year in both regions. For what it's worth, 50 mule deer a year are killed on Highway 89 by vehicles annually, mostly due to tourism. So clearly the blame regarding mule deer falls on a lot of us, and including the supposedly non-consumptive tourists. Ultimately, however, my interest is in how you will measure success of this motion with respect to 314 and 17. If mule deer populations don't go up and you meet your increased lion quota, as there are plenty of studies suggest, including one co-authored by Justin Goody in the recently published Ecology and Management of Mule Deer, which cost me $200 to buy. I really appreciate your comments, Commissioner Tabor, acknowledging that a holistic approach to ungulate declines in some regions needs to be the approach. And I'm very interested in knowing how you will know which actions you take are the most successful for the objective of maintaining ungulate populations like mule deer at sustainable levels in 314 and 17. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no further commenters, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for both the people that showed up and the folks that called in. Very meaningful conversation, as you can tell, with like a lot of our issues, quite an array of opinions and thoughts and feelings. I do want to get a few more pieces of information out to inform both the public and the commissioners. And so some of the question has come up, why did it change? So in the process of the department saying, here's a range and you probably should consider something, I came back and said, well, okay, but help us out a little bit. And so one of the very specific things I did at the beginning of the week is I reached out to Mr. Wakeling and I said, what would be particularly helpful to the commission is, because we hear the overall issues of ungulates of concern. We hear that. But just as to the previous commenter, where are you most concerned? So can I ask you, and Mr. Wakeling will remember this, I said, will you please go back to each of the regions and check with Mr. Kujala and others and come back to us with where you think the area of concern really is in each of the regions. That's what my motion is. That came from the department informed and involving the people in the region. Okay, so I just feel like that's a very important point to get out there because as you can tell by some people, they make some incredible accusations of what my motivations are. And my motivations are to fulfill my role, my statutory role, which is to responsibly balance predators, prey, and do a good job as best we can to perpetuate all populations for generations to come. That's my goal. So I felt compelled to kind of square that away. I will give the commission any other opportunity to clarify things if they heard something from the commenters or anything, or for that matter, staff, if there's any clarifications that need to be made based on public input. Oh, I keep, I have this blind eye to, yes, Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor, first, I'd like to also thank the public commentators as well. And I was taken aback a little bit. There was a tone, there was direct comments about self-serving and the idea that your motion was self-serving. I'll just say publicly that as someone with very little lion experience in my life, other than seeing them and not hunting them, I appreciate your leadership in lions, especially on this commission, because of your experience in hunting them, and you understand that aspect of it much better. So I want to say I appreciate that. I think the accusation that this motion somehow is self-serving is patently absurd. we heard objections today from outfitters, from houndsmen, a lot of different objections, which is, it's great to see. And again, I appreciate the public comment on it. I heard from other outfitters and constituents are concerned about increasing numbers, decreasing male size and trophy quality. So there are a lot of arguments that outfitters made against increase. And I think, the reason that I support this motion, and I believe the reason that the motion was made in the first place was, number one, was to fulfill our obligation and that we have as a department, in particular under MCA 87-1217, which is the policy for management of large predators, to both preserve the safety, and that's the first two, and more importantly is preserve citizens opportunities to hunt large game species, which include deer, elk, sheep, moose, antelope, and goats. And I think that with this and the targeted approach that we took, instead of a statewide approach of a blanket increase or status quo across the state, the targeted approach with Mr. Wickling's help of targeting line management unit by line management unit based on species of concern or ungulates of concern was a proper way to go. And that's why I support it. And this motion is amended, I think, strikes a balance in those line management units as best we can between predators and ungulates. And that's why I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Siebel. Any other commissioners like to comment? Commissioner Burrows.
I would like to say in Region 2, I did get quota fill data for last year. I had ungulate objectives for Region 2. And I would like to tell everybody that had concern. Well, maybe before that, I'd be remiss if I didn't reach out, give a shout out to Randy Arnold and Liz Bradley for helping a dumb commissioner understand this whole lion dynamic. Like, I had no idea going into this, all the moving parts and the dynamics. And every time I asked them or staff for data, information, it was instant, like I had it right at my fingertips. So thanks to them. And sincerely, in these numbers, if I miss the mark on the numbers I put forward, I will revisit them next year. So I will do that. If they need to be increased more or decreased next year based on what we're seeing on the ground, I'm willing to do that. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Any other comments from the commissioners? One other thing I'd point out procedurally all day is sitting chair here active. I'm not actually voting. So Chair Robinson is voting in all our actions. The only time I will be voting today is to break a tie. So any other comments by commissioners? I think we're at the point of voting on the motion on the table. Am I okay with just going ahead with the vote? Because I think if we reread that, we'll be home in 7. I'm going to go ahead and ask for all those in favor of the motion on the table, signify an aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries unanimously. So we have a second lion discussion to have, and it's 10 minutes after 12. So I'm going to ask the commission what your desire is. We could take a break now. Break for lunch. What do we usually take? A half an hour? Is that what we've been doing? What?
Usually an hour, but.
Usually an hour. Oh, okay.
Because we have to walk. We don't have to.
Oh, but we don't have to walk right here. So that's one option, or we could go ahead and finish lions. It's a very quick motion, but it's a robust conversation, and no way to put an estimate of how long it'll take, but I would assume it would be a good, strong half-hour minimum. So, commission, what's your pleasure? What would you like to do? Trudge on, push on, or take a break now?
I'd say push on, but
Push on.
Push on. Push on. Thumbs up. You guys on the screen? All right, there we go. All right, so I'm going to lead with the second motion. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the following amendment regarding mountain lion quotas for the fall 23-24 mountain lion season. Remove all subquotas by sex for lions in each lion management unit, and any LMU that has no total quota will now be the sum of the male and female subquotas approved by the commission, so that the total quota for lion harvest is the sole numeric restriction as to the number of lions allowed for harvest by LMU.
A second.
So let me just explain the backdrop for this and what I would hope to have as input. I think the commission is open to any and all conversation on this. And I don't predict one way or the other what will ultimately be the vote, whether there'll be amendments or anything else. But what I do know was as somebody who's very close to the Lion process and have watched it for over 25 years, is on a lot of times when we do prescriptions, we have both intended and unintended consequences. And so the question originally came about as to why were we doing this? And so what I'd like to do is ask Brian Wakeling to address kind of some of the backdrop of why we do it, what some of the results are, and some of the information he's gathered when I raised this question. Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So there's a male quota or a male subquota can achieve a number of objectives. One of the probably the most well understood objectives is if you're just as you do when you place permits in place for a antlered harvest, you can restrict the number of animals that are taken. And in the process of doing that, you can wind up with an older age class or a more structured age structure, if you will, within a lion population. But primarily, what the department has used it for, although secondarily it can have some of that effect, the primary intent with a male subquota is during a hunt, trying to limit the number of males that are harvested whilst keeping the hunt open, and then trying to redirect the remaining harvest towards the female segment. And the reason for that is if you're trying to reduce a lion population, just as if you're trying to reduce any ungulate population, the harvest of females is what really drives that population dynamic. And so we looked at the 64 lion management units that are managed by sex-based quotas in 2022, only 13 or about 20%, almost exactly 20%, had unfilled female quotas at the end of the season. So what we looked at with that is that about 80% of the harvest, or 80% of the units, we were able to focus the harvest where we wanted to. There were 9 lion management units that were managed only with a total quota, and in 38 of 59 lions harvested in 2022 were male. So about 64% of the harvest was male when it wasn't restricted in that fashion. I think it's important to point out that if we do eliminate sex-based quotas, don't anticipate any negative biological implications as a result of it. Our main concern is with eliminating that is our ability to actually achieve the harvest reductions that we're targeting.
So Brian, a couple of follow-up questions on this. So as we were exploring the different options available and what it may or may not do, kind of recharacterize the way I was peppering you with questions. So some of the things I wanted to know was, are we effectively trying to modify hunter behavior or houndsman or harvester behavior? Was that one of the underlying goals of what we thought we would accomplish by using subquotas?
I believe that that's probably a safe way to characterize it, Vice Chair. We're trying to get them to select a particular segment of the population.
So one of the theories that I'm just going to proffer as somebody that's watched this for a lot of years is when you post something on a website and you hear that the male population is closed, a decision is made before you go into the field. I'll either go or I won't go. Now the quota is filled, so if there's another cluster available, they may go to some other LMUs and go there, or they may elect to quit hunting altogether. We really don't know. What I've directly observed in being in the field many times is when a cat is treed and everybody's there and everybody's worked hard and they look up and they make a decision. The decision's now real time relative to looking at the animal. So there have been oftentimes in my experience, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from the houndsmen and what their experience is, but in my experience, there's a lot of times where somebody told me up front, you know, I'm only really interested in a male, but when they see it and they compare everything else that they put into it, they say, you know, I think I could be very happy with that animal. And they elect to harvest it. And so somebody who would have probably said, no, I'm not even going to go out if there's no males, elected to do it. So I don't know, and I'd be interested to hear what other people know. What we do know, and this is something interesting that came about. So Neil, are you still sitting there in Region 1? I'm sure you are. Would you mind activating your thing? I got a question for you. So this is Neil Anderson, the Region 1 Wildlife Supervisor. Thanks, Neil, for coming on board. So I'm going to direct this to you, but actually the communication came through Regional Supervisor Lee Anderson. But I was somewhat shocked about the historical perspective of what happened in Region 1 relative to when we went to going to subquotas. So the pre-97 stuff and what we found was happening with regards to the percentage of males or females taken versus when we went to subquotas. And would you mind just sharing that little capture of data with us?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, members of the commission. So I went back through our historical lion harvest and tried to find a time period where we actually had no limitations on harvest. In other words, it's just an open quota. There's no male subquota, no female subquota, or no limited lion licenses. And I had to go back all the way to 1995 through 1999 to find a time period where we've had that condition. And in looking at that data, we actually ended up with almost a 50% harvest of females. So in that case, if the prescription was a 44% harvest where we're at now, we could be looking at over harvesting lions a little bit if we maintain that. Again, that's now over 20 years ago, almost 30 years ago. So conditions may have changed, but that's the only time period I could find where we had a similar condition as to what the motion might be representing. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I want to point out an important clarification that our caveat that Mr. Anderson said, and that is if for whatever reason it was elected that we go to no quota, for sure in Region 1 and perhaps some of the other regions, the wildlife managers may come back and say, well, if that's going to be the case, we may have to recommend slight adjustments to these overall population objectives because we may run the risk of over harvesting or harvesting more rapid than the 6-year prescribed time frame. And they may or may not, we don't know that, but that's an important caveat to throw out there. So the only reason I throw that out, it's a data point. It's like anything else. And it's not, I think, and the question I asked you, Mr. Wakeling, was, do we really know one way or the other what the impact would be? And did I hear you correctly in saying we probably don't?
I would characterize the answer just based primarily on, I think it's fair to assume that we don't know. We don't have a precise number. However, based on in other states and what we've seen in research in some areas is that if you are actively reducing a population, and typically this is when there's relatively little selection. So the part that becomes a challenge here is if most people are harvesting animals after they've been treated or bayed, there is an opportunity for selection. But in states like Arizona, Nevada, parts of Utah, where it's dry ground hunting, what they routinely see is when a population is, and this was actually research based out of Wyoming, when a population is in decline as a result of harvest, the female segment makes up a larger and larger proportion of the population. So typically in the 2005 study that was published in Wildlife Society Bulletin, Anderson and Lindsay, from the Wyoming research, what they saw was that the adult female component comprised well over 25% and started to approach 45%. And the total female harvest exceeded that 50% level. But that's when the population's in decline. But that's part of the objective with much of the recommendation that's on the table. So that would be one way that we could measure the efficacy of what we're trying to do. So it's kind of a little bit of a double-edged sword. And so it's a long-winded way of saying we don't have exactly what the numbers are, but we do have some understanding of what we would expect to occur.
So I want to open it up to the commission for any other questions of either Mr. Wakeling or the rest of the staff before we open it up and have a vivid conversation about this. I see you.
Yeah,
I recognize you, Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Wakeling, just a quick question. You know, being in an area of region 500 that's chronically under quota for a variety of reasons, and I'm curious if you could comment on how something like this change might impact that, and maybe our ability to get closer to our quotas. And I'd love to hear also the comments from the public on that as well, because that's something I'm considering whether this could be part of that solution.
Yeah, in an area where you're chronically below objective, it's going to have no effect whatsoever because the objectives aren't currently regulating the take. And so again, those are some of those areas that we look at to see what our level of take currently is, and we would be able to infer from that whether or not again, it's just one more tool, one more demographic tool that we'd have available to us to look at. But long-winded, again, I'm kind of long-winded on short questions, but it would not influence the place where you're currently not meeting objective.
Commissioners, any other questions or clarifications we want of staff or anyone before we go out to public comment, or any comments you might have on the matter? One last question I have, and that relates to, is anywhere in our literature or the way we manage lions, is the concept of a trophy lion or an age class lion, is that a stated goal that we're trying to achieve when we set out to manage lions in any given LMU?
Mr. Vice Chair, not to my knowledge.
But, I've been part of this lion dialogue for a long time. And so, watching, and this is one of the controversial elements about the system change that we did. And the whole purpose of setting aside a special permit is to recognize that there is a absolute group of hunters in this state, houndsmen, that yearn for the day to get that phenomenal male lion. And so the special permit gives them the opportunity to do that in their selected region. So if we do this, are we necessarily upsetting the apple cart in terms of the availability or opportunity to harvest large male older lions?
Mr. Vice Chair, again, not being able to give you precise numbers, but having the special limited license that allows you to hunt for the entire season does provide you the opportunity to be selective. If we were to reduce the age structure in that population with the unlimited, that there is likely to be fewer older age class lions available for the special limited license holder. But
in some
LMUs and the other, just as with, often hear people express concern about the availability of older age class bucks in heavily hunted areas. Every now and again, somebody harvests a really nice quality mule deer, even though it's a heavily hunted area. So it's not going to eliminate the opportunity.
Any other questions? So same deal. We'll entertain a
I have a
I'm
question.
sorry.
real quick.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So
Chair Robinson.
I'm still trying to kind of understand the why for this motion. And so is it correct that your thought process is that when the number of males have been harvested, then possibly people aren't going out to harvest the additional permits available? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, so a couple clarifications, and thanks for asking the question. What I've observed is in looking at statewide, our fulfillment data, we usually never have problems filling the males, but as soon as we fill the males, it seems like it stops getting hunted, and we very rarely fill the females. And so that's just kind of a pattern that I think we all recognize is happening. Secondarily, though, if we are in a purposeful population reduction mode, there's a piece of logic, and both Quentin and Brian will tell you that I've asked this 10 ways to Sunday. It's difficult for me to understand if we are in a clear objective that we're trying to reduce a population of predators from a number to a number, that if we keep electively leaving, less than the quota on the landscape, that over time, we're really not actually meaningfully moving towards that number. Now, I get the female part and all the relationship that, but I also, lived in an area for a long time where the existence of 3 additional males in a period of 5 years, they just stepped on the landscape, had a pretty profound cause and effect on the ungulates in that area. So I'm asking the question both biologically, but also philosophically, if we have the intent to purposely reduce populations in areas where we have these genuine concerns about ungulates as a tool, is this one actually standing in our way of population reduction? And Quentin, feel free to, any of you guys, feel to inform and educate. And that's what this conversation is. I'm not driving an agenda here. Similar to my thing with 313, I want to have a dialogue. I want to get everything on the table. So if there's a lot of you out here that say, you know what, I'm a trophy hunter and you're going to kill that, we'll say it. Then we have to just decide what framework we're in to make some decisions. So,
Vice Chair Tabor, thank you. I would just add it.
Move that mic over to him, would you?
Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor. I would just add, my addition would be to restate what I understand the emphasis to be, the question, just as you restated here. And as Mr. Wakeling talked about, when we look back at the harvest and we looked at the number of line management units that already have this circumstance, just a total quota, no gender subquotas, how does that fill? And then of those LMUs that didn't fill the quota, what percentage of those, the only remaining quota was a female? And that data mining exercise, is interesting to look at. It's the next data point, but it's not the complete data point. So again, even at the end of that, we talked earlier about, while we've gained a whole lot of understanding, there's still some uncertainty. This is one of those uncertainty pieces. And so, anxious to hear what the public has to say in that regard, right, which is what we hear you also as you engage us. What about this? Does this represent something to tweak? Through the lens of achieving prescription met with all quotas being filled, or is it something that is either we're unable to predict and we only have to live it, or is this something that we think really is not a big piece of that answer? Again, that's all we can say. We're in the same place. It's a question. Yeah, data doesn't really paint a clear answer.
Okay. People understand what we're here for then? So I'll invite folks up from the audience first, same routine, go out the back, come up front and rotate on through, and let's hear from you. And hey, sleeping on the job.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Mike Copel again, COLPO from Big Timber. So I have when 502 is across the north side of the Yellowstone River, and it is a either sex quota. There's no subquota. 525 across the river is a female male subquotas. There, and I don't know this exactly for sure, but those on the 502 end, I think it's a 25 cat quota, something like that. There's a lot of females taken up there. On the other side of the river, we were at 6 and 9 this year. We killed the 6 males and only 3 females out of that, leaving 6 cats on the table. We know that we have is in those areas, or the Yellowstone River is the only thing that's separating those. And our feeling that we're seeing is people are going over there and killing cats, and the landowners tell them, don't not shoot a cat, you put it in the tree. That's the caveat for letting you on cat hunt. On the other side, we definitely have a lot of cats. It's a huge area. I believe there needs to be more cats on the quota, in my opinion, but I am in favor of getting rid of the quotas, of having the subquotas in Region 5 for sure. It'd be very helpful to decrease the population to get where we need to be. And to go to the trophy thing, there are plenty of big cats on the landscape. There's not a shortage of trophy type lions if we're going to go, if that's in this conversation. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair, members of the commission, feel like I'm fighting with mountain buddies here. So I have a little different taste on this, and it has nothing to do with biologically stuff, but I'd say 25% of the cats I catch, at least there is no snow, not a drop. When there is snow, you find that quite often you tree a female and she has kittens, yet they're not nursing. They're just those juvenile kickoffs are still dependent on mom. So morally, I don't like this idea because of that. I mean, I guess if you're hunting in snow and and you whatever, or if she's shows, then she's pregnant. But I don't like the fact that for the guys that are doing it with no snow, and you go out there and you catch cat and you think you did fine by, oh, it's a big old female, we're going to shoot her, and then 3 days later you go back up the drainage and there's little tiny kittens or something. So morally, I don't think it's a great thing right now. In addition to these other things, the other thing I want to touch on is in Region 3, we have a lion houndsman meeting every year where we go through every individual LMU and pick a quota in relationship to ungulate species and whether or not they close, etc. And we have all the age data from the last 10 years, and there's a decline in the age class of the lions being harvested in Region 3. And in March, when we had this meeting, the conversation was we need to increase the age class of the lions that we're harvesting. And I'm not quite sure how this all balances into that. It seems like we're contradicting each other here with these two things. So my 2 cents, I don't think it's a good approach, especially not if you absolutely had to do it, pick a area, try it. But I definitely wouldn't want to see it like everywhere, not yet. So thanks.
Thank you.
Chris Faber again, just talking about Region 6 and Region 7. Once again, Region 7 has a quota of 45 lions. The regions are the same. They take up about half the state, I think, but Region 7 has 45 lions and Region 6 has a subquota of right now 5 females. It's designed to help the population of the lions grow. You could kill as many times as you want. They're just going to keep coming in from other places. So as far as the females go, you can't kill a lactating female and or ones with kittens. So the chances of, even if you just made same sex, and the chances of killing all the females just isn't going to happen. So I just don't like the idea of Region 6, the 5 females in a gigantic area. Somebody's designing it so they're protecting the mountain lions. Thank you.
Members of the commission, Rod Bullis again. I want to thank Commissioner Burrows. I listened to you giving your rationale for Region 2 by the lion management units. My lion management unit is where I have property and hunted for 30 years in the upper Blackfoot 280. And I know it. You got houndsmen here where they hunt. They know what's there. They know. So I keep referring to this research, which was to be used by the department. Female mortality greater than 20%, natural and harvest combined, will likely reduce in the decrease in population levels. So that will happen. That will happen. At the end of my hunting career, I would not let a hunter shoot a female over my dogs. It was a moral issue because those female lions have either got kittens somewhere or they got them in them. And I've been there where people are looking and they can't see that they're lactating and they shoot them and they hit the ground and they're wet. Then what do? You have to make the decision. Do you say, I've just made an illegal kill. Where are we going to go find these starving kittens? I've been there with research where a hunter killed a lion, female lion. There's 4 kittens in the burrow. You don't kill them all in a tree. So when you talk about killing female lions, there's some moral stuff here. And it might not make any difference to you, but it did to me. And it did to a lot of houndsmen. So I want to thank you for doing that. And in my final seconds, this area in the headwaters of the Blackfoot, that was referred to as a source area. It's one of the best places in the Northern Rockies. Lions came out of there into the Helena Valley, into the Rocky Mountain front. And we proved that with a radio collar. So when you go about killing the females in a source area, you're hurting your hunting opportunity in your adjacent hunting districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to comment on the female versus male motion? Nope, we got one more coming in.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jason Butler, BUTLER from Lula, Montana. In regards to this, I'm not in support of this at all. I would like you guys to take some time and look at what is going on in line management 299 currently with the no sub quotas on that. I feel you guys have even admitted there's a lot of uncertainty here. And I feel that by looking at what's going on in the Missoula Special Management Unit, that would be a good place to start and see if this is an effective tool to be using. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that wants to comment on this? Share with us. Okay, then we will move to online. We'll start with the regional offices. Region 1 lit up. There you go.
Vice Chair, Commission members, my name is Casey Stutzman. In regards to this discussion, I think what comes to mind too is like from the perspective of if you have a mechanism to help, more acutely manage lions, then why would you want to give that up as a tool for those managers to be able to in each area to do what they wish with? And then also I just had a note too, if I see this as more of a social science experiment. Some people probably would react to, maybe not going hunting if they don't have that chance at a big tom. But I think the opposite is also true, that a lot of people won't kill that female if they think that they can go hunting tomorrow and find a big tom. So it may reduce the amount of animals actually being harvested. So I think both of those things would be true. And if it's your desire to, experiment with that social science and see how the public responded, that maybe maybe only do it in a small portion, maybe not everywhere. But that's my sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for Region 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the other regional offices have commenters on this topic? Okay, let's go to the internet.
We have no commenters on the internet, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Commissioners, what's your thoughts on this? What conversation would you like to have?
question.
Commissioner Siebel.
Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Wakeling, I guess, as I listen to the concerns and think about this, the proposal that's on the table right now is to remove all subquotas entirely and just go to total quotas. And a lot of regions already have a total quota and then a female subquota. Can you explain to me the difference between, and if we're concerned about female population, do female subquotas do a good job of protecting that? And then would it could be either it could be all males, but at least you're protecting that female subquota amount. And I'm curious about the difference between what's on the table versus that female subquota.
Certainly. Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Siebel. So I think you have to look back into the history of mountain lions within Montana to get a really good sense of probably why some of these female quotas were put in place originally. And my understanding is that at one point, mountain lion populations were at quite low levels. And so the intent was to try to restore that to a more complete part of our ecosystem. And so just as I mentioned earlier, that the intent of a lot of these male quotas was really to drive the harvest towards the female end of things to get a trajectory that we're looking for. So in the event that you're looking to reduce a population, the important component is to reduce the female component. That's the most effective approach. Similarly, if you're looking to get a population to grow, the most important part to protect would be the female portion. And so my understanding is that's the genesis of what those female subquotas were originally designed to do. And the presence of those currently are either a historical artifact or in an area where the intent is still to either maintain or get that population to grow.
Yes. Based on that, is it fair to say that the female subquotas are somewhat counter to the intent of our earlier vote to increase the overall harvest? Having the female subquotas in place is kind of counter to the intent of the last motion we just passed.
If a female subquota, just thinking about this really rapidly, if a female subquota stays in place that is at its current status quo level and the intent is to reduce that population, then yes, the answer would be an impediment to getting that population to reduce. With the female subquotas that have been amended to achieve either a 10, 20, or 30, 40% harvest, those would not be, those are part of the design of trying to get that reduction. And so in those cases, it would help us target the actual reduction we're looking for.
Just one more follow-up. I guess I apologize for this clarification, but the female subquotas are put in place, and I understand we increased them, but the point of the female subquota is to even having them is to limit the number of females. If we're trying to control overall population, is the most effective way to reduce it, to get rid of all quotas and just let the lions, male or female, be harvested. Would that be the most effective? I guess I'm just confused because you said that the female subquotas are put in place to help increase. We still have them, we just increased them, but I just want to understand that.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Siebel, a very good observation. And yes, to me, a lot of these efforts, we're looking at trying to essentially hit a landing strip that's 6 years down the road. And if we were to eliminate the female subquotas this year, and we were to learn that we had harvested overly aggressively, we certainly could come back next year and make a recommendation to put those back in place to try to mediate that. But on the other hand, using that analogy again, if you're trying to find a landing strip, I'm not a pilot, so my analogy may be weak at best, but if you're trying to hit a landing strip, my sense is to come in low first and then kind of get on a gentle glide is probably a better approach than trying to come in above it and then auto rotate to get to the landing strip.
Thank you.
Quentin, I'd like to provide you some opportunity to maybe just talk a little bit about, maybe backfill anything you heard from Brian or questions or anything else.
No, I appreciate that, Vice Chair. And that, add maybe, yeah, a little bit of additional context. So there's three structures that are actually on the table in this conversation. One is, and it's the fundamental question that the motion poses, moving to just a total quota. And however that falls, if the quota is 10, it'd be 10 males, or it'd be 10 females, or something in between. That's one structure. And that structure has representation in the mix of lion quotas across the state right now. The other structure, and it is the root of your question, Commissioner Siebel, is the sub-quota. And you asked the question, as you asked that question initially to Mr. Wakeling right now, I think you hit the fundamental essence of a sub-quota. Same quota of 10, total quota of 10, sub-quota of 4, which means that you do have kind of a core scale control on what that harvest looks like relative to the gender that's addressed by the sub-quota. If the gender in that context is the female, you could take 10 males and represent no population control given the absence of female harvest. So that is there. And so the root of that structure, undoubtedly, when you look at it that way, has its history. The history of that structure has its roots in building lion populations, being careful with lion populations. The third model that's out there, and I understand the amendment speaks to both of these two, is this same 10, and then there is a 5 and a 5. So once the 5 males are harvested, the only option is to then take a female. That one's a little harder, more definitive drive to, at least conceptually, ensuring an element of female harvest. So they're all different. They function differently, and then into this motion comes kind of there's a way to look at it. Someone said social experiment. There's a way to look at it and think those models are clearest when you put them through the lens of complete harvest being met, the total quota being met. And this motion is about, what about those circumstances where the harvest isn't, where the quota isn't met? And is there a play with those circumstances and these three structures? Is there something about, oh gosh, with that last structure, nothing left, but there's 2 left on the quota, but it's a female subquota. No females have been taken. There's nothing that prevents that person from pursuing another lion. A 5 and a 5, the 5 are met, the 5 males are met. Now the only thing that a houndsman could take is a female lion. And does that somehow represent a disincentive by this or that much? In some cases resulting in none of those females, or at least not all of the 10 being harvested. So I don't know if that helps or not. Again, in summary, there's actually 3 structures at play here. When you think about the definition of those structures, it's easier to see them performing, through the lens of the full quota being met, but that's not always what happens. And that's the circumstance that we understand to be the focus of this conversation. Is there something about those structures that is leading to some areas not being met? If that helps.
So as a follow-up question to that then is, and I pose it to either one of you, and both can answer, you can answer. So much of this is conjecture. We're not exactly sure, there's theories, what have you, some historical information. Would it be helpful to the department to potentially try this in a pilot area? Let's say, try it in a couple of areas where maybe we can learn from it. And, again, I think one of the really important points that's seemingly lost on a lot of folks that get frustrated with this is, in this area in particular, we have 6 years. And so if anything we do, if we're not satisfied almost immediately that we did the right thing, we have the ability to interject, stop, do whatever we need to do to reverse any real negative consequence. So that gives us a little bit more opportunity to learn and grow and adapt and get better and smarter, which I think is what you described has been our journey with lions for quite some time now. We're on that pathway. And so this is yet another thing to potentially examine. So would it be helpful where we're at right now in terms of the way we're looking at this, especially if we're trending towards population reduction, to have a data point that we can learn from in a pilot type of thing? Because I think I'm hearing clearly, nobody finds it very interesting to do this statewide. But a lot of folks say, well, if we are going to do it, maybe we try it in a few areas, learn from it, and then let that inform future decisions.
I'll take a stab at that, Vice Chair. We heard earlier Wildlife Manager in Region 1, Neil Anderson, talk about some data mining exercises. So that just as Mr. Wakeling talked about doing that here, Mr. Anderson is looking at the history of Region 1, found some areas that had just a general quota and talked about what the percent harvest, male and female, was in there. Mr. Wakeling's look was, last season across the state, there's this many of those, and here's a percentage of female harvest that just organically shows up in those unregulated quotas. So there's some of that experience already there to be mined. When you talk about trying it in another, there may be something about trying it in a pilot area or 2 or 3. There may be something in looking, for just thinking about, okay, so there's this pre and this post change. What unit, what unit, either in number of quota or structure, represents the best candidate to paint some difference? And it may be a worthwhile exercise to look and say, so we have this contemporary history, maybe looking, okay, has it been similar quotas, total and gender for a period of time? And let's change this. And we have those consecutive years next to each other. And consecutive years represent the benefit of today's amount of harvest, number of pounds, and how they are chasing these lions. So I think there is value in doing that. But we might think that it would add. I think there's reason to think that we could gain our understanding of the answer to this question. I would also offer another way to look at the approach, as we talked earlier. Again, given this question, this motion's on the table directed to those areas that don't meet a total quota at the end of the season. Another way to think about this perhaps is to, the department concluding its search for other kinds of things, in a structure context that's consistent with the overall structure that's in place, that August 17th commission meeting that we talked about, and see what can. I don't know what comes out of there. I certainly don't want to say, boy, big, you can be sure we're going to have something. We don't know what we're going to find in those incentives. But given that incentives or that structure change search is trying to address the same thing, the other way to do it is to let that conversation see if something comes out of that, and then potentially apply that and see if that addresses this circumstance. Different.
So is one of the options available to the commission then, from your perspective, and I will also ask this illegal, rather than trying to make a decision relative to this, because there's a piece of me that I've heard, in my hours of conversations with all of you, saying it probably wouldn't hurt to get some data points so we could go to school on this. But I would hate to do this to you or to Brian and say, okay, which LMUs would you like us to do that with today? You may not be prepared to do that. Can we defer that as part of the structure conversation in the August 17th meeting? Knowing that today is quotas, we're trying to do that, but as part of the overall recommendations of looking at a variety of different ways to achieve our objective, you may come back and say, and oh, by the way, knowing that we need information from this and we need to get that to help us inform our decisions, the commission may also decide to employ that.
Vice Chair Tabor, and I'll take a stab here first, Brian, and then you can follow up. So we do look for the regulations, given the timing of the August commission meeting and the start of the lion season. That includes an application, and of course, the precursor to the 2023 lion season is application through the lion structure. And so there is a place, and I think we would run into this place where we need that certainty to what is out there in the context of the quotas. So I think the timeline makes that challenging. Okay. In the context of communicating to the public in there as they approach the application process.
So either do it now or defer it to a future point in time.
Yes, defer it to future time and then look to see what we come up with for August 17th. And again, I don't want to be overly optimistic. We can commit to looking and thinking about that, scratching our heads, but what we'll find, remains to be seen.
Yeah. Vice Chair Tabor, if I may, part of the logistics, I think, is routinely, shortly following this meeting, we go to print to get the printed regulations out. If I understand the change that we might consider in August would be combining, what LMUs, as part of a larger discussion, one outcome might be these LMUs within this particular region would be combined for a total. And the way we would typically address that in an agenda item that you're going to address later today with deer management is the same kind of a thing. It's an alteration after the print deadline has already, and I don't know whether or not we can adjust that print deadline here today, and I'm not sure that any of us can speak to that. We may have a contractual obligation to turn it over to them to get the printing done. But what we typically do and routinely do, and we will be doing, depending on the outcome of the deer discussion later, is we will be posting that online. And so if it is something as simple as changing what whether or not there's a male-female subquota or just a total quota, I don't think that will affect the application period or the draw. Or all we would have to do at that point in time is probably post on our website some information about the change. And I think we could accommodate that and still meet the print deadline that we're currently on. Now, I may have overpromised, and Quentin, correct me if you heard me say anything there that would be inaccurate.
No, I think that, thank you, Ryan, Vice Chair. I think that's a fair statement of engaging that process and the addendum of fiction. The only question, and I apologize, I don't mean for the back and forth, but is there something, what we don't know is as lion hunters approach the application period, is there something in that structure? Not just the fact that the quota is 10, that it's got a female subquota or it's got 2 quotas. Is there something in that structure that influences applicants' decision to apply here? But and that's a question. That's a question.
All right. So here's what I'd like to do as the person who made the motion. I'm going to pull the motion off the table now with the support of whoever did the second.
Yes.
And then come right back to the department and say, I'd like the department in conjunction with the structure recommendations to pull the regions, get wildlife together and say, there could be a desired state where we'd like to learn from this process and identify the candidate LMUs. Now, whether that has to be a whole region or an eco-region or whatever, that's your professional judgment. But under the guise of we do need some additional contemporary data points, we'd like something coming back from the department. And then, as you said, Brian, if we ultimately then decide to act on that, it may be that we have to inform the public that, it says in the regs that 210 was this, but it's now this. And there's a lot of precedent for doing that in all other aspects. So I don't see the harm of doing that. And that way we won't make a hasty or uninformed or uneducated decision. Plus, it will also allow, I think, the whole houndsman community, everybody else to look at it surgically and get their input as to what they think, may or may not be worth it, because they're part of the equation. So that's where we'll be at it. And so since there's no motion on the table, I think we've ended that particular conversation. I think we've ended Lions. So we're 1 o'clock straight up. Let's take our lunch break. Are you guys opposed to shortening that break, other than Kevin? I don't know. He seems to like an hour. I don't know. It's 2:30. Do you want to do a half hour or 40?
I'd be for a short break.
I'm going to make it a half an hour. I know that might be tough on some of the folks if you can get out, get back and come back, but we also want to be respectful of everybody's time and get them home. So we're going to rejoin at 1:30 and pick up with the next issue at hand. Thank you, everybody.
Sounds like
Okay, we'd like to start it back up again. We'll go, the rest of the people gather, we'll just go ahead and start in. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wakeling, and we're going to go into 2023-24 bird dog training seasons on open public lands.
Good.
Actually, they said they can hear it.
They can, okay,
Yeah.
very good. We'll assume if I can't be heard, please bring it to my attention. So if at all possible, I probably have more phone calls and more emails regarding this than I did on the mountain lion questions. And so what I'd like to do to kind of get started, when we were first notified of this, when we crafted the cover sheet and everything, this was a bill that looked like it was going to pass. Subsequently, it did pass and it was adopted into law. And so what I want to do to introduce it is talk about a few of the specific changes to 87-3602 that came about as a result of this. And first of all, was that it established the D5 license, which is for the training of bird hunting dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. So that's the first kind of important part. It deals specifically with training of bird hunting dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. You have to have the purchase of a D5 license, and goes on to say that the D5 license is required for training bird dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. A person who's at least 18 years of age or older, or who will turn 18 of age during the season for which the license is issued, may purchase a license for a fee of $5 for residents, $10 for non-residents, and the department may issue free resident or non-resident D5 licenses to a youth who is 12 to 18 years of age. It also points out that a Class D5 license is not required for a person training bird hunting dogs with a method that kills game birds raised in captivity. A person shall tag or mark the captive game bird prior to release. So those are the substantive changes, and it was effective immediately upon adoption. So in order for the issuance of the license and all, at that point, it became incumbent upon us to present seasons and season structure to the commission for their consideration. And having never had one of these licenses before, what the department did was look at existing regulations in other states and primarily some of the data that we have regarding brood rearing and when wild birds are raising broods or are in the process of breeding. And so in a nutshell, essentially most broods have reached adulthood, and not adulthood, but they're independent, and their likelihood of increased mortality as a result of disturbance drops dramatically by about August 1st. And so what we propose is a season on public land that is not otherwise closed for some other reason, that bird dog training could occur from August 1st through the end of February. And that would avoid breeding seasons for things like sage grouse and sharp-tailed grouse, and it also avoids the primary brood rearing season. So that essentially is the recommendation to the commission. Certainly be glad to try to answer any questions the commission might have regarding that. Although we didn't take any public input really specific to this, there was and it was shared with the commission, but there was also a lot of public comment that we listened to through the legislative process.
Commissioner Seabold.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Wakeling, can you talk more about the dates that you guys are recommending? As I go through the background material and look at the nesting times, a lot of them are late April, May. Where did the end of February come from? And would it make sense to move that maybe even a little later? We've heard concerns about spring training and being able to run dogs earlier, and that there's kind of an agreement amongst trainers now that May 1st is kind of the date instead of, so how do we come to the end of February?
So a couple of things that led us to the end of February, primarily when we're looking at when we're starting to see sage grouse and sharp-tailed grouse begin their leks and the lek attendance. That's typically in March. And so what we were trying to do was avoid that time period especially with sage grouse, because they're such a sensitive species. Another one of the species that the federal agencies are often looking at for listing concerns, not so much for concerns that we see here in Montana, but certainly for other states. But it could be incorporated in that. And so we were trying to avoid those prime lekking dates.
Follow up. Is it possible if we wanted to, since sage grouse are obviously not spread across the state, is it possible to limit the training on those grounds that are known leks? I know they're well documented, if that is the concern biologically, and not put that restriction on the whole state?
It would certainly be possible to identify portions of the state where we don't have sage. It's hard to say that lek locations themselves tend to be sensitive in nature, and so we don't routinely broadcast the locations of where the leks are, just because of the potential for disturbance at that point. It certainly would be, excuse me, it would certainly be easy to delineate portions of the state where sage grouse are less common, and move them later. I'm thinking, I haven't got a map of sage grouse distribution in front of me, but I'm thinking, Quentin, I don't know if you any help on this one at all, but I'm kind of thinking most of the west of the Continental Divide might be a spot that we might consider.
There's Vice Chair Commissioner Siebel. So yeah, there are things like core sage grouse habitat distribution layers that one could imagine we might have to round out this amorphous polygon that captures habitat to match county lines or to this highway or to this. So there are ways here conceptually to think about how that might be accomplished. Okay. So speaking to a broader geography here, we know there's not only sage grouse, but their core habitats in this polygon, and excising that polygon, having a separate start date solution. Yeah. Conceptually, I think we could change it.
One more follow-up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
One more follow-up on that. As I understand, this is also going to be required for private landowners on their own land who are training birds, and these restrictions would apply, correct?
Excellent question, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Siebel. The proposed seasons, so if you're going to train using wild birds, the statute requires that you have the D5 license. The seasons that we're proposing apply only on public lands. It is not proposed to apply on private lands. So on private lands, if a bird dog trainer had a D5 license, they could train at any time during the year.
Commissioner Brooke.
Vice Chair Tabor, Mr. Wakeling. There was some interesting comments on this that I thought from people out in Dawson County. And one of the things they talked about was, so they're training birds right before the bird season, or training dogs right before bird season. Almost seems like an unfair advantage that they're out there training their dogs right where the public's going to be hunting soon. Is there any, why August? Why can they go all the way to the right to the beginning of bird season? It seems like it stresses the birds too. I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah. So that was one of the things we discussed a fair degree. It's, part of the equation is like currently you can do that, and they do that now currently. So what we were trying to do is biologically find the best time to identify the lowest impacts on the bird species. But even with it existing now, we're not seeing an effect on. There are certainly hunters that indicate that trainers do have an effect, but what we were trying to do was find some time when they could actually train, because to train while the hunt is actually going on becomes challenging. And this is something, a lot of the comments also came to us from people who were engaged in training, and they're kind of trying to indicate how important it was to be able to train them before the season began. So trying to look at a balancing act where we can have the least effect biologically and yet have the best opportunity for people who do engage in training.
Follow up.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Wakeling, what about the comments where they're talking about people with, dozens of dogs out there? And is there a limit on how many dogs you can train on public land?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Brook, right now, there's no regulation on it at all. And so we don't really know very much about where they're doing it, how many are doing it, how many dogs they use, and how many things of that nature. This, like so many of the things we engage in, this to me is kind of a first step that helps us understand those kind of questions. We don't have a good idea. We hear stories, trainers on horseback, dozens of dogs and things of that nature. What limited training I've been involved with things like Chihuahuas and Dachshunds, which are not bird dogs, but usually trying to train a herd at once is a bit challenging. And so I suspect that there's the perception that it's by some that it's worse than it is, and trying to get some data that actually quantifies what level of participation, how many dogs they are working. That's going to help us refine this in the future.
Quentin, would you like to say something?
Yeah,
Can
thank
I-
you.
We're gonna hear from Quentin real quick, and then we'll come to you, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Vice Chair. Just real quick, hearing questions coming out of public comment, and making also a connection to, obviously, we're making a real hard connection to a real direct connection to this last legislative session. And another piece of that legislative conversation, not necessarily on this bill, but on other ideas, recognize that there's also a process with DNRC to secure a commercial use permit. And just wanted to be clear that that's and we've had some comments to this body somehow speaking to that. Just wanted, before we come to a motion, just wanted to make it clear that that's already there. We look to capture that to the degree it connects with this activity in our regulation, and we're working with DNRC to confirm just exactly what that language would look like. So I just wanted to make sure that, again, that's DNRC stuff, not here. It has a connection, but it's not.
But a point of clarification on that is that's for commercial use.
Correct.
Recreational use that requires recreation on state lands, where we have to do that for all other forms of recreation on state land. That is one of the suggestions that came through, in fact, by a legislator, that says maybe you improve the motion by indicating not only do they have to have the D5, but if they are going to be on DNRC land, they also have to have the state recreation license, which would be required, but just fortify that is part of the package requirement as this rules.
Yeah, and Vice Chair Tabor, that's a specific example I'm talking about. We already have intent. We are already in communications with DNRC to place that requirement from DNRC in the regulations.
But you said commercial, and they're two different things. So commercial applications are 100% handled by DNRC, whereas like it's in all our other regs where we say, if you're going to be, let's say you want to go deer hunting and you happen to be on DNRC land, you have to have this conservation, or not conservation, but
Yes, and Vice Chair Tabor, thank you. And now, again, another direct connection to the legislature, it is the conservation license. So that's another piece that we will be communicating, not just in bird regs, upland game bird regs, but in other regulations as well.
Okay.
Yeah. And other places, I should say more broadly, because that actually falls to DNRC lands and then all of the Department of Fishing Access sites and WMAs as well.
I'm sorry, Chair Robinson, I cut you off, so go ahead.
That's all right. I was just going to say that this is Region 6 in Daniels County is where there is a large problem. And I think that, having the D5 licenses is a good step so that we can track them. But that's a good point that you don't know if this one person has 20 dogs. But at least it's a start as to how many people are purchasing the licenses. And I do have a question too, is it an over-the-counter license? Will they have to do to obtain the license?
Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, yes, these D5 licenses will be available over the counter at all of our vendors.
Okay, can I follow up, please?
Please.
So one of the comments, or a few people commented too, of like walking their dog on state land, not necessarily hunting, but could be misinterpreted as hunting in time, that if we do choose to limit the times. What does enforcement say about trying to take care of that?
Madam Chair, very good.
Sergeant
Mr. Vice-
Gilbreth, are you going to address the question, please?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Phil Kilbreth with the Enforcement Division. We've discussed this particular thing quite a bit internally, and dog training, while it's not something that we necessarily run into frequently, dog training that's covered under the scope of this is pretty apparent what's going on, and it is not what would be happening with somebody walking their dogs. So our division has been discussing this, and in the areas where this is occurring and they're up to speed on the dog training thing and elsewhere, we'll make sure that everybody's provided with the necessary education and training on this. So that's a long way of saying that no, we're not concerned about that. And somebody walking their dog and it flushing a bird is not going to be a issue.
Thank you. One more follow-up, Vice Chair, please?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yep. I just want the disable plan. Oh,
You're cutting out on us,
Okay.
Chair Robinson.
All right.
You might kill the video.
okay. Well, I have a thunderstorm coming through too, so I will stop the video. I just want to remind everybody that it is just on public lands as proposed, so it would not affect if somebody went on private land during the time, if we choose to set a time where they can't. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sergeant Kilbreth, I just have a follow-up question related to the Chair Robinson's question, and that is, so there's a variety of different ways that one might train a dog, and it may be for purposes of bird hunting, but it may not. So having a collar and having a device that calls that dog back is a form of training that a lot of people exercise to help protect their dog and everything else. So the minute you throw a collar on a dog and you have an electronic device, that dog may not be destined for bird hunting whatsoever, but it may be still being under training. So again, I think people are going to want clarity so that we don't have inadvertent enforcement of something that creates quite an outcry from folks. So I think that walking your dog part is a little bit obvious. What's less obvious, for instance, I can think of a young lab that I have, and I always collar her when we go out for walks because I want her to get in the routine of some of the things that I'll want her to do later in life, which might be bird hunting, might not. So there is a little bit different ranges of behavior with dogs and their owners. And I think everybody's just saying that we don't want to see a lot of tickets written. That's what I'm interpreting. So,
Mr. Vice Chair, your message is heard loud and clear, and you have our commitment that we'll make sure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you. Other commission members, questions, clarifications?
Vice Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you. I'd like to get back to the date ranges just for a minute. And I understand the concern about sage grouse. but we received a lot of feedback on this, and I do think April's probably too late for Hungarian partridge and pheasant and other birds that start initiating their nesting in April, but I wonder about moving the date out to March 31 and maybe just saying accepting areas with sage grouse or lecking sage grouse. And then there's a part 2 on this. We received a well-crafted letter concerning non-resident dog trainers and giving Montana residents a head start and pushing the beginning date for non-resident D5 dog training out to August 25th and keep the August 1st date for resident trainers. I thought both of those were pretty good ideas.
Commissioner Walsh, are you wanting the department to comment on them or?
Yep, I'd like Mr. Wakeling to comment on the March 31 date. Just what's the pain point there with respect to sage grouse?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Walsh. So the obvious answer is that, currently we don't have a season. And so they're training currently, and we haven't seen any direct effect because of that training on sage grouse or sharp-tailed leks. If we're going to look at kind of the biology of kind of when lecking behavior really starts to get going, I think that date is probably closer to about March 15th. But either one of those decisions are certainly within the prerogative of the commission, and certainly more restrictive than what is occurring currently. The biology, I think, would say March 15th, but the reality of what we're seeing now is we're not seeing, there's no restriction currently.
Commissioner Siebel.
No, Commissioner Lane has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done, Commissioner Walsh? I want to just make sure I give you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Wakeling, if you could talk about did you consider split dates on the start dates for resident versus non-resident?
Biologically, that would have no effect. It's certainly within the prerogative. I think I'll let our legal representative speak to it a little bit more directly.
Yeah, Vice Chair, Commissioner Walsh, there's no legal concerns with having that split. If that's something the commission was interested in doing, that week or 10 days that was being talked about in public comment.
All good, Commissioner Walsh?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Vice Chair Tabor. My question, I don't know the logistics behind this. I don't even know if it's a good idea, but would it make sense to, when they get their D5 license, to also register their dogs so that we know how many are on the landscape, and also some way of being able to actually track that? Like I say, it may not be of any value, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Lane, it would be in our intent to conduct a follow-up survey with all of these individuals. And so if you ask someone at the beginning of the season how many they're going to train, you might get a different answer than if you ask them at the end of the season how many dogs they did train. So our intent would be to do a follow-up survey as we do with most of our other licenses. But it's certainly a possibility that we could do something of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Siebel.
Do you entertain a motion?
Yeah.
All right. Just before I make a motion here that we can start discussion on, I just want to lay out the fact. I mean, you made a great point. We don't have anything right now. So what we're proposing here, and my first reaction to this, and I know the legislature passed it as well, this is like a big step in control and more government, more regulation. So with that, I'll make a motion, and I'm open to amendments if we want to have those discussions as well. And I'd like to move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the bird dog training season on wild birds on open public land in Montana during, for residents, August 1st, 2023 through the last day of April 2024, and for non-residents during August 15th, 2023 through the last day of April 2024, with no training on public land from May 1st through July 31st, 2024, as presented by the department.
Eric and Quentin, are you cool with that? Do you need any repeats before?
I didn't get it. I got about halfway through it and then I fell behind. So if I could,
yes,
if you could, thank you.
Please.
Vice Chair Tabor, just to repeat the motion, I'll restate it. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the bird dog training season on wild birds on open public land in Montana for Montana residents during August 1st, 2023 through the last day of April 2024, and for non-residents during August 15th, 2023 through the last day of April 2024, with no training on public land from May 1st through July 31st, 2024, as presented by the department.
Clear.
Thank you.
Good. We're good. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Walsh. Any other further questions or discussion by the commission members?
One more.
Commissioner Brooke?
Vice Chair Tabor, Mr. Wakeling, what day does bird season start?
Say that again.
What day what's the date that the bird season starts?
September 1st.
But it does vary depending on the
Mhm.
species. There are some that start later. Sage and pheasants. And there's a youth period and there's
Mhm.
a couple other.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes,
Yep.
Chair Robinson.
I guess I think I need to speak up on behalf of people in Region 6, and I think that that's too many months. I would be, and I do come from sage grouse country, so I would be more apt to support the March, not the way it is, but the end of March. So removing April. From the,
So ended in on March 31st instead of April
Yes.
30th.
yes.
Are you proposing that as a friendly amendment?
I would propose that as a friendly amendment if Commissioner Siebel would consider it.
Can I comment on that?
Oh, absolutely.
My comment on that, Chair Robinson, would be that we don't have anything in place right now. And I understand it's not an issue, and I don't know that's been an issue with U.S. Fish and Wildlife as far as disturbance. And I understand that this could become an issue in the future. And I think we need to reserve the right to change those dates, especially if there's going to be an impact. My goal is just to try to leave it as, we're wide open right now. We're putting some restrictions. We're going to get counts on people. And I just wanted to try to tighten up the period of total closure around most of the species, understanding that right now there's not really an impact, even though there's no closures at all. That was my intent.
Yeah.
So you're declining the friendly amendment.
I guess, can I counter the? I am declining the friendly amendment.
Understood. Thank you.
Chair Robinson certainly can entertain the amendment of the motion on the table that we'll vote on as a commission if you'd like to formalize it in an amendment.
Sure.
I'd like that.
I would make, I will make a motion to amend the ending date to be March 31st rather than April 30th.
Do I have a second for that amendment?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burrows. Conversation on the amendment to the initial motion. Either Chair Robinson or Commissioner Burrows, any comments you want to make as to why you want the motion to carry?
Not a big impact to Region 2, I don't think, but I guess we had a recommendation from the department it sounds like it is a bigger impact in Region 6. And if March makes more sense, it seems to me like splitting between the motion and the recommendation seems reasonable to me. I don't have any data to back it up. It's more just middle ground for me.
I guess I would say, Vice Chair, can I speak?
Yes, please, Chair Robinson.
Sure. So I guess I would say that we don't have data, period. So this is a starting point, but I just think that, and it's not necessarily based on sage grouse, what I'm saying. I just think that I would like, it's just for the impact in some of the regions. I think that March 31st is a better date to start with. We can look at the stats next year and decide if that's where we should be.
Okay, I see Commissioner Lane has his hand up, and I think Commissioner Brooke would like to comment as well. So Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I would have to agree with Chair Robinson. I think taking the middle ground makes a little bit more sense right now with the fact that it is right in between what the recommendation of the department was and Commissioner Siebel. And I would rather be a little bit more cautious up front than have to back out of it next year. And so I too would support this amendment. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooke.
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, it's just a question. Non-residents would have the same start date of, or this of March 31st, or non-resident would be different?
That's the end date.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a difference in starting date, only the difference in ending date.
Right, correct.
So, Chair Robinson, I did have a question, and it's just more trying to get an education to what's happening both in Regions 6 and 7. So this is public land, though, and so I'm a little fuzzy as to why, like when you say about all the folks in Region 6 and they feel this way. I think part of that speaks to the onslaught of folks that always seem to hit up the ranchers and farmers out that way, and it's like, give us a break. I don't know whether it's falling in that category or whether it's really focused, in fact, on the resource and our concerns, because the department is saying we're okay from a biological perspective doing this. So I don't know if this remedy you're looking for is more socially driven or around issues of crowding, or what's the focal point of why you proposed it?
So in Daniels County, if you guys aren't aware, they have a large amount of state lands. So they're proportionally, they are affected a lot more than other counties. And so it is a bigger, possibly a bigger issue there. But I just think that the March 31st date for this first time, I'd like to see that. And like I said, we can look at it next year to see statistically how many people are even getting these licenses and what we're looking at. And we should know, I guess this is a question for Mr. Wakeling, but we should know, will we ask the area that they're hunting in?
Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, yes, that certainly would be one of the questions that we would ask.
Well, and to be clear, they're not hunting, they're training.
Oh, yes, sorry, misspoke. Yes.
So the only, and it's just for purposes of education and clarification, what are the concerns that there's too many people coming to the area? I mean, because that could be deemed beneficial to the gas stations, shopkeepers, and everything else. So I'm just trying to understand what problem you're trying to solve for the folks in that region that feeling the pressure, because it's just unclear to me.
Sure. And I can only speak to the different people that I have spoken to in that area, but they have mainly non-resident people come with large numbers of dogs and stay for a very long time. And it's beyond beneficial because they're making a huge impact to that area. I mean, I know I realize what you're saying as far as the businesses, but it's kind of gone over and above that so that it's kind of gone over the edge to negative effects to the community rather than all positive. Is from what I.
Perfect. That helps me understand. That's
Okay.
precisely what I was looking for. Thank you. Any other questions with regards to the amendment on the table to the core motion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a vote on that. All those in favor of amending Commissioner Siebel's motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign?
Aye.
5-1. So the original motion is now modified. Eric and Quentin, Kevin, do we have that in the record as modified?
Yeah, I would like to confirm the dates if we can.
Yep.
The adjusted dates then are residents, August 1 to March 31st. Non-residents, August 15th to March 31st.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other conversations, amendments, or anything else before we go to the public for comment? Okay, gang, come on up. You know the routine by now. We'll hear first 2 minutes from the folks that have made the drive, and then when we're done, we'll open it up to the internet, the regional offices. Yes, sir.
Thomas Baumeister again. I'm Vice Chair, Montana Chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I failed to mention that earlier. I would like to thank you for the motion. I would like to really speak to the split season start date. And I sort of speak on behalf of this ad hoc group that sort of formed around this issue. And there's a little bit of an elephant in the room here. And Commissioner Brooke, you certainly are getting at that. And the elephant in the room is the commercial dog trainer from out of state. They are showing up with kennels of dogs. Now, they don't let them all run at the same time. You know, it's very organized. And the reason why they're coming to Montana, because it is the last best place. We have tremendous resources. We have, sort of welcome mat. And we have lots of public land, mostly state land in Region 6. And that's where they're coming to. And there are going to be more of them because now we're going to publish this in the bird regs. So anyone who's on the fence kind of thinking about this, who is running a commercial operation, goes like, now I'm coming to Montana. So the split opening, Commissioner Siebel, is really heading in the right direction. Now, were we hoping for August 25th? Sure. Is where we landed and where I think this is going to go. This is definitely moving in the right direction. And it does compliment the department, Senator Lang, for really wanting to address this commercial issue. Great that we have a license. Great we have a season. Great we have a conversation. Great we have a great starting proposal. So with that, you have our support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bryce DeVries. I'm a bird hunting guide and trainer, and love what you were saying, Chairman Siebel. I think we had an issue in Region 6 that this was all kind of started out trying to address, and now we are covering all of Montana with the same, trying to address one issue. Myself that lives here in Helena, I run on the scratch gravels, run dogs in a lot of public places, and it's in my best benefit to not affect the birds because I need them to be there at all times. So it's always relied kind of on a little bit of respect for the game and respect for the dogs and the industry that you're in, that we've always kind of said that May 1st was where you didn't run after May 1st. Now that we put a little bit more regulation on it, I really am quite concerned about what it looks like when the differences between walking a dog and dog training. Oftentimes for me, training a dog is having a collar on 2 pointers and letting them go in the prairie, and they're exercising, but if they find birds, they're also doing their job. So, and that works as training, right? Like that's a great day. They find some birds, they walk in, the birds flush, grab the dog, and we walk away. So we're not beating up on any birds here. It's not a ton of harassment or anything. And I got in eastern Montana. For me, running around Helena here, it's not like I'm not cheating on finding where the birds are earlier than that. It's not a cheat. It's about, I have clients that are coming in, they want to hunt behind good dogs. So I'm trying to get them in the best shape possible.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas, and I represent Montana Wildlife Federation. And MWF supports approval of alternative B. We know that the timing of many of our upland hatches means that birds will be very immature come the beginning and middle of August. The data provided by the department suggests that if we were to begin training in August, we run a high risk of displacing young from their mothers, and stressing them to the point of increased mortality rates. While delaying the start of the season by a month appears to ask a lot of dog trainers who wish to use the public resources to operate their businesses, we must always balance entrepreneurial and recreational use with the impacts to the resource. We fear the potential adverse effects on our upland populations are too significant to justify starting in August. For this reason, we request that the department approve alternative B and delay the start date until September 1st. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other members in the public here that would like to comment before we go to the internet? All right. Eric, how about the regions? Do we got anybody in the regional offices? Here we go. That looks like region 4, if I got my numbers right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can hear you.
All right. I'm Jim Homison, that's Homison from Stanford, Montana. I'm representing FWP's Region 4 CAC. Our council recommends the commission adopt a form of alternative B. We recommend a dog training session on public lands only from August 1st through August 15th, except in elk hunting districts that have early shoulder seasons on public land. Dog training on public land would be banned in these hunting districts, and districts would likely vary from year to year. Department analysis of their proposal is remiss because it only addresses biological concerns of upland game birds, while ignoring biological concerns of other wildlife, especially ungulate big game animals. Establishing a bird dog training season on public lands during January and February would be unwise because of disturbance to ungulate big game animals. For ungulate big game animals, January and February are usually the most critical months for survival. That's one reason our state's WMAs are mostly closed to human activity in the winter, so that wintering animals are not disturbed and needlessly wasting metabolic energy. Wintering animals on open and public lands need to be considered. Ungulate big game animals depend upon thermal cover for winter survival because thermal cover helps conserve metabolic energy during times of the year when quality food sources are often limited. Game birds also usually use these thermal cover areas for the same reason. Dog trainers would focus their operations in and near thermal cover because that's where the birds concentrate along with ungulate big game. Neither ungulates nor game birds deserve canine disturbance in January and February. Training jogs on public land during late August prior to September's upland bird opener and big game archery opener would likely haze game birds and animals to adjacent private properties close to public hunting, such as hunting leases and hobby ranches, further reducing quality public hunting land opportunities. Elk displacement could further complicate elk management where public land borders close private property. Where early elk shoulder seasons occur on public lands, dog training could help defeat the purpose of shoulder seasons. That concludes our comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the Region 4 office that would like to comment? All right.
Nothing else from Region 4.
Thank you. Any other regions have folks that would like to comment on the dog training motion? Eric, do we have anybody on the internet?
We do, Mr. Vice Chair. I have 2 commenters on the internet. We'll begin with John McEltrott, and I'll apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly. Go ahead.
John here. Are y'all able to hear me?
Yep, we sure are.
Good afternoon. John McEltrout, Roundup, Montana, Chairman, Vice Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to share a few thoughts. I appreciate the amended dates. I think one thing that would be helpful to keep in mind is that I'm a pro trainer. I've been a pro point and dog trainer for 24 years. Have been a Montana resident for 16 years, but in the spring of the year, in March and April, there are no non-resident bird dog trainers training in Montana. No one would drive this far to risk bad weather. It would be extremely, much like what Bryce brought up, it would be extremely helpful to my customers, the folks who own 1 or 2 dogs and who are looking for a place to work dogs in the spring, if they could in fact work dogs on the state section down the road from where they live. If we have a problem with non-resident trainers in Region 6 in late summer, it seems like we're penalizing all of Montana, every Montana resident, by taking April training opportunities away from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have one more commenter, Mr. Vice Chair. That'll be Tana Kraydolfer. Go ahead, please.
Does he have to push *6 or something in order to come on board, or?
Anna, if you're there, we can't.
Oh, okay, I got you. I had to unmute.
There
Okay.
you go.
I've been raising and training bird dogs in Montana for almost 30 years. I would agree with John McEltrott that the month of March and April are pretty important dates for the in-state trainers. We don't have any out-of-state influence at that time. And I do appreciate the dates that you came up with. I do have a concern about that there was no definition for training. I know Mr. Kilbreth said they're gonna try to address that, but I would still like to see
I think you might have cut yourself off there. You went blank on us. Is she trying to get back on?
I can't tell, sir. She does show unmuted too.
Okay. Ma'am, you somehow or another, we lost your contact and we can't hear you. We don't know if you're still there. Okay, is there anybody else in the queue for us? Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am, that you got cut off, but we did get the opportunity to hear a great deal of your testimony. Any more public testimony? I think that's it. We're down to the final throws here. Any further comments or questions by the commission?
Vice Chair, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead with Chair Robinson first, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner Burrows. Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, I guess I don't think that's a bad idea to have a definition. Do we have a definition in statute as to what that would pertain to as far as hunting?
Training for
training. I know, my gosh, sorry. Training for hunting.
Mr. Wakeling or Mr. Kujala, do you want to address that? Or for that matter, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice Chair. The first question I had is how to reconcile that idea with the statutory language that's in place.
So you guys are trying to determine whether the statute kind of already set that in place.
Vice Chair, that's correct. And that's sort of what I was getting at with the very first sentence of 1A and 87.3602, just training of bird dogs using game birds not raised in captivity. So there is a sort of a narrowing scope by that language of what the definition would be. I mean, if we were to craft a definition, it would start with that language, I believe. So I think what mechanically where it would come from is because there's nothing in the statute. Could we do something in the regulations themselves, craft it that way?
So what I'm hearing both from commission members and the public is this ongoing concern of inadvertent, capturing of people that are out there doing something other than what this was intended to regulate. And not a great deal of belief that it will be okay. That maybe a little better comfort if it was more cleanly defined. I think that sums up what we're hearing and what I believe you're saying, Chair Robinson, relative to the last commenter. You're muted. You were muted,
Yes.
Chair
Yeah,
Robinson.
sorry. That's exactly what I was getting at, is that what is the definition of training? Do we need a definition of training in the regulation?
Mr. Kujala.
Just Chair, Vice Chair, thank you. Just thinking about what is in statute, needing all of us to reconcile with that, stay connected with that. I wonder just here in the moment, as I think about building the definition in this forum, if that's what folks are talking about, putting another process alternative on the table, which is in other places like this, none come to mind, but the department's answer has been outreach. And so in this case, I wonder if there is a viable alternative to think about a Q&A, for example, question and answer. Sounds like across all of this conversation, different folks have heard different scenarios, and taking time to enumerate that and come at it from another way in an outreach, not in a formal definition, given what the statute has already said, and rather say, here's what is not training, or in the QA, if I'm walking my dog, and that's all I'm doing, do I have to buy a D5? No. I don't know if that's a viable alternative. Again, it's another process approach to clarification, if I may, Vice Chair.
So you heard a departmental response. I don't know if that satisfies you, Chair Robinson, or the other commissioners.
I think so. I guess if we just had something that was a guideline, and maybe when they pick up their D5 license, they get a sheet handed to them that says questions and answers about commonly asked questions.
Well, in some regards, if I'm understanding this too, it's not so much the people that are going to get the D5s because they're more likely to comply because they're getting a D5. It's really about the folks that don't have a D5 that either maybe should have one and don't have one. It's less clear as to exactly what audience we're trying to capture on this. If we can get that done through education, outreach, and all that, especially as we roll out the program, okay, by the way, you're going to be needing to get these if you want to be on public land. I think with anything else, we can certainly try that. And if there's a great deal of confusion, we can potentially act in the future. If that satisfies the commissioners, I think that's what we're hearing as the preference of the department.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lane?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know it's in an alternative A, in the language, it says a dog trainer may not train on public lands if additional land use regulations prohibit access during all or part of this training window. Does that need to be in the language of the motion, or is that already implied through previous regulations?
Commissioner Lane, Vice Chair, I think it's implied. It was sort of helpful as an informational piece in my perspective as far as this motion is concerned. I mean, for example, other sort of WMAs or, those closures exist independently. So it wouldn't impact the application of the motion amended motion as it stands is my perspective. But I don't know if Brian's nodding, but.
And I would agree, especially in that, you know, we have the whole cover sheet that goes along with that with the amended motion, but it's as presented by the department, and that was part of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications? I have one. We received from Representative Tom France some suggestions with regards to obviously support since he was connected to the enabling legislation. But he's very specifically indicating that he is recommending that in our motion that we add the language on Montana school trust lands managed by DNRC. Commercial dog trainers must also obtain a special recreation permit from DNRC. And I just want to once again ask, you do not feel compelled that we have to do that now because that's being handled somewhere else. So it doesn't have to be part of our motion today.
Vice Chair Tabor, yes, that's correct. That
Okay.
is how, and that input from Representative France is what prompted that clarification.
Perfect. Anything else? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor is the motion as amended. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I believe we have one last topic for wildlife.
That is correct, sir.
Unless, one thing I have to mention, you know, I'm thinking of this well-dressed Nevadan with a phenomenal array of boots, and you crushed me when you talked about dachshunds and chihuahuas. So I just had to convey that. But anyway, you have the floor, Mr. Wade.
Thank you, sir. I'm just glad I'm wearing two of the same pair of boots the same day. Our final item that we have for wildlife here this afternoon is an amendment to existing deer regulations. And as everybody was fairly well aware, this last winter it wasn't the worst winter, I think, on record, but it certainly got many of our attentions, especially those of us from Nevada who'd never seen minus 37 on our home thermometer before. But one of the things that we've also want to point out as part of this is primarily most of what we've seen as far as some of the decreases in our deer populations, our biologists are attributing to kind of the prolonged drought as much as anything else. We've had a couple of years of pretty dry winter, dry weather just all around. Thankfully, we're seeing some improvements here now. The department routinely would bring something like this before the commission during the regular season setting period so that it could be incorporated in the regulations. However, we've had a lot of feedback from the public, as I know the commission has as well. And so at the conclusion of our spring surveys for the most part, and as we were kind of wrapping those up, we queried our biologists within our regions, and we really looked at, especially coming up to the deadline for bee license applications and things of that nature, to ensure that we didn't have to do something dramatic with bee licenses where people were applying. But what we generated from that is a recommendation that we might, the commission would consider changing the legal animal that would be authorized to partake using a general license within several of the hunting districts. And that being specifically 410, 411, 412, 417, 419, 426, 471, 621, 622, and 700, 701, 702, 703, 704, and 705. What we would ask is that the legal animal be changed from an either sex mule deer to an antlered buck mule deer. We would still recommend maintaining either sex opportunity for whitetail. Those still seem to be doing well. Also, there is a specific license permit and type 620-00. Currently, it is, if you drew that permit, it's good for 620, 621, and 622. And what we would ask is that 621 and 622 be excluded from the open areas if that permit were drawn. And so the intent here is to limit the take of antlerless mule deer. What we might see as a result of this is a potential shift in the buck to doe ratios. It could become lower because we're killing fewer of the females. But what we believe this would mitigate what we've seen with the drought and the winter this past couple of years. And if things keep looking as good as it does right now, there's no better time to be in lactating ungulate in Montana than right now. And so hopefully we'll see some good reproduction and carryover, and we may come back with some other recommended changes. You're going to see some additional changes come forward through the biennial season setting process. But at this point in time, we thought it was important for the commission to consider changing these particular LPTs.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for clarifications, including if you feel like this is an all-inclusive list, whether you feel other should be added or subtracted from it. Commissioner Brooke?
Yes, Vice Chair Tabor, I would like to add in, I don't know quite how I do this, but add in 301, which we added into the mountain lion quota to try to help stabilize that population there. So I don't know if I need to do this with, do I need to amend this?
We haven't even made a motion yet, so I
But
think.
I'm asking a question, do I move this motion with that included? Like,
Yes,
is there
yeah, if you
anybody
want to
else?
make the entire motion and then
Can you
include in
include
it.
that? Does anybody else want to?
Well, let's do this. You certainly can make the motion and then add to it or
All right.
subtract from it the way you'd like.
So I
to.
will make I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's recommendation to amend mule deer license permit type opportunities to include changing the opportunity prescription from either sex mule deer to include antlered buck, mule deer, including all things that are in this current motion and adding 301, HD 301. So 410, 411, everything that's already on there. Do I need to read them?
For clarity, I would
Okay.
read them aloud and then
So
add in your,
antlered buck mule deer in HD 301, 410, 411, 412, 417, 419, 426, 421, 621, 622, 700, 701, 702, 703, 704, and 705, and excluding HD 621 and 622 from the opportunity available to LPT 620-00 as presented.
So I'd just like to modify the record. I think Commissioner Brooke meant to say 471. She said
Oh.
421.
Okay.
And the other part I wanted to clarify on 301, and I imagine this is in response to the feedback we heard during Lions. Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, because do we have the issue of the 100 mule deer in region or in HD 301, was that as B permits that were allowed in addition to A's, or was that, are we allowed to have either sex mule deer for 100? Just so we know what we're fixing here with the motion, and I apologize, but I just feel like that clarification is important.
Vice Chair Tabor, if I understand the question, 301, as I look in the regulations, the general deer license is either sex mule deer during the archery only season. During the general season and the muzzleloader season, it switches to antlered buck mule deer. So there is a component of the fall season, specifically archery, that currently is either sex mule deer on the general deer license.
And then is there a separate B tags opportunity in 301 for mule deer?
Vice Chair Tabor, no. The Deer B license 301 is for antlerless whitetail deer.
So this would be in essence disqualifying the archery season for either sex and saying it could only be utilized for mule deer or for bucks.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Just want to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a second of that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Eric, and are you guys comfortable with the motion, the way it was written, everything? We got it on record properly? Okay. So I'll open it up to the commissioners. Any conversation on this topic? All good? All right, well then let's go to public comment. Anybody here present? Step on up.
Baumeister again, Montana chapter BHA. We're in full support of the motion for two reasons. One, it is the right thing to do, given the conditions, and I'm not going to belabor that point. But the second one is really important to us. I think we just have witnessed how this process is supposed to work. It is supposed to work how Brian has laid this out, talking to the local biologists, to the landowners, to people on the ground. Hey, what are you seeing? What's going on? Hey, we're seeing it's not looking too good. Okay, and then moving that up in the form of a recommendation for the department, so the head shed to make sense of it, and then advance that as a proposal to the commission. So compliment to the motion on both of those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, Paul Ellis. I got to commend the department for doing the right thing this time. It's really been refreshing to see them address this issue that we've been talking about, especially in where I'm from, in Region 7. And I know it's going on in Regions 4 and 6 also. So this is I got to pat them on the back on this situation. The only concern we might have is the undue pressure, the unintended consequences of if they're not going to be shooting does, they might be, shooting our smaller bucks and stuff like that when they take a doe instead of a smaller buck. But that, other than that, I don't know how you adjust everything to make everything come out. But I highly recommend a do pass on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from here? Oh, great.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas, and I represent the Montana Wildlife Federation. We support this amendment and the addition of 301, but MWF would like to know why whitetail deer were specifically not included in this amendment. We feel that the winter and the drought was just as harsh for them and are concerned about their numbers as well. And we would just like a little clarification on why they are not included. We believe the amendment is the right thing to do and will likely help ensure better outcomes for hunters chasing other species with fewer hunter days on public land. MWF is very concerned about declining mule deer populations across the state, but this isn't just a Montana issue. This is a Western issue. All states throughout the Rocky Mountain West are dealing with mule deer declines. We look to FWP as a leader in mule deer conservation, and we stand ready to help you in that regard. So we would like to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here? Okay, given that it isn't, before I go to public comment, Mr. Wakeling, could you address the question that was posed relative to whitetail?
Mr. Ellis brought up?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things that we do anticipate as part of this harvest is that we may see a shift. We shift in that harvest. But routinely, what we see on these either sex tags is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 30% of the harvest is antlerless, and so we're not expecting to see a dramatic shift. And just trying to find the availability of those bucks, the reason why a lot of people tend to harvest the does is often because they've made that determination ahead of time and they may not. It's kind of the same behavioral stuff that we were talking about earlier in the year. We're talking about 1 year. And again, oftentimes the difference we see in a single year's worth of data usually is inconsequential in the longer term. And it's something that we will be looking to as part of the biennial season 6.
But I think what I specifically heard was why whitetail, not
I'm
suggested
sorry,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
same exact.
I was, the whitetail, the feedback that we've received from our biologists is that the whitetail populations are doing well. And so we're not seeing a need to reduce that opportunity for the whitetails. In most cases, and in some instances, some of the areas, those tend to be the populations where we've seen things like EHD outbreaks and stuff. And so we watch those populations real carefully. And right now we have not seen the same level of issue with those populations that we have with mule deer.
Okay, great. Great. So I'd like to go to the regional offices. Anybody sitting in the regional offices that would like to comment on the mule deer proposal? Nobody's lighting up, so we'll go to the internet. Eric, do we have anybody who would like to comment?
We do, Mr. Vice Chair. We'll start with Ian Wargo. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Vice Chair, members of the commission, Ian Wargo, Region 1 CAC member. I just wanted to thank the department and the commission for putting forward this proposal. I think it's the sort of proactive management that we need to be considering as we move into the next season setting process. I think there's some momentum that maybe has started here that we could, hopefully continue with. And I'd really encourage the department and the commission to look at our B tag structure and, acknowledging that there, is game depredation issues in the state, really maybe consider, kind of the scalpel approach of switching a lot of those B tags over to a private land only B tag. And because I just feel like we don't have an issue with too many deer on public lands. So take care of the issue where the issue exists, if that's at all possible coming up here. So I appreciate the comment, and I in full support of the proposal.
Thank you.
We have no further public commenters, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, any further comments or questions by the commission before we call for a vote? I even looked your way. All right, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Go put your boots up there, buddy. You're done. All right, we're going to shift gears completely. Are we okay? Do we need a bio break? Anybody need? We're on a roll. We're going to keep going. Well, there's one of my favorite people, Ms. Stockwell.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, and members. Good to be with you this afternoon. Our first item for the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division is the Consolidated Public Use Rules for lands administered by FWP. And for the record, I am Hope Stockwell. I'm the administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. This is the first step in the series of events that we hope to follow through the rest of the year with you in bringing these consolidated public use rules for our lands forward. Again, this is a joint effort between the commission for your authority related to fishing access sites and wildlife management areas, and with the State Parks Board in relation to their authority for state parks and other recreation areas. And so this is that first green light step, very similar to what you did with grizzly bear rulemaking very much earlier today, as it turned out. And so we're back this afternoon asking for another green light. Happy to answer any questions that you might have, but hoping that you'll support us in moving forward with this consolidated set of rules to replace the 3 separate sets that we currently have, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Hope. Commissioners, any clarifying questions or anything for Ms. Stockwell before we entertain a motion?
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Burrow.
Fish and Wildlife Commission approved initiation of rulemaking on a consolidated set of public use rules for all lands administered by FWP.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Lane. Any additional questions or conversations at the commission level? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Anybody present that would like to comment on the consolidation of set of public use rules for lands administered by FWP? I think Mr. Baumgartner's coming around. Yep, good hustle.
Getting the work
Appreciate
out.
that. Yeah, that's good.
So Thomas Baumeister again, FDHA, full support for initiating the rulemaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Okay, we'll go to the regional offices. Any comments from the regional offices? Appears to be none. Anybody on the internet that would like to comment?
We have no online commenters at this time, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Eric. So hearing no more comment, any additional requirements from the commission? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, our next topic is private land recreation management or areas biennial rule renewal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Jason Cool, Hunting Access Program Manager for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I have the opportunity to talk to you about the biennial rule renewal. So this is we're asking for a renewal, a biennial rule for 3 different properties, Stimson Lumber, Avista, and the Nature Conservancy. Many of these have been in place for quite some time. It opens up about 275,000 acres of Region 1 and Region 2 for year-round recreation. So with your approval of this final action on the recommendation to approve these biennial rules or renew the biennial rules, we'll be able to work with the landowner to open up those lands and keep them open for the next 2 years.
Excellent. And I think on a matter like this, what we'll do is hear from each 3 of them. If you want to comment on them, we'll take them as a package.
Okay, so I'm just, that's all I had for the biennial rules for those. Okay. I'll stand by for questions, and if you have anything else, be right back here.
Any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Cool before we ask for a motion? Any clarifications? Commissioner Siebel?
Vice Chair Tabor, I move that the Fish Wildlife Commission renew the biennial recreation management rules for lands held by Stimson Lumber, Avista, and the Nature Conservancy in Regions 1 and 2.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a second by Chair Robinson. Any further discussion or questions of the commission? Hearing none, anybody like to make public comment that's present?
Me again. A resounding yes. What a win-win partnership between landowners, the hunting public, the recreating public. So what is not to like about this? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other commenters in present? Anybody in the regional offices that would like to comment on the 3 renewals of the biennial recreational management rules? Doesn't look like there's any. Eric, is anybody online?
No online commenters, Mr. Vice Chair.
Perfect. Any further discussion? Seeing a call for none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion as stated signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we're up to our last Parks and Recs, which I think is the access agreements.
Good afternoon again, members. For the record, Hope Stockwell, Administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. I'll be tag teaming this next presentation on elk hunting access agreements with Mr. Cool. We are here to present the 2023 application cycle to you and also build off the information we received from the landowner and hunter surveys in 2022. We're calling this program EHAs now. So if you hear us use that acronym, that's what we're referring to. In the past, they've been known as 454s. That was the original bill number. We're trying to move away from that. So we're referring to EHAs. First, want to start with a hearty thanks to all of the staff here at headquarters and in the regions who made this work. The application closes at May 15th this year. We had a very tight turnaround to get those posted by May 25th for 2 weeks in advance review by the commission and members of the public. And so just want to give a hearty thanks to everyone in the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, as well as the Communication and Education Division, licensing, the administrative staff team, the legal unit, human dimensions, and the regional biologists and wardens. This is yeoman's effort and everybody really chipped in, and so we're grateful. Also, thank you, big thanks to Mr. Cool for his leadership in this program. Before he talks about this year's applications, the chair asked for a brief review on House Bill 596. And Madam Chair, I just want to check in that you still want to go through that this afternoon.
It doesn't go into effect though until next year. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
I think we can wait for the review.
Okay.
That. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I'll stand by and turn it over to Mr. Cool. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cool. Prior to you starting, I just want to draw the attention to the commissioners that there was a desk copy of the absolute latest and greatest. So we should be working off of our hard copy. I believe these were emailed to our commissioners that are on the phone, and so they have this document.
That's correct.
All right. I just want to make sure we're working off the latest and greatest.
So Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, again, Jason Cool, Hunting Access Program Manager for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Hearty hoo-hoo to what Hope said on thank you to everybody. It was a huge team effort, and we certainly could not have done it without the regional staff, without our headquarters staff across many divisions. I mean, I know Alex and Chrissy, everybody legal, everybody's working on it. So thank you to all of them again. What you have before you is, or what was provided to you this morning, are just some updates to the existing master list. So the master list was posted on the 25th for public viewing, for your viewing as well. This year we did receive 50 applications, opens up about 500,000 acres. There's 79 permits or licenses that are being requested by landowners. 21 of the landowners have reapplied from last year. And then in 690, I'll draw your attention to that one as well. We have proposed, the department's recommended that we implement a 10% above the approved quota cap for these permits. And so we do have 9 permits requested by 8 landowners, and there are only 5 available for the 690-20 rifle either sex permit. There are, like I said, the primary master list has all 50 applications on it. And then what you're provided this morning were just some updates. So I'll go over those updates for you and the public, just so everybody's aware.
And for the people here, this form is outside.
Yep, I have copies here as well.
If you'd like a copy.
If that's all right, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Chair Robinson. You're muted.
sorry. Was it emailed separately, or is it part of our virtual binder?
Madam Chair, it was emailed separately. If you didn't get it, I can resend it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think we all need it emailed, please.
Does that affect you starting?
I can certainly go through them, and I'll talk about, so on the, again, we talked about, we had 50 applications overall this year. In hunting districts, 412, 426, there are some changes which are on this list. So I want to make sure that folks see that. But one of the things that came up this year was, of course, the deadline. We had deadline of applications of May 15th, and we were getting applications right until about the 23rd or 24th of May. It was a real quick turnaround. So apologies on that for folks that wanted more time, but we got it posted. So with the applications, and as the department is recommending, there were a few that we had questions on, whether the landowner was offering archery opportunity, rifle opportunity, or what we could do there. Specifically, there's one hunting district 426 where the landowner was offering cow harvest only for the public hunters. And so we actually worked with the landowner, and they're going to provide bull harvest opportunity for the public just because of the management need there for harvesting bulls and for hunting for the 426. So for the changes to the master list that was provided to the public, Southern Pines Plantation, SPP, they are going to pick 2 we had on the original master list that we would actually be doing a random draw for those, but they're just going to go ahead and pick 2 residents per statute. The landowner can pick up to 1/3 of the public hunters for these agreements. So they're going to go ahead and pick their 2. And then they're also going to allow additional public hunting this year. They weren't sure when they submitted their application, but we've confirmed that they are going to do that. Agreement or application number 6 would have been Staubach Creek. So I'm going off the edits list for folks that want to know that. The edits list of Staubach Creek here by Winston, they actually decided that they would like to pull their application as of yesterday. The Swinging H Cattle Company, they went from 2 permits requested down to 1. The landowner had originally asked for 2 either sex permits, but they realized that either sex permit is not valid during the shoulder season, so they reduced their request to 1. For the J&L River Ranch, again, this is application number 24. It's the one I mentioned earlier. That will go to an either sex opportunity, hunting district 426, for 3 public hunters. All 3 public hunters will have an either sex opportunity on that one. We were able to confirm that as well. So that changed that original, and the department recommendation would have been no, but now with this update, if we have changed it to yes, we do recommend that it go forward. Same with Ronald and Susan DePaw, application number 31. They had originally not clarified all the sections on their map, but we got all that straightened out this week. So they will go ahead and allow the 3 public hunters to harvest cow elk on those sections listed of 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12 on their maps. Janet Sheehy, application number 33. Those ones, we had a question on the archery opportunity, regional staff. So when we submit these out, we get them in, I send them regional soups, regional wildlife managers, regional enforcement captains, and then regional access managers to combine feedback on how does the region perceive this from a biological standpoint, from an access standpoint. And we provide that feedback, and the feedback on this Sheehy application, as well as the next one, was that the archery opportunity would probably be better for the public than just the rifle opportunity, just the presence of elk. So we actually worked with the landowner. The landowner is going to allow one of the public hunters to hunt with that 690-21, which is an archery only specific license. And lastly, would have been Wade. It's agreement number 38. They also had archery opportunity, and they had elected based on regional feedback to stick with just the 3 public hunters for the rifle season. So those are all the changes we have to that original master list, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor and Mr. Cool and Ms. Stockwell, I just have to say just a couple comments about this. When those of us have been on the commission, I guess senior guys now have been on for a couple of years. We first saw this program. It had been in existence for quite a while, but it was pretty chaotic. We were getting applications in, and we started picking up more and more. And I just want to commend you both for what you've done as far as organizing the process, putting deadlines on the process, putting more parameters around the process, and obviously growing the program as well. I think it's great testimony that we had 50 applicants this year. It's up from last year and way up from previous years before that. So that's a great success. I also know that we had requested years ago to do the follow-up on the 450, the EHAs. And we wanted to have that follow-up to see how the quality was from the hunt, and you guys are doing that well now. I'd encourage you, and so I commend you on that. That's great progress. So we can really ascertain and really evaluate what this program is doing and what impact it's having on public access to these private ranches. And I would encourage you to continue on especially with trying to glean more data out of those surveys and make sure that we're getting the proper data from those as far as, the quality of the hunt and really the accessibility. And I'd also encourage one more thing, and that is seeing some of the public comment from some of the landowners participating. We had some instances where we had willing landowners and they weren't even able to fill all their spots and get people because they went other places or got an elk other. And I don't want to waste those opportunities. So the more we can do to push to get hunters into those spots, the better. So just great work, and I commend you both on that, and the department as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Siebel. Any other comments or questions before I call for a motion? Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2023 elk hunting access agreements as presented by the department and send to a random draw those applications in districts where the number of requests for permits and licenses exceed the department imposed cap of 10% of the commission adopted quota previously approved during the biennial season setting process.
Second. Seconded by Commissioner Brook. Any further discussion or comments by any of the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll take public comment. Anybody here present that would like to comment on the EHAs?
Mr. Thomas Baumeister again, Montana chapter of BHA. On this one, I have to slow down a little bit. We've been involved with the 454s or elk access agreements for quite some time. I want to second what Commissioner Siebel just has expressed. A big thank you to the department for really stepping up, especially under Director Warsek's leadership, really putting a solid process underneath this program, which was sort of just out there. It wasn't really, people didn't know what it was. And so just great work in that, on that front. My comments today speak a little bit. So in preparing for today, I went through the list of 50 and I looked at them, and here's where we're sort of struggled with this. And this is really hard to evaluate whether or not a particular proposal should be advanced or not. And the reason why it feels to us that this has sort of become sort of transactional in nature, meaning a landowner says, yep, I would like to have a bull permit and I would be willing to allow 3 public hunters. That sort of seems straightforward. But when you look at the actual statute that authorized this and that sort of calls for these 454s as really a tool for wildlife management, I think that concept sort of gets lost in the transactional nature of this. So I don't have anything particular other than I'm sort of hoping, or we're hoping that maybe you could, in your capacity, sort of just help us sort of get to the 2.0 version of this, whereby we put these access agreement programs really under the larger rubric of wildlife management. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas, and I represent the Montana Wildlife Federation. MWF supports approving all of the EHA, I got 454 in my notes, all of the EHA agreements for 2023 as they provide good hunting opportunities for the public to access elk. While we don't have any specific objections to this round of EHAs, we do remain concerned that the new process doesn't give the public enough time to actually go through these. Our main concern is that the process for public comment in this situation left the public without much of an opportunity to take in the information and put thoughtful comments together. And we say this because a lack of transparency can lead to mistrust with the FWP, despite the good intentions of the agency and this program. Public's ability to look into and comment on each EHA is essential to not only good outcomes, but it adds faith that the public needs in order to support these proposals and for them to be successful. With HB 596 passing, it'll be even more important for the public to have the ability to put good comments together and help ensure the best results are achieved for both hunters and our public trust. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Go to the regional offices. Is there anybody in the regional offices that would like to comment on the elk access agreements? Don't see anybody lighting up. Do we have anybody online, Eric?
There are no online commenters at this time, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Any further comments or questions by the commission? One comment that I think I would make after going through the detail, and it's really in regards to both the public comments we heard. What I saw was a very consistent and routine application of going through the criteria established by, legislation and being really careful to make sure that each and every one of these agreements met that. And somewhat what's evidenced by that is the fact that they didn't suggest that all of them got approved. There's a couple that didn't get approved. And the reason why is they didn't help us meet our objectives. And that in and amongst itself tells me that's the system working. That's the department applying everything they have, having everybody involved in it, because there is a lot of touch points on these things, and then getting a conclusion by the department. So that, that's why I think so much of us are so appreciative of the level of effort that's being put into the department to make these things work. And I hope it's not lost on the public, because I know there was a lot of negativity with this program when it first started, that this is right now a positive direction for gaining access for folks that otherwise wouldn't get it. And that's something to be collectively celebrated, in my opinion. So any other comments or questions by commissioners? Okay, call for the question. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Jason. Well, land and water and enforcement got off the hook. That doesn't mean we won't get our hooks into you later. But we do have something with legal. So
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Take it from there.
Yep, absolutely. So what's before you today is, I know the commission has recently had a few petitions for rulemaking in front of it, but we have some newer commissioners. So I'll just start with some process on what's in front of the commission today. And so we have a petition submitted by Mr. Cole, who I believe is here. And so what will happen is Mr. Cole will present his petition. The commission, which is for rulemaking, it's a petition to repeal an existing ARM rule, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but it is rulemaking in the sense that it has to go through the Secretary of State's process. So if the commission were to grant Mr. Cole's petition, the Secretary of State's rulemaking process would begin. There'd be another public hearing with public comment, and then it would come back to the commission for a final, essentially, in whatever form it takes. If the commission were to deny the petition today, that's the end of the process. There is a third option you'll probably see on your cover sheet there, or on the chair agenda, which is if the commission wants more information, the commission can request that from the petitioner, which would require him to go back and essentially resubmit the petition with more information. So that's where we kind of hand it off, unless there's process questions on how that works. I'll hand it off to Mr. Cole to present his petition.
Yes, and just so the public knows, we're affording you a little bit more time because you're the actual petitioner making this presentation. So
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair and Commission members for even giving us this opportunity. My name is Ed Cole. I'm the president of Meisner Ranches. We own approximately 2,000 acres that is included within the boundaries of the Brinkmann Game Preserve. We lease approximately another 1,400 acres that is within the boundaries of the game preserve. We also have other ranches in Liberty County. We actively participate in block management. I think we afford access to probably roughly over 30,000 acres, either by opening up our private lands for access to public or just through our private land. Quick introduction, I guess. My wife Joey and I moved back to her family's ranch approximately 20 years ago. Somewhat of a predetermined spot for our house happened to be within a half mile of the boundary of the Brinkmann Game Preserve. And we also have trails, calving facilities, all within the boundaries of the Brinkmann Game Preserve. In that 20 years, we've added 4 kids to our family. They're all active shooters, active hunters. I grew up in a family that collected guns. I participated in CMP matches, so target shooting is pretty relevant in our family. My kids are all in 4-H shooting sports. I come down to rule number 3 of 12.9202. Except as specifically permitted by the commission for the hunting of deer, no person may carry or discharge firearms within the preserve. We really feel that kind of limits our basic rights as landowners. We pay taxes on the land. There was never, there's never been compensation, to my understanding. John Brinkmann created the preserve in 1927 at his request. I don't believe there's any compensation or easements. It was a personal decision by him. The next generation was my wife's parents and uncles that took over that. They accepted the rules. Don't know if they followed the rules. They accepted the rules. Ranching, farming. When you have cattle, you have calves, you have coyotes. We now have wolf sightings. It's in our nature to protect our livestock, our way of life. So I do feel that we are somewhat hurt by the rules of the Brinkmann Game Preserve. I do feel it is a privilege. We are, honored to be able to rent BLM, DNRC land. Yet our hands are somewhat tied there. We, with that privilege comes responsibility. We need to be able to manage that land, not only grazing rotations or stalking rotations, but in the recent drought years, we've seen huge increases in the populations of prairie dogs and dispersions. You might have a town in one area, you'll find new holes 2 to 3 miles away where these prairie dogs are starting to form new towns. I don't know if they don't like their neighbors or what, but they move sporadically. As a lesser, BLM and state does not allow the use of any poison of any form. So our hands are really tied as to how do we manage this without being able to shoot a prairie dog. Trapping is one method. Shooting's not the answer, trapping's not the answer, but at least it's a tool in our toolbox we can use. One question probably is, and we have discussed this with Ryan Rauscher, the biologist in our area, a lot. Is there dispersion of animals? Is there a greater presence of deer on the Brinkmann Game Preserve? I think his conclusion is not necessarily. I would say as a hunter and a landowner, I'm there every day. I would say that's not necessarily true anymore. There's been many changes in ag. I grew up north of Chester. CRP days were kind of our heydays in the mid 80s. I was in high school. We saw the CRP come in. We've seen a wide dispersion of deer. They all congregated to these CRP areas. As the CRP dispensed, the deer kind of spread out. Recently, in the last 10 to 15 years, pulse crops have become very, very popular in Liberty County. You used to go to the Sweetgrass Hills, hunt antelope. You don't do that anymore. You go to whoever's growing peas or lentils because you're going to have 400 antelope right there. What I'm trying to pull together is maybe the idea of a game preserve has kind of lost its importance in game management with the changes from 1927 is when this was introduced. I believe 1972 was the
I'm
last.
just going to few more seconds to wrap up, and then I'd ask the.
So as far as animal dispersions, you have people far more competent than I am in that, but from what I am seeing, it no longer holds its relevance as a safe place for animals. How does that, one question we all have to address, this isn't just me, there's other landowners. 3 of the other landowners do not lease any land, so they are private landowners. They can make their own decisions. It is open to archery hunting. Do they want to maintain that? Do they want to go to no hunting, rifle, muzzle loader? They're landowners. They can make that decision. The 4th person is my brother-in-law. He owns the north side of the river. He recently enrolled in block management. So I would think that having the Brinkmann Game Preserve depletes his number of hunters. He'll get the archery hunters, but it's off limits to firearms. So you're taking some land away from the public and you're taking enrollment or sign-ins from him. So I just would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity. And
well, thank you for coming and presenting your case. So this is a unique one I think, and so we'll probably need a little bit of guidance relative to what we're doing here. And I appreciate you starting off by saying essentially, here's your decision space. So the clarifying question that I have, and I'm sure the commissioners will also weigh in terms, the department either can't or won't express an opinion right now on this because it's not in the decision space of the department to do so?
Vice Chair, that's a good summary there. That's accurate because the decision space lives entirely within the commission and from the petitioner. That's sort of the relationship there.
So if we wanted or thought that that would be helpful, will we get that in the process of the rulemaking? Will we get that from the department, or will we have to specifically request it?
Vice Chair, members of the commission, likely specifically requested, but I would say as part of the rulemaking process, you do get more public process, hearings, questions, feedback, drafts, etc.
So to be clear, what we're doing is we're initiating rulemaking to eventually take the permit, basically revoke it.
The Vice Chair, members of the commission, the end result of this would be the repeal of the administrative rule, which would abolish the Brinkmann Game Preserve.
But we're starting that process today, going out to public comment, gathering data, and then ultimately coming to a decision-making point once we get all that input. Like, we're not deciding to close it today.
Correct. Vice Chair, members of the commission, that's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows.
So is it an all or nothing, that it's not a modification of the preserve? There's not that decision matrix space of modify. It's all or nothing, either end it or keep it.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Burrows, because the mechanism here is through a petition, the petition, it carries what can and can't be done. So the petition is not to modify the administrative rule or to expand, or it's not that elemental. It's to abolish the administrative rule that creates the entity of the game preserve itself.
Okay. Fellow commissioners, questions for clarification? Anything you need to know?
Vice Chair.
No matter any questions of Mr. Brinkman? Yes, Chair Robinson.
I had the same question. I mean, I pulled it up and it does say it is closed to the hunting of all species except deer. And so that was kind of my question, is what if there was a decision, I guess, to try to amend the rule, it would be a separate process, because what you're saying is that the only thing we can move forward with today is the yes or no on abolishing it.
Vice Chair, Chair Robinson, that's correct. It's the decision space is to grant or deny the petition to initiate rulemaking. That rulemaking process could eventually end in the abolishment of the Brinkmann Game Preserve because it exists in administrative rule. So an amendment, like you're suggesting, isn't possible in this form because it exists in a petition. That makes sense.
Okay, follow up. But the petition, if we did approve it and it went out to the public, at that point, don't we have the authority to amend the rule during that process?
Vice Chair, Chair Robinson, no. And the reason is because the granting of the petition would remove it and move it into the Secretary of State's process. So it's not a commission. It won't come back to the commission until the Secretary of State's process is complete, which contains its own separate public comment hearing component in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
So follow up on my previous question. It would essentially be negotiating then possibly with the petitioner to amend the petition somewhat. I mean, if the petitioner amended their petition to say, instead of abolishing the preserve, I would like to get the ability to shoot ground squirrels during these dates, like amend the petition for some specifics, would that be possible?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Burrows, again, not really. And that's because of the petition mechanism itself. It's not, it doesn't leave space for amending it, because statutorily the commission's decision space here is within 60 days of filing the petition itself, the commission has to either grant or deny. So and there's that third option again on the chair's agenda, which is with the petitioner's consent. Effectively, if the commission thinks it can't really make a decision today because it doesn't have the information it wants, it could say, look, we're going to deny this and you can come back with more information and file basically a new petition. Because the process, you have to essentially give an answer on this. if that makes sense.
Follow up to Commissioner Burrow's question. So as I'm reading off what's in our booklet, option 2 says initiate rulemaking as presented or with adjustments.
Yeah.
So the adjustments we could make and then initiate it.
Vice Chair, members of the commission, I would not do that.
So we really don't have 2 options. We only have 3. We have 2 options, not 3.
To initiate rulemaking by granting the petition, denying the petition outright, or the quasi in between, which would be, we hear you, but we're going to deny it, but hey, come back, essentially. But that effectively, administratively, is a new petition, because there has to be a decision from the commission within 60 days of submission.
And all these, obstacles are basically because we got the petition process in play, and so we have a very strict guideline to follow as a result of that. So it's where the petition was filed, and it's what binds us relative to how we have to process it.
Vice Chair, members of the commission, that's correct.
Commissioner Siebel.
Vice Chair Tabor and Kevin. Sorry, just want to understand, I have a lot of questions with regards to the petition and with the Brinkmann Game Preserve overall. And I guess the question is, if we do approve, it seems like one obvious option is to approve the rulemaking process, and it goes to the Secretary of State. The commission will have we will have the ability at that point in time to presumably a lot of the questions I have, like how many, I see it's a lot of acres. It has a lot of sections in the preserve. What's the public private ownership in there? What about the other private landowners? There are some listed in the petition. All these, in getting their comments. Plus, is this going to affect any public access? Is it going to change anything about how the public's using it? All those questions. Is that process of the Secretary of State and going to rulemaking the proper process to get those questions answered, or should those questions be answered before we approve the petition?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Siebel, I think you would get some of those answers via public comment and the hearings in the Secretary of State's rulemaking process. That's certainly an option. And then, of course, it will come back to the commission for a final. This is just the initiation. Option B would be doing it informally, essentially denying the petition right now as it sits with maybe not the information you're looking for in the petition itself, and then asking the petitioner to come back with more information.
Follow up.
Is it typical for Ken, is it typical for a petition to have that level of detail in the petition, or is it typical that detail comes out during the process of the petition process through Secretary of State?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Siebel, we've seen it both ways. We've seen, I think recently in the last 6 months, we've seen petitions with more robust information associated with them. Now, the information here is a little different in the sense that it's maybe more of a biology conversation as opposed to a public recreation conversation, which we've seen in recent petitions. So it's a little different in that way. But the information, we've seen petitions with more, I guess is my way to say that.
Well done.
Yeah.
Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Vice Chairman, would it be fair to, because I get where you're going, Commissioner Siebel, I'm going the same way. Like, I don't have enough information to, I don't think, approve today. So I guess I would be looking at either, in my opinion, denial or request for extension. Would it be fair to ask the petitioner if he would be willing to entertain an extension?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Burrows, you can do that.
Mr. Cole, would you entertain an extension on your request?
Yeah. I do have more information.
Mr. Cole, a question I had is, are you open to other solutions? Is it an all or nothing deal from your perspective as a petitioner?
No, definitely. I guess I've been through this process. I started this process with Brian Rauscher, biologist, and this is the direction he's coached me in.
Okay.
This is the appropriate way to approach it, I guess. So that's where we started. I have a good working relationship with Mike Raines, the sergeant in our area. Willie Miller recently come into the Chester area the last 2 years. He's working with me. And common sense
you know, as a farmer, as a rancher, I have cows, I have calves. I'm gonna carry a gun. If there's a coyote threatening my livestock, I'm gonna shoot it. Billy knows that, Mike knows that. That puts them in an awkward position. If somebody floating down the river says, oh my gosh, there's a gun just started to break some games, so you will find out. As a friend, as a working partner, like I said, you have multiple agents and lot management. So we have a relationship there. We're putting them in a tough spot. You're putting me in a tough spot.
Well, here's where I'm heading with this, and council had referred to some of the other petitions where, you know, you have a lot of different people involved. You have a lot of different stakeholders. Clearly, it's your family's a very material part of this. Your neighbors. We've got some public land involvement. You know, and then because this effectively has somewhat been put into kind of the public trust environment, we've got public expectations, and so what we have been learning about petition process and everything else is if we pull it out of that format and reframe it and say, look, how about we collaborate and create a collaborative process and let a number of participants come back with a recommendation of what they'd really like to see happen in lieu of an all, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, then we might get to a superior solution. And it's the confines of this mechanism of petitions that really binds us from being able to effectively get to that, and for the public to, you know, to participate, but also some of the other players, because, you know, right now you're the only one here. I'm sure you're telling the truth. And by the way, thank you for your participation in block management, all the other things you and your family and your neighbors are doing. That should be noticed by the public. It sounds like you're willing to do a lot of things to continue the attributes, but you're also looking, practically speaking, about some of the limitations that maybe applied back then, but they don't apply now, to rethink those. And that seems like a reasonable request. So I guess the question I would ask is, would you be willing to withdraw the petition and participate in the process and come back? Is that something you would entertain?
I would, I guess, we're limited on time, I guess. Finding help right now, good, we farm, we ran.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Initially, Brian said this will be August 8th, and the bells are going off. That's harvest. Take a day off of harvest, but you know, I
understand.
We have time to work
Did you have some additional comments?
Yeah.
Am I the only one that lost the feed?
No, I'm gonna try to call.
What do you think? Just redial in, Bill? You're muted.
Sorry. Leslie's calling right now, so hopefully they'll get it reconciled.
I actually support this one.
They are working on it, and we're probably still live online.
Hope we get back on.
A quorum, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
So congratulations, you've been elevated to a panelist, not once, but twice today, and that's why we got you back. So in the interim, we already decided it's all done, so we'll see you next in August. No, I'm just kidding. Right now, we're still trying to work on process, and I see that Director Temple has got his hand up.
Mr. Vice Chair, I wonder if I might ask Kevin a question.
Yep.
So Kevin, and just in listening to what you just said, I wonder, is there really any decision space here? Because based on the statute you just referenced, it would seem to me that either the preserve lives and the restrictions stay, or the petition is granted, the rulemaking process proceeds, the preserve dies to allow Mr. Cole and his neighbors the freedom that they seek in the petition. Do I have that right?
Vice Chair, Director, yes, that's how I view it.
I just want to make sure that the commissioners that got downloaded a little bit understood kind of a critical piece. So I'd ask legal counsel once again to point out the glitch about Title 87, or not the glitch, the hard facts of the law, and what that decision space that really forces us into. So go ahead.
Yeah, Vice Chair, members of the commission. So subsection 3 of the administrative rule in question reads that, I'll just quote it, except as specifically permitted by the commission for the hunting of deer, no person may carry or discharge firearms within the preserve. The ARM references a statute, which is 87.5.401, which is a broad statute that says for any preserve, you cannot carry or discharge a firearm within it except for action by the commission. So that subsection 3 isn't unique to this preserve. It isn't unique to Mr. Cole's predicament. It is a state law in 87.5.401 that's been there on the books for a long time. I think it was last amended in the 1980s. So
I just want to clarify, though, the very last sentence you said there said, unless otherwise modified by the commission.
Well,
right.
So we could theoretically, on a preserve, change the rules relative to firearms on that if the commission decided it wanted to do that on a particular preserve.
On Vice Chair, members of the commission, on a particular reserve related to a hunting type of, deer. So for example, in the Brinkmann, it's deer. So maybe it's a different species, a different preserve, but it's not a discharge or carrying of firearms for
in general.
Okay. That's what the prohibition on.
So the only way we could increase firearm usage would be to identify a whole number of other species that could be identified. So one other question, because it's not hunting, predator, or let's say coyotes, where it's not falling under the regulations of any of that, does that actually qualify since it's a varmint?
Right, Vice Chair, members of the commission, that's the crux right there. And I don't view that as fitting within the preserve, that statutory intent of 401, if that makes sense. The creation of the preserve for that.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Walsh.
No, thanks. Just a question for staff, and that is there precedent for this? Have we been in this situation before with game preserves? Is this common? Where we've dissolved or.
Yes, we have dissolved petitions.
Yeah.
They're working on trying to figure out a response to that probing question.
Yeah.
We have.
Thank you.
Out of memory, and maybe someone from Region 1, I'm thinking of memory recall. I don't know if it was, I know the commission has picked up this topic in the past and has dissolved preserves. I should say in my memory, I recall that.
I see that Regional Supervisor Lee Anderson has joined us from Region 1.
Yeah, Vice Chair Tabor and other commissioners. Yeah, we did have a couple game preserves that actually were dissolved in Region 1 since I've been here. We had the Stillwater Game Preserve, which was in the Valley Bottom, as well as the Lone Pine Game Preserve, and those were disbanded probably 15 plus years ago would be my venture at a guess. I also believe we did the same with the Spring Creek Game Preserve out of Shoto, but I could be slightly off on that. I'd rely on somebody else from Region 4 of that one.
Thank you, Lee. Region 4, any comments? You're highlighted, but you appear to be muted and we can't see you.
Commissioner Lane has had his hand up.
Yes. Commissioner Lane.
It just appears to me if we were to try to change anything in this, we've pretty much gotten rid of the idea of it being a game preserve. And so to me, this, believe me, I understand the importance of being able to do what's necessary on private property. And I mean, I feel for Mr. Cole and feel like what needs to happen is this. I feel like I need to support this petition in the fact that it's any amendments. I mean, his hands are tied right now, and any amendments to this would basically go away with the rules of the game preserve. And I guess my question, and may I pose this to Region 4, is in their opinion, is this going to be something very detrimental? I guess I'll ask that.
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Lane, members of the commission, this is Corey Lecker, Wildlife Manager in Region 4. I might add to Lee Anderson also, we had the McLean Game Preserve also about 8 years ago, also dissolved in Region 4. And you're correct, Lee, the one by Shoto, Spring Creek was also dissolved. To answer your question, Commissioner Lane, detrimental as in, I'm guessing you're speaking to wildlife?
Correct. And access.
Yeah. No, access would be increased because obviously right now, the only option for hunters is archery for deer. So that would expand. And most of this property is enrolled in block management, as Mr. Cole mentioned. So that would expand opportunity to other species such as upland game bird, antelope, rifle deer, etc. And would not have any impact on wildlife populations, as it would fall under the restrictions that already exist for those species in that hunting district. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Tabor.
I'm sorry, who's asking?
Casey.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Yes, Commissioner Walsh.
So I have one more question for the legal staff, and that is just to be crystal clear, because we've had a couple of different answers on this. If we initiate rulemaking on the repeal of this arm, through the process of the Secretary of State, we'll get more information and we will have another look at this, correct?
Vice Chair Tabor, Commissioner Walsh, that's correct.
Okay, Vice Chair Tabor, if I may, I would like to make a motion that we initiate rulemaking in response to this petition to repeal ARM 12.9.202 pertaining to the Brinkmann Game Preserve.
I'll second that.
I got a second by Commissioner Siebel. So it's been moved and seconded that we proceed with rulemaking as presented, or with adjustments, or not with adjustments, just as presented. Any other further discussion by commissioners? Okay, we are open for public comment. Anybody here present would like to comment that's in the room? Seeing none, do we have any of the regional offices that have anybody present that would like to comment under public comment?
Yeah, we have one in Region 4, Vice Chair Tabor.
Hi, commissioners. This is Jim Homison again, Homison, and this is purely my personal observations of what we're discussing here. Probably the state statute would not pass constitutional muster prohibiting the carrying or possession of a firearm. As we found out with the Tom Coburn rider on a bill in 2009, is why we can now possess firearms, not use firearms, but possess firearms in Yellowstone Park and in the National Park Service, as long as it's not in conflict with state and local firearm regulations. So I think you should be aware of that. Also, my experience in the Forest Service, where we used to have, maybe still do, I'm retired for a while now, handicapped access roads for hunters behind locked gates. At one time, there was a rule where their helpers couldn't pack a firearm, found out that that was also a violation of the Second Amendment. So they were allowed to carry firearms, but they couldn't be hunting. So there may be some legal issues here that need to be kicked around upstairs a little bit and dealt with in legislature to make sure whatever actions are taken are in compliant with our the intent of our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters in Region 4 or any of the other regions?
Nothing else.
Anybody on the internet? Anybody on the internet?
Comments on the internet.
Okay. Okay, last call for any clarifying questions or comments by the commission. All right, well then we'll call for the question. The motion on is to initiate rulemaking with regards to the petition. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. You're underway, sir. Yep. All right, that concludes our standard agenda. The last item is public comment. Again, this is for items that were not covered today. So for consideration in the future, or just any remarks that the public would like to make. Anybody here present?
He's talking about president.
Mark Cook with Wolves of the Rockies, New Stevensville.
I think they can hear you. That's what we heard, yeah.
This August, the commission is going to be dealing with the wolf hunting, trapping, and snaring season. It's our hope that you will take into account the non-consumptive community, the tourist dollars that are brought to the state, and tourism. And keep in mind that the non-consumptive community far outweigh population-wise more than the hunting or the consumptive community. Quota of 1 in 313, which borders Yellowstone, is what we're looking for. Pull back on the very liberal killing season of wolves in Montana. No aerial gunning. I want to remind you, and I just went through the legislative session. I spent 4 months there almost, virtually every day. The Fed is watching you guys. If you want grizzly bears delisted, they're looking at the mismanagement of wolves, and they're not believing you as a commission, as a department, that you can manage grizzly bears. And it's not going to happen unless you can get a representative or a senator in Washington to promote it with a bill or an attachment, as they did with wolves. Let's get back to science-based wolf management. Let's get back to science-based wildlife management. Consider the non-consumptive community as you move forward on this. We will be here to answer any questions that you may have. Please reach out to us. And lastly, I'd like to end this on a good note. Wolves of the Rockies is having a Yellowstone Wolf Summit the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of June. We've asked several times for the department to come. We would like to have a commissioner or commissioners come and spend some time with us or attend the entire event. It's only right, regardless of how I personally may feel that wolf management is being maintained in Montana. It's only right that you be able to speak to the individuals that are coming, and there's over 150 people all over the world.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else here in presence that would like to comment under this category? Is there anybody in the regional offices that would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda?
Region 4 has one comment.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I'm on camera or not, but this will be short.
You are.
Okay. Jim Homison again, Homison, just like before, from Stanford. Anyway, and this is in regard to your heritage muzzleloader season and tying into the concept in your bird dog training season where you're going to have a $5 license and use data collected from the sale of that license to get a scope on the magnitude of the problem. Not to say that there's a problem with the heritage muzzleloader season, but there's no baseline. Nobody knows how many people are interested. And I know that's not the department's fault. That was legislature's fault for not including it in their legislation 2 years ago. So I would encourage the department and the commission to get together as soon as they can with legislature, whether it's a year and a half from now or if there's an emergency session or something, and get like a $5 muzzleloader season, heritage muzzleloader season license, similar to archery licenses, but probably for $5 or something like that. That's the end of my comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other general comments from any of the regional offices?
Camera.
Any public comments from the internet?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, we do have commenters online, and we'll start with Kim Bean. Go ahead, please.
Commissioner and Vice Chair, how are you guys doing through your day? Thanks again for allowing me to comment. This is Kim Bean with Wolves of the Rockies. As we know, we are getting ready to go into the wolf scenario here in June and then back into August. We were told that there would be, along with the wolf management scenario, working that up again, that there would be a committee, a collaborative. We've heard nothing. As a matter of fact, everything has gone silent. I think this is this would actually do a lot of good with bringing communities together to discuss what is best for our wolves going forward as you guys make up the plan. So we really need to be looking into that sooner rather than later. But once again, we've gone silent. I'd greatly appreciate a little bit more input and for you guys to be a little bit more involved in that. As my cohort mentioned, we are having our summit, and I invite everybody. It's going to be great. We've got a lot of speakers, and we have Wyoming is actually being represented by their Fish and Game Department. I'd appreciate it if you guys could represent yourselves. So please contact me if you'd like for your representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary online. Go ahead, please.
Yes, wildlife decisions have been made by special interests only concerned with profiting off dead animals far too long. Trappers, outfitters, and other similar groups remain as the entitled, while wildlife scientists, wildlife advocates, and the majority are dismissed. People want to see living, thriving, and protected wildlife, and our tourist dollars back that up. This is our wildlife on our public lands. It's time for us to have a say in what happens to them. Stop it. An outfitter sitting on this commission interested in Montana outfitters is reason enough for my comment today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Glenda Meyer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Montana needs to finally establish an acceptable method of counting for wolves. Just count them like other species, not the IPOM method, which relies on biased anti-wolf people. Protected wolves in and near parks should be off limits. Lazy hunters and trappers could just sit on park borders and lure the wolves right to them. That is never going to be fair chase. Buffers have already been rejected, but the quotas for the wolf management units bordering the park should be at 0 or 1. Park wolves belong to all of us and should not be subject to hunting or trapping. It's great that FWP has decided to create an advisory board that will properly represent all stakeholders, including the non-consumptive community, which is the majority. This will relieve a lot of pressure on the committee when all sides create a consensus that will create proper policy and more accurately reflect the changing attitudes of Montanans who want these apex predators on the landscape undisturbed and free of human-caused mortality. I look forward to a time when hunters, trappers, guides, and outfitters will no longer control the heavy-handed decisions and policies that has brought wolf numbers to a minimum and threatens this iconic species with extinction once again. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Helena. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Helena Edelson, representing Large Carnivore Fund based in Region 3 in Gardner, Montana. Thank you first for the opportunity to comment off agenda today. This is off agenda, so I'll comment just to 2 points. Our organization recommends creation of a Wolf Citizen Advisory Committee for the new wolf management plan. FWP has precedents for CACs created by FWP senior leadership to help the department manage specific species. Several surrounding states have been running wolf advisory committees with great success. Historically, FWP has filled CACs with outfit. Hi, can you hear me?
You cut out there for about 5 or 10 seconds.
Okay, what was the last thing you heard?
I think you were saying that you wanted the wolf committee.
Okay, real quick. So we're recommending a wolf advisory committee. There's precedents with FWP for CACs created by FWP senior leadership to help the department manage specific species. Several surrounding states have been running wolf advisory committees with great success. But historically, FWP has filled CACs with outfitters, trophy hunters, and livestock producers, excluding the largest impacted group of stakeholders, the non-consumptive. To engage in fair discussion, understand and consider all interests, a wolf CAC must be composed of all and equal stakeholder representation, including non-consumptive, which should officially be named versus falling under other. And the second point I want to mention is large carnivore species, particularly wolves, should be studied based on their group and family structure, in this case, a pack, with population estimates. Otherwise, biologists' models art and recommendations oversimplify how the species is organized and lack the effects of human-caused mortality on the wolf pack's social dynamics. Additionally, FWP and the Commission considers management by unit and sex for mountain lions, which we support. However, these methods.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Further commenters, Mr. Vice Chair.
Wonderful. Well, thanks everybody for all the hard work. Thanks to staff. Eric, you're a superstar. And so we appreciate everybody making the effort and coming out. Thank you to the commissioners. Drive safe. And I'm closing this meeting on June 6th of the commission meeting. Have a great day.
You.
June 8th? I don't even know what day it is.